Lavelle, ambitious, but brilliant! I don't believe it! I swear I do not believe it! And they are back on terms!
Here we go, boys and girls. Here we go. Welcome to New York Talk. And for one of the first times ever on this podcast, I'm going to say good morning. This is our earliest ever start, 9 o'clock in the morning for our 12-hour podathon, marathon podcast, live stream, whatever you want to call it. We are good to go. We've got loads of comments. We are live, so if anyone wants to jump in with the comments on YouTube, Facebook, feel free to get involved. We are going to bring some special guests throughout the day, and we're going to start sort of introduce Mick, Danny, Ben. They're with us. So I'll bring in somebody more important than you three, though.
I think.
Adam LaFondra is joining us. Thank you for joining us, Alfie.
Hi, you right, guys? You okay?
Yes, very good.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Too early morning for us.
Evening for me, but morning for you.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming in, mate. Thank you very much.
No worries, my pleasure. My pleasure.
So I thought we'd start first off by talking why we're here, everybody. Everybody was listening and watching. Today we're hoping to raise some funds for the British Red Cross Ukrainian Crisis Fund. Obviously, a month ago, when it all started kicking off in Ukraine, we talked about it on the podcast. And we found it all very difficult. I know, and speaking me and Danny and Mick, we find it very difficult to talk about because we just felt a little bit helpless. So I thought we'd try and do a little bit. I know, Russia's a bigger problem than us. We're not able to solve the problem. But I thought hopefully we could raise a bit of cash, raise a bit of funds, and hopefully make a small bit of difference. If anybody's watching, the GoFundMe page, or Just Giving page, is pinned to our Twitter page. It's pinned to our Facebook page. Go over there, and if you can give anything, just please do. If you can't give anything, just share it. Let everybody else know, and we'll hopefully be able to get some bit of cash. Mick, Danny, Ben, anything to add on me speech?
I'm sure I'll have something to add throughout the day. That'll be controversial and annoying to some people, but we'll leave it. We'll leave politics out of it, shall we, for the time being? If we can do it for 12 hours, we'll do that. But I've got a feeling I might not be able to.
Okay. So as I say, we're on YouTube. I'm live on Facebook. So if anyone wants to send any comments in, feel free to get involved. We're here 12 hours, so we are going to need some stuff to talk about. So, Alfie, let's start with you. Last time we spoke to you 18 months ago, you were in isolation in India, getting ready for the Indian thing. And that went really, really well for you, didn't it?
Yeah, it didn't do too bad. Obviously winning both trophies there, sort of job done, really. Sort of accomplished that and come back to England, not for, a bit of R&R with the family, seeing the family, and then moved back to Sydney, which obviously, as you can imagine, my family really enjoyed that, considering they just settled in England, and then they moved back to Sydney after moving back from Sydney. So obviously it's been a bit of a whirlwind for us as a family, but we're all settled here and obviously enjoying the life out here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask some silly Australian questions because we've got 12 hours to kill. So everybody associates Australia with snakes, spiders, scary stuff. How many of those have you come across in your many years in Australia?
Funny enough, spiders, yeah, I've seen a fair few. Obviously, funnel webs, redbacks. I had them in my garage. Redbacks, like when I was leaving my old house to leave Australia. We had a dollhouse in the garage, which we never got out of the storage wrapper, which was, home to a host of redbacks. So, obviously we didn't want to take that home with us in the end. So we ended up just launching that and saying, you know what, they can keep it. Snakes never. When I've been on the golf course, I've seen the sign saying, a brown snake was spotted X days ago. Be careful. And I'm that good at golf. I never go in the trees. I just drop a ball in the fairway if that happens. So, if that's the case, I just try and stay away from them, really.
Brilliant. I had another question. All right. What I wanted to also talk about is Wembley. Obviously, you've been to Wembley twice. Am I right with saying Rochdale and Rotherham?
Yeah, both times. I lost.
We're going, obviously, to Wembley this week for the Papa John's Trophy. So I'm interested in the build-up. When does the build-up start to Wembley? Is it as soon as you get there? is the excitement build, does the preparation build, or is it sort of a few days before it starts kicking in?
I think for me, with the playoff final, it was like, 2 or 3 days before, everyone sort of clamouring for tickets, everyone sort of making a big deal of it. You're going to Wembley, and obviously the magnitude of the match. Obviously, I've never played in the Johnson's Paint or Trekker Trade final or whatever it's called.
Pizza now, Papa John's.
Papa John's, whatever. Yeah, I've never played in that final, so obviously that's going to be different ramifications of winning that than getting promotion. So, from my experience, there was a lot more nerves going into the playoff one because there's a lot more at stake. Obviously going up or down, and financial ramifications on the back of that as well. So, obviously, it's a great honour to play at Wembley because not every professional gets to do that. It's such a great thing to have on your CV that you played at Wembley. It's even better if you've got the ones where you win. Unfortunately, I've got the 2 losses there and 2 not really great games there as well, which is unfortunate for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. Unfortunately, I remember the Wembley one in 2010. It was frustrating. It was very frustrating.
Yeah, painful, really. We should have gone up automatic, and we end up losing in the playoff final to a team who I think we beat them both times in a home and away.
So yeah.
And we
did that have pressure on you? Because it was a team that we'd beat twice, and everybody thought, it's Rotherham United. They've got Alfie, they've got all these other good players.
Yeah.
Did that add quite a bit of pressure on?
I don't know if it added pressure. I think, for me, I probably put too much pressure on myself to impact in that game. In both of the games, I've scored all the goals. I think, I scored in both games against Dagenham, and I think for me it was like, I'm going to score anyway. So I always score against Dagenham, and then when I weren't really getting any chances, I probably put even more pressure on myself to think, I've got to be the hero today because I've scored so many that season and felt like I sort of had to put the team on my back, which it wasn't the case because we had a team full of good players. And, at a young age, when I was 22, 23, I was probably had a lot more selfish mindset and probably didn't think of the team as much as I did, maybe 2 or 3 years later down the line when I realised, every player is as good as their own opportunity, and Tails was fantastic that game and got us in the game, really. Tails did with the way he played. It's just unfortunate that I didn't manage to impact the game. They did a good job on me. I think it was Mark Arbor. I think their left-footed centre half just smashed me all game. I think that was probably one of their tactics. I know they won't say it, but it probably was let's kick Lafondre all over the gaff and just make sure he doesn't do anything. And it worked because they won. And I was a pretty much non-factor in that game, really. And unfortunately, that's one thing I do really regret is not being able to achieve something with Rotherham. With the amount of goals I scored for Rotherham, never really achieving anything as a team was a real bitter pill for me because I wanted to have a promotion or something like that on the resume with them because of the support they gave me, and I wanted to give something back other than just the goals that I scored.
Yeah, we share that frustration. Those few years, brilliant, but and eventually very unfortunately frustrating. Danny Ben, if you want to jump in as well, you can ask any questions. I'm going to go through some YouTube comments we've got. Russ Vernon wants to know.
I'm just listening. It's all very interesting.
Russ Vernon on the comments. Question for Alfie: would you like to play alongside Michael Smith, who's our current top scorer this season? Did you ever play against Michael Smith?
I can't remember if I did or not. I've seen it. I think he just passed me or something for the most goals or something.
Yeah, but the top scorer of this century.
And then we're asking me about playing up front with him and stuff like that. And to be fair, I was quite lucky to play up front with Popey, who I know he got a lot of stick at Rotherham, but he was for me a brilliant foil for me. He did all the horrible stuff and all the gritty stuff. And if obviously, if Michael Smith's anything like him, not obviously he does score. I've seen him score 15 goals or 20 goals. Then if you've got 2 strikers who combine and score goals, obviously I'm going to score goals. So if you've got another striker as well who's chipping in 15, 20 goals on top of that, then the partnership, pretty much guarantees your success, really. So obviously I love to play up front with good players that Obviously, it's like them old talks, and it's like pub talks and barbershop talks. Where imagine we had him up front with him, and imagine the sort of havoc they would create and stuff like that. And you never really get to see them situations play out, unfortunately. But obviously playing up front with good players, and in a good system and a good team, which Warner's got the boys playing really well. So, there's obviously going to be chances created, and if you've got two good strikers up there, you take the chances. You're obviously going to win a lot more games than you lose.
You can always come back, Alfie.
I don't know. It's a bit sunnier here. I think
yeah, fair enough.
It's been sunny this week. Got to 14 degrees, I think.
Hey, funny enough, it's been a bad summer here. We've not had that much sun, and there's been quite a bit of rain as well, which is very unlike Sydney. But I don't know if it's quite pushing me out yet.
Brendan Thickle has an Australian themed question. Which is your favourite stadium in Australia and England?
Good question.
In Australia, we play in one in Melbourne called Amy Park, which is like an English feeling stadium. A few of the stadiums here are multi-purpose, and they play a lot of NRL, or sometimes they have AFL on them as well, and they'd be ovals and not quite feel like a stadium where it's four corners of stadium bricked in. Sometimes it can be like a hill on the side or a hill behind the goal, which is very traditional for like the rugby and stuff like that here. I think Amy Park, and then there's one in Adelaide actually, Cooper's Park I think it's called, or something like Cooper something, and that's a really good stadium, tight, and really creates good atmosphere when you go there as well. I think in England, probably Don Valley. No one.
What a place!
A stadium that's not there anymore. Good grief!
Yeah, well, thank God. I wish it weren't there when I was there. Playing on a park field.
Funny you say that. It is a park field now. It's a park field for Chef Alum Uni.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny.
Probably a better pitch.
Yeah. Well, after the
probably.
U2 concert, maybe.
Yeah,
it is a better pitch, isn't it? It's a 4G pitch that were laid down for Olympics, weren't it?
Yeah.
So it's a proper stadium now. I think Sheffield United ladies play there now as well, so they've got a stand and everything. But the playing surface, obviously, because it's 4G, is immense. But same atmosphere, exactly the same atmosphere. Hills around three sides and freezing cold.
With the occasional tram as well.
Where are we? We've got loads of comments. Thank you for everybody who put comments in. Reese Kelly, question for Alfie. Who was your favourite player you played alongside Rotherham? I assume you said Popey, like you mentioned a minute ago.
Up front, Popey. But I think to play with connection-wise, Lawsy. I think me and him were really on a really good wavelength. A lot of good stuff came through me and him, and I had a really good relationship off the field and on the field with him, and I still speak to him now, really, when he's in America at the moment, playing for, I think, Indy 500, and spoke to him, why he's been out there and stuff. So, yeah, but I had a great relationship with Lawsy, and I think, everyone could see that on the pitch as well with the way we played together.
It is criminal when you think of players, but it's criminal that we didn't get promoted, Absolutely. Nick Lawley has gone on to have an amazing career at Rangers. I know Top Up didn't score for us, but he was very good. The defence were very good. Andy Warrington in goal. Yeah, crazy. It just seems crazy that team didn't go looking back now. But
disappointing, really. Disappointing, really, when you look back. When I look back, and I think what we did achieve in the regular season up until like March in both seasons, and then we just seemed to fall away for a month, and then try and fight back at the end. It was really disappointing. Which, like I said before, for me as a player who was sort of endeared to the Rotherham fans because they love me for scoring goals, and obviously I love them because they love me. And not being able to have proper success with them is probably one thing I do look back on and think, I'm probably a little bit upset with the fact of that. I'd have loved to have some proper success with Rotherham, and even come back and played in the New York Stadium, because that was sort of sold to me when I joined, that I was going to play at the new training ground, going to be at the new stadium, etc. And obviously I was at Doncaster's stadium at the training ground there until we got Parkgate, I think it is, and then obviously I was at Don Valley for 2 and a bit years as well. So it would have been nice to.
Sorry
it would
about
have been
that,
nice
mate.
to play in a proper stadium in Rotherham, obviously. You know, and to be fair, one of the most emotional things I've had is when I came back to Rotherham with Wolves, and I got a reception at the New York Stadium where near enough everyone in the crowd was standing up shouting my name, and I was having a bad time at Wolves at the time, and you know the fans really made me feel welcome and loved again, which was something I was probably going through there and weren't enjoying my football there, and it really did make bad season for me one standout part of it.
Yeah, as a striker, you've been to Rotherham, scored loads of goals, been to Reading, scored loads of goals, and then you go out to somewhere like Wolves, like it weren't going amazingly well, because you're the man that scores the goals, and then if you go a few games without scoring goals, especially for a loan, how much pressure do you then feel from the fans? Because loan signings have to hit the ground running. That's the rule with loan signings, isn't it? I imagine the pressure just escalates if you keep not scoring. Yeah,
of course. I think. For me, when I went to Bolton, I did straight away at Bolton. The manager, seemed to get me on Neil Lennon. He seemed to get my personality. And I'd moved to Cardiff prior and played in a system that didn't really suit me. And unfortunately, things happen in football, and they somehow engineered a move, and I got a loan move to Bolton. And Neil Lennon was massaging my ego really, and sort of rebuilding it as well. And the fans, very much like Rotherham and Reading's fans, where they seem to love me straight away and I seem to fit in with them, and that translated on the pitch. And then when I moved to Wolves, the fans were great at the start, and obviously I was pitched a different role than what I was given. I was pitched, you're going to come here and play. You and Benik Afobe, it's going to be a really good partnership, and we're going to be going for promotion. And then we got to the end of the window, sold the captain, Richard Stearman, and I was like, okay, I'm the oldest player in the squad now at like 28. And are we going for it? Not. And we were like, yeah, we still sort of are. And we had like an in and out start, and I was in and out of the team. I think the most games I played in a row was 4. And I was like, how am I meant to get a rhythm here? I need to play games. If you want me to do my best stuff, I need to know I'm going to play games in a row to just find my feet and find my rhythm. And I never really got that. And then when it got to, I think it was October, the manager just said to me, look, we're trying to sell Benik Afobe for January, so you're not going to play. And I was just like, oh, okay. What a waste of time for me, really. And that's what it was. So I was just sort of waiting for January. And then January came, and I was like to the director of football, I want to leave. I want to go somewhere else. And they sold Benik, and they had no strikers, and they were like, no, we want you to stay. And I was like, well, not really, because I'm not going to play. And they were like, no, you will do. And then they bought in a winger from Poland and played him up front. And I was like, hello. And I was like, well, what's going on? And they were just like, well, don't know. And I was like, oh, okay. What am I meant to do? Like, this is sort of stalling my career after all the good work I'd put in at Bolton. It was sort of a sticking point for me, because effectively it was just curtailing all the good work I had done. And then I couldn't get into the team, couldn't play, and we were just a mid-table, mediocre team really from then. And the Wolves never really saw the best of me, and never really saw anything of me. And that that's no blame on anyone. It's just that's how it goes in football. If you don't get the opportunities to show, how good you are, and you're never going to do that. And if you're in and out of the team as a striker like me, I'm going to struggle off the back of that. I need games. I need to know I'm going to play, and et cetera, et cetera. But it was just one of them things. That was one of the things I didn't like in my career. Really, is the way that was handled and what happened off the back of that. But that's football. I know the dirty side of football now.
On and positive, R Tiny wants to know what's the best moment in your career. It's not just Rotherham career. Best moment in your entire career.
My entire career, I'd probably say scoring 2 for Reading at Southampton away when we pretty much got promotion to the Premier League was up there as one of the best moments in my career. And then there's a Bolton game where we stayed up on the final day of the season. Against Forest, we come back from the dead and managed to make a good impact in that game as well, and we won 3-2. So them two are like things that give me goosebumps, and whenever I see the highlights and stuff like that, it's they bring back, you know, the sort of raw emotion of that day, and you know, two totally different feelings, one of euphoria and one of disbelief, really. You know, disbelief we stayed up after being sort of relegated, and one of getting promoted to the Premier League after being, you know, I was at Rotherham at the start of that season before I got, you know, I was playing in the Don Valley score. I think my last goal was against Barnet at home at the Don Valley, and then I got sold again a couple of days after. So, you know, it was a whirlwind for me. You know, to say I was playing at the Don Valley in League 2 12 months ago, and then fast forward, I'm scoring against Stoke in the first game of the Prem season for Reading was, you know, incredible, really. And it was such an amazing journey for me. It made such a big impact on my life and career, really.
Yeah. I was looking at your Reading promotion season, and I would compare it to where we are now. Rotherham, we're in a really good position, but we've gone in a little bit of a rut, 1 win in 5 games, and a really bad loss at the weekend. I was looking at Reading's fixtures when you went up, and there was a loss to Peterborough about a month or two before the end of the season, which on paper looks like a really bad result. Was that a catalyst? Was that just a one-off? How do results like that affect a team chasing promotion?
If you can see, I think for us, we just went on a crazy run from January. We were like 17 out of 21 games until the end of the season, where we just smashed people. We'd get battered, but we'd win. It didn't matter. We somehow found a formula of winning a game. And if we got beat, we just sweep it under the carpet. We just go to the next one, because the games come that fast. You can't, you know, sit and dwell on things and, you know, start moping around, because you're in such a good position. You don't want to throw it away by having, you know, a hangover from that game and take it into the other game when, you know, obviously I see Rotherham at the top of the league. They've been clearly one of the best teams in the league again. So he's obviously doing something really right. And you get them results, you get them sort of outlier results where, you know, sometimes it don't click and people raise the game against you, and you get tucked in. It's a nice reality check to have going in towards the end of the season. And I think, you know, touch wood, obviously, they kick on from here and, you know, get promotion again back to the Championship.
Yeah, definitely. We have Shirley RFC on YouTube. What's your best goal? What's your best goal for the Millers and most memorable? Probably two different ones, I suppose, wouldn't they?
Best goal. Lincoln home.
Was that the bicycle kick?
No, not that one. The one where I ran it from the halfway line and beat the players far in. You don't normally need to score them goals. So the only thing disappointing about that is I missed the hat-trick penalty, trying to be too cocky, which really annoyed me. I was messing around with the keeper because the keeper was trying to give me mind games, and so I told him where I was going to put it, and he dived the other way and I hit the post. So, you know, that was one thing that really did annoy me. You know, daft me just remember stuff like that. I think the Aldershot away goal is probably my favourite goal, because it had, you know, great, massive importance. Away in the playoff leg, last minute, it's been a real battle, and it gives us the edge, you know, gives us a good psychological edge, and gives us a really good edge going into, you know, the home game at Don Valley, where, you know, funny enough, we had actually a really good atmosphere that night. With the second leg. I think there was about
the only one
8,000 or 10,000 fans there, and it was actually a great atmosphere for Don Valley. And you know, I thought that goal was sort of my sort of goal, the sort of goal I, you know, live and die on, is, you know, gambling on people's mistakes and putting away the rest of it.
Obviously, we don't play too many two-legged games, so but in a two-legged game, obviously getting the lead is very, very important. But to get it when we did, do you feel like that was doubly because they thought, oh, well, we've done really well, we've restricted this team, and then we've done something stupid, and now we're 1-0 down?
Yeah, because, you know, ultimately they pretty much would have turned it into just a one-off game. You know, obviously it was a pretty even game. There was no real chances in the game, and you know, the centre half Brown has sort of played a nothing ball back to the keeper, and I've gambled off the back of that, and you know, I've been quiet all game. It was probably a typical game for me where I reckon I probably touched it 20 times all game, and you know, I'll come away scoring the winner, and you know, I look as if I've had a great game, but really I didn't really do anything apart from score. And you'd probably know by watching me, a lot of my Rotherham games were a bit like that, really, where you wouldn't really see me for half an hour, and somehow you come the end of the game, I'd scored 2 and we'd won 2-0 or 2-1, or you know, I've had some sort of impact on scoring in the game, and you know, I sort of had that knack definitely at Rotherham to do that, and not really have to impact the general play of the game, but somehow it influenced the scoreline of the game, which was, you know, lucky for me. I was managed to do that, especially in that Aldershot game, definitely.
Yeah,
Can I jump in with a question?
Go for it, mate. You don't have to ask.
It's like being at school.
Please, sir.
It's 9:15. It's like being back at school. Leave me alone. But yeah, you mentioned about atmosphere. Now we've had a little bit of, I think, issues. The wrong word to use, but when you've got John Breckin on the pitch with the microphone asking for an atmosphere, it does raise a few questions. So I just want to ask, how important is it to you as players when you've got an atmosphere behind you? And on the flip side, how does it affect you when the crowd just goes quiet and like it's nerves setting in?
Yeah, you know, I think for me, you can see it in both camps really. As a home player, it's incredible. You need to have a positive atmosphere. I think, you know, fans don't really, I don't know if they understand the importance they have. They can, you know, I know it sounds daft, but maybe not strike fear, but you can put uncertainty in, you know, the other players if you're creating, you know, look at Millwall. You know, their fans, they create an atmosphere there, which is, you know, let's put it, you know, nicely. It's you know, a little bit like a war going into there.
Yeah.
And you know, if you can create that sort of siege mentality for the home team against the away team, then you're sort of one-upping, or you're giving half a head start to the boys, and you're getting a little bit of a boost off that and a bit of adrenaline rush, etc. And I think that's what, you know, if you're doing well, you always get that. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, because they're watching successful football, you're really involved, you're really engaged as a fan, because, you know, you're waiting to score, you're waiting to win, because you're used to that. I think, obviously, as an opposing player coming into a team who's, you know, not doing well, and the fans turn very quickly, it can be very damaging, because you can see, you know, some players don't like that, and, you know, can see people's confidence draining very quickly. I remember playing for Bolton, we played at Sunderland away, and we went 2-0 up early, and their crowd was going mental, like really bad. It was very venomous from them, and you can see their players didn't really want it. It looked as if they were just playing sideways and playing very cautious. And, you know, they got one goal, and, you know, the crowd came alive then, and it spurred them to get another, and they went 3-2 up, and then we managed to score the third, draw 3-3. But they were in the ascendancy for literally 50 minutes and probably should have won like 4 or 5-2. But just off the back of that rush from the crowd to get them back into the game after you know, 20 minutes of awfulness, even if that's a word. Just like disgusting, venomous stuff coming, vile. You know, as you can imagine, you know, they're really disappointed in a relegation battle with. We were obviously not a great team as well, and it was a real 6-pointer, and you're 2-0 down to them, and you're getting nothing from the players. They're obviously going to pile on, and it had obviously an adverse effect on them. But somehow they managed to dig themselves out of the mire and then transformed them into, you know, a really front foot team, which was it's crazy to see, as you know, you see both sides of the coin of even in just one game of what fans can impact a game like.
Yeah, and on the same theme, again, we lost last week, and there was a lot of unhappiness, booing at players. Now, we had a conversation where a lot of people left early, and then some people stayed and booed. As a player, let's talk about the booing first. How frustrating and demoralising is it to hear your own fans, especially a home fan, set of fans, boo you off the pitch?
See, it's hard, this one. It depends if it's warranted, because if you've been winning a lot and this is a one-off, then me as a player, I think, why are they booing? We've been successful. It's only one result. Yeah. But if you've been bad for a while, and it looks as if, you know, you've just been spanked by someone who's not great, and it looks as if no one's tried not give a lick, then, you know, your fans pay money and more than have their own right to voice their opinion and boo or whatsoever. But it's obviously it's a harsh one to go on if you've been successful for a while, and then, you know, you have one bad result and you're thinking, hey, up, we've been all right here, and we've had one bad result and now everyone's down our neck. It can have maybe a negative effect, but sometimes it can spur them on and think, you know what, we'll show you in the next game. Then you want to get behind us when we're winning, then obviously you have to get behind them when you're losing as well. But it's hard. It's hard really because the fans pay their money to come and watch them, and if they're not happy, then they're going to voice the concerns. They're happy to praise you, so you've got to be, as a player, big enough to take it when they want to not abuse you, but voice their concerns, I'd say.
Yeah, Mick, anything to say?
Why do you come to me on that one?
You used to have very strong fan opinions normally.
I am, yeah. I'm perhaps more of a traditionalist, and
where's my flag?
You support your club, whether they're playing well or otherwise. Yeah, you can voice your opinion, absolutely. And you can call players out for not trying or anything else. But I'm not a fan of staying behind and telling somebody. I'm not a fan of staying behind and telling somebody something that they already know. Why do I, as a non-professional footballer who struggles to kick a ball at my age, let alone even when I was younger, where have I got a right to stand there and tell Richard Wood he's had a bad game, or whoever, or Adam LaFondre? I have no right. Yeah, I can say I'm up. I don't like the performance. I think you could have worked harder, but it's about getting behind the team. It is about getting behind the team, and we said in the podcast last time. We're 4 points clear at top of the league. We've conceded less goals than anybody else in all 4 divisions. Yeah, we've had a bad game. Yeah, we got spanked by a team who were just outside relegation zone, but there were mitigating circumstances. The player got sent off, and he shouldn't have got. We'll not go into that, but
that's another
I don't know. I don't like it. And I think the issue is as well, and I don't know how this sits with you, Alfie. Social media plays a big part in this, because it kind of whips up that sort of
amplifies it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, I don't know as a player how that affects you. Do you keep your head out of social media, or if you've had a bad game, Mr. City, I'll not look at Twitter or.
I was never really that bothered. Still not now, really. You say what you want. Like, for me anyway, I think, obviously it wasn't that prevalent back then for me when I was playing for Rotherham. Obviously, I got a little bit of stick, sometimes when I weren't scoring because, if I'm not scoring, sometimes you wonder what I'm doing. That's me looking back on it. Was I really impacting the game as a player if I weren't scoring? And, people could ask that question as much as they want. But when I was impacting the game, we were winning. So a lot of the time, it's twofold really as a player. It just depends, how thick your skin is. I think for me, I always loved it when people criticise me, especially as away fans. When you go, or as an away player going into a home crowd, I loved it. I absolutely loved it when fans hate me because I know I'm under the skin already. I'd always have a little bit of a laugh with the away fans or with the home fans or whoever. Do you know what I mean? When they're like laughing at me on the floor if I got smashed or whatever, or if I got someone booked and I'm rolling around pretending I'm hurt, and I'd get up, blow them a kiss or start smiling and hearing the boos and that. And obviously when I'd score, I'd just stand in front of them like, yeah, I'm here. Well, I keep booing. I'll keep doing this. That was my personality, and that was me. Obviously this era of football is a little bit different. There's a lot more pressure on players now. There's a lot more ways that people can attack you. Obviously Instagram, obviously Facebook, Twitter, etc. There's loads of ways people want to try and abuse you as trolls and that sort of thing. So I think it's quite hard this time round. I think as a player, I was never really too fussed about it, but obviously I'm getting towards the end of my career now, and my skin's a lot thicker than what it was when I was younger.
Yeah. Another one for Alfie. I will say to everybody who's listening and watching, when we spoke to Alfie 18 months ago, and I checked the stats of the day, and it's still our most listened to podcast so far. So that's, which I think is brilliant. If you haven't already, that's back in 2020 time. If you haven't listened to that already, go back and listen, because there's bits here obviously we've already covered. But Paul Barnfield wants to know, how close did you ever come for signing for us again? I know you mentioned last time, but it was a conversation, weren't it?
Yeah, a couple of times. I spoke to Warnie a couple of times. there was one time before I went to Bolton in League One, before we got promoted with Bolton, I spoke to Warnie then, and I think he come in as interim manager then, and I was like, Warnie, do you want me? I'm leaving Wigan, because I played against Rotherham and I was playing left wing for Wigan. I come on a sub at left wing, and I was like, this, come on, this isn't me. And I spoke to Warnie afterwards, and I was just like, I'm leaving Wigan. Like they're not like the manager's not playing me. I just want to play. That's all I want to do. And he's like, look, I'd love to sign you, but I'm not making the decisions, or I'm not having the final say, so whatever. I'll give it to the director of football, whoever it was at the time. I'm not too sure who it was.
That guy from Brighton, I can't remember his name now. John Jackson or something like that.
Mate, no, I don't think it was Jackson. I think the one before him.
Can't remember before him.
This is one for you, lads. I have no idea.
This was your first season watching us, Danny. You should remember.
Carlton Morris, I think
we did till we were injured.
For Norwich. I think they signed him at the time in the January. And I was messaging Warnie. I said, look, I've got Bolton, but obviously I prefer to stay in the Championship and play if I'm going to play. Like, obviously, I'll come to you, get fit and play. Like, I've got no qualms about that. I want to get fit and play. Like, I need to, be in the shop window really for whatever happens next. And obviously Warnie was really interested, but I don't think the director of football liked me. So it never really went further than that. Well, obviously Warnie always liked me because he knew what I could bring. And I think even the season after that, when I was on a free, but my head was already at Bolton then because we got promoted. Obviously we got promoted to Bolton, and they were like, look, we're desperate to sign you. But Rotherham were like, yeah, we want to sign you as well. And I was like, well, I've had such a great time at Bolton. I can't really do that. Like, I wouldn't really entertain the talks really. And I just went from there and obviously stayed with Bolton. And then I think that January time, I was looking to not leave Bolton, but I was unhappy because I'd not played. I played 2 games, and we were like losing every week, and I was like, what's going on? Sort of thing. We sort of need someone to score, and no one's doing it. Like, can I help? And it wasn't really happening. So I sort of looked to leave, asked Warnie if he'd be interested, and he was like, yeah, of course I'd be interested. And then it come towards the end of the window, and they just kiboshed everything. Bolton said, no, you're not going. We need you now. Because I think they sold Gary Medine. And then I sort of played a little bit towards the end. I got into towards February time in the team and played for like 2 months, 3 months, and sort of finished the season there. And then after that, I was mentally fatigued, I'll say, from English football.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. I was the next question. About role as a striker. Keepers and strikers' roles are quite similar in terms of if you have a bad game as a striker, there's a good chance the team aren't going to win the game because you're not scoring goals. Same with a keeper. Keeper has a bad game. We've probably made a mistake. Again, it's just a strange breed of each stage of a football, each position of a footballer has its own strangeness and uniqueness. And as a striker, do you thrive on that? I've got to perform.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's something that my sort of upbringing was sort of, drilled into me. Obviously the team side of things, that if things are not going well for you on the pitch as a player, you have to work hard. Like, you just have to run around. That's the only way out of it. You have to try and create problems for someone so someone else can, reap the rewards of that, I think. And as a striker, if it's not going well for you, normally you get brought off. Simple as that, really. You can't really do that with the keeper, obviously. You don't really see keepers getting brought off too often. But I think the strange thing for me is that as a striker, I would prefer to be missing chances than to be getting no chances at all. Because, ultimately, I know I'd score. So if I keep getting chances, I know I'm going to score. It's inevitable. But if I'm getting no chances, then I know I'm not going to score because something's not right. Like, I used to be like, something isn't right if I'm not getting chances in a game, because how are we meant to win? Like that was me being selfish in the way I was thinking, especially when I was playing for Rotherham. 100%. If I'm not getting chances, there's a good chance we're not going to win it. And if I was getting chances, there's a good chance I'm going to score. A very good chance I'm going to score, and a very good chance we're going to be very successful off the back of that, because the sort of team was, I wouldn't say focused, but sort of relied on me a little bit, which I loved. Don't get me wrong, I loved it. I loved the fact that I was the go-to guy sort of thing to score the goals and get all the adulation. And obviously you can't score every week as a striker. I know that, obviously, but there was nothing more than I tried my hardest to do that. But obviously, there's going to be spells where you have 2 or 3 games without scoring, 4 games without scoring, etc. Because defenders have to, teams obviously change the way they play, or they come up with tactics for you because they don't want to be, I won't say embarrassed by it, but they don't want to see the same thing happen. Fundraising goal, they'll put someone else on me or whatever. It's always funny enough when I played Crew. Every time we played against Dario's Crew, he had me man marked. With every game I played against him, he'd have a centre half just follow me all around the pitch.
Get on that, Lafondra. Get on him.
No, it was literally that, because I remember we played them at Gresty Road in my 3rd season, just before I left. Yeah, yes. 3rd season. And I had, I think it was Curtis Nelson, and he followed me the whole way around the pitch. And I was speaking to, obviously Andy Scott was the gaffer. And after 10 minutes, I was like to him, do you want me to just stand out on left wing and just pull the centre half out here? And he was like, no, because you can't score there. I was like, but I'm taking a player away. And he's like, no, just go and play your normal game. So I just got this guy running around with me the whole game. And I remember scoring. And then I remember after the game, Dario was like, he's done 2 things all game. He's had 1 shot where the keeper's tipped it over and he scored. And I've had a man on him all game. I don't know how he does it. And I was just like, I actually found it, I was buzzing off it, because obviously, other things aside, Dario's a legend in the football world. Obviously, the other stuff I'm not too sure on. But that was really flattering for me. I was like, wow, this guy's doing all sorts to stop me trying to score here. I've done it anyway, which was a big boost for my confidence. But I felt like no one could stop me anyway. That's what it felt like for me. I felt like pretty much no one could stop me, definitely in League Two. And even now, at 35, I don't think, there's many defenders who can keep me quiet. If you give me chances, I'm going to score. That's sort of what I've said from probably about 9 years old till now.
Yeah. Well, I think we talked about this in the last time we spoke, and you talked about that kind of ego and arrogance that a striker has to have. It's not you can be like that if you want to. You have to have that sort of confidence, self-confidence in yourself, that that if you're given the opportunity, you are going to take 8 out of 10 of them or whatever. And is that something that you sort of, the kind of the mental work, if you like, the psychological side of the game is quite, I find quite interesting. Is it something that you have to work on as a striker, or is that just you, or is that what you've sort of become by playing in that position? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're trying. Yeah, I think for me, I think from young, I'd always scored a lot of goals. So I'd sort of always been, that kid. Like who'd score 30, 40 goals a season. So from young, it was sort of like, obviously this is like Sunday League and junior football. No one can really stop me at my age group or the age group above. And then I'd go into, when I was signed for Stockport Centre of Excellence, I was 30 goals a season for them from probably 11 years up to 17. I was in the youth team. Like I'd score against all the big teams we'd play, and I'd score. I just scored most weeks pretty much. So for me, it felt like that was like a routine for me. And I've always been a confident kid from even when I was playing Sunday League, I'd always have a little bit of arrogance about me. Never saying anything, but I'd always try to emulate, say, Cantona. Like I used to walk around with my chest out and collar up on my shirt, and here I am, sort of thing. And I probably looked the right one as a kid doing that. But I guess it was just part of my makeup as a player. And even when I went through barren spells as a kid, 16, 17 with Stockport in the youth team and stuff, when I went from 16 to youth team was a big step up for me. It's totally different. Players are way more developed than you physically, and it was a huge adjustment period for me as a kid to see that when normally I'm scoring every week in these games, and now I'm not really scoring. I was like, oh, hold up, like let's just strip things back and reset. And I think a lot from my coaches as well, I've always had a lot of positive reinforcement, and I think that's sort of helped me, especially when I was younger, definitely to help me justify what I think of myself as a player. Like, don't get me wrong, I know I'm not the best player in the world or anything like that, but I always knew I was a very good goal scorer. Even as a kid, I knew if I get chances, I was going to score. And whenever I did it whenever I got chances in the first team, when I was 17, 18, I'd score. So, from a young age, I was sort of justified in what I was thinking. And, lucky for me, it came to fruition. Obviously, I worked really hard on my craft and practiced what I preached, because a lot of the times you have to drag me off the training field to improve on finishing and working on how I'm going to score goals, on what I can improve as a footballer, and that sort of thing. So, it wasn't just me thinking, yes, I'm a great footballer, so let's go and do that. It was a lot of practice and repetitions made me believe that as well, because, if I do finishing drills, I'd score a lot of goals in that. So that sort of gave me confidence to take it into games, that when I get the chances that I'm practicing, that I'm going to take them.
And we do sometimes have sort of 12, 13-year-old people watching this. So any youngster coming through playing football, playing any other sport, is that sort of advice you've give them is, well, first of all, enjoy it, but make sure you work hard and sort of believe in yourself? Yeah,
definitely. I think, in this day and age now, a lot of young players, 12 to 16 is, the window's sort of been extended a little bit to 18 because of development and how your body develops when you get to, obviously, 14, 15, 16, everyone develops differently, and late bloomers, etc. But I think, you have to get comfortable with the ball if you want to play in the Premier League. Definitely, you have to master the ball. You have to be comfortable both feet. Like you say, enjoyment is number one. But if you work hard at the basic things, the difficult things become easy, because the basic things in football is such an underrated thing. A midfielder being able to scan and check the shoulders, knowing they can open out and switch the play, might be a menial thing and something that's, should be done by every player. Not every player can do that. And, it relieves pressure in games. A striker taking the ball in and holding up relieves pressure off the back four, helps them come up. Knowing when to win a free kick, knowing when to obviously get that a little bit more with experience and age, but knowing when to hold on to the ball, release the ball, when to time your runs, etc. They're the sort of things you need to work on definitely as a young kid. Like I said, there's been I've seen a lot of increase in one-on-one football coaches and that sort of thing. But you don't have to have a coach to do that. You can see plenty of stuff on YouTube to, kick a ball against a wall, receive it, etc. And definitely hone on, for me, ball mastery is number one. Is definitely being comfortable both feet. I think for a modern day footballer, you have to be very good in tight areas if you want to play, at the top end of things, in the top end of world football, and obviously the Premier League, which is the best league in the world. You've got to, the ball's got to be your friend. It can't be an enemy, which, football's shifting away from that. I think 15, 20 years ago, it wasn't quite like that. Definitely in the lower leagues. So, where everyone's becoming a lot more comfortable, and, that's the sort of thing you have to work on. And obviously, the work rate and appetite for the game, sort of breeds off that.
I'll have to show Nevaeh that clip, because she wants to be a striker. when she's older, and she's very good with the ball at the minute because we played a little kickabout last week, and for some reason they stuck me at centre half, and she's got the ball and gone straight past me, and it's like she's
did you, Danny?
I got done by a 12-year-old. That sounds really strange to say, but she took the ball straight past me. It's like, wow, how have you managed that? I went and stood up front the rest of the game and I scored. Like, fair enough. Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah. For anyone who's sticking around, you will be on the training session later on the stream as well. Awesome. So you can watch her take the ball past me again, which would be fun.
Brilliant. I don't want to keep you too long, Alfie, but we've got a couple more things I want to talk about with you, if that's all right. First of all, Stockport. I know you're a Stockport boy. As somebody who grew up playing Stockport every week, I thought it was what happened to them was almost heartbreaking as a football club. But they're almost back in the Football League. They're running clear at the top of the National League. How great would it be to see Stockport back as a Football League club?
Yeah, I think it was a matter of time, really. I think after last season, they had a lot of good groundwork laid down there. Like I've said before, the chairman there has got a great vision for Stockport and the town and the club as a whole to really take them on. And I can only see them kicking on. Obviously, touch wood that they finish up the season as strongly as they're playing right now, and obviously how they've played all season under Dave Challoner after he obviously took over from Rusk. They've got a great chance of bringing the town some real joy because they've been starved of success because obviously they've been down in the doldrums of Conference North. Obviously they've been in the conference a few years, and now they've got the backing to get out of that league and really do some damage in League Two as well. You look at Sutton who came out of the conference and are fighting for promotion in League Two straight away. So I think Stockport will really use this as a springboard, getting out of the conference and going from strength to strength in League Two. Obviously they're like I say, they're healthily backed. So I expect a lot of good players wanting to play for them because you can see them trending in the right direction. Very much like obviously Salford, but Salford have stalled a little bit in League Two. But obviously I don't see Stockport having as many problems as that because, like I say, the blueprint that I've seen, and I know the youth team manager very well, and he's spoken about what sort of things are going to come, and the plans that there is in place for them, and I can only see them going from strength to strength, and having a healthy Stockport back in the league is great for Stockport as a whole, and I think it'll be good for the league because they are obviously, without being disrespectful, they have a league club, but they've not been that for a few years, and I think Stockport will be revitalised for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm looking forward to playing back in league, playing at Cup earlier this season, obviously. I'm looking forward to playing at league again.
There's no way that they're a non-league club. Absolutely no way. It's an outrage. And I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that because you're on here, Alfie. We said it in the podcast when we played them. It's an absolute outrage that a club like Stockport is in the National League, and obviously, I mean that league is littered with football league clubs.
Look at Notts County as well.
Absolutely, and that there's another outrage.
Wrexham were back in football league, weren't they?
Yeah, Wrexham.
So anyway, I'll shut up now. Sorry.
I thought you were going to ask a question. I thought you did this all the time, but you start talking. I think there's a question coming.
It just comes out. I try and keep it in. But
does that warrant the flag, or does it stay down?
No, mate. No.
So I want to ask about your particular. Obviously, you mentioned you're 35. What age do you start thinking after post-career coaching, punditry, anything? Are you at that stage yet where you're thinking beyond, or are you just enjoying football a minute?
Both. Obviously, I've got one eye on what's going to happen in the future for me, but obviously I want to play as long as I can. My body's been really good. Touch wood. Realistically, I've not really had many injuries over my career, so still feel really good in myself. I'm still flying about as I do. My stats on the GPS are still high enough for me to look at them and think, I'm keeping up with the younger players, and I'm going beyond them as well in my output as well. So for me, I don't know. I think my body will tell me, when it's time to pack up. But obviously, I've got an eye on the future, and obviously, I want to stay involved in football, and I'd love to work in youth development. I think something like 16 to say 21s is somewhere where I want to work in in that sort of environment, helping, you know, develop young strikers. I think I can be a real asset in that, and you know, that's something I'm really looking forward to doing. And but obviously, I don't know how close that is, and I don't know how far away that is. So obviously, it's something that I've got in my mind, but it's not at the forefront of my mind at the minute. I'm still fully focused on football, and I think that's the way it is for me. I think you know, I'm quite lucky in the fact that I'm living a great life out here, and I'm able to, you know, prolong my career as not as long as I want, but as long as I can for the time being. And but obviously, I've got to produce off the back of that, which is, you know, a nice pressure to have as well. So, like I say, I'm just enjoying football, and you know, I know I've got one eye on what's going on next, but it's not, you know, it's not coming too soon, I guess.
Yeah. And one final Rotherham United question for me. It might be a slightly unfair one. I want to talk about Andy Scott for the brief period you played under him. We spoke with Ben Pringle, who played there at the same time, and he was basically frozen out by Andy Scott, and for one reason or another. I'm just interested in the Andy Scott, because you left very briefly, so it might be an unfair question, but how was Andy Scott as a manager? For that brief period he was your manager, did you really enjoy playing with him, or did it end up very well from our place anyway? How was that?
You know, funny enough, actually, I had a really good relationship with him. I think, obviously, at the end of that season, before when we finished up, I did an interview and said, look, I want to play higher. I've scored a lot of goals here. We've not been promoted. If I stay at Rotherham, I won't be signing a new contract. I want to play higher. But if I stay, I'm obviously going to score goals, because that's what I do. So when I first came back for pre-season, he pulled me in and said, look, I want you to be the main man here. I'm going to build a team around you. I'm going to get you out of this league, etc., etc. I've developed players before at Brentford, and you know, obviously, all the right things for me as a player to hear. And I just said, look, I'm coming here to work hard. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to get in great shape, and I'm going to score goals. I don't know how long you're going to have me for. Obviously, I want to play out. If I get a chance to move, then I want to move. I said that to him straight away, and he was like, look, if it's right for the club and right for you, then we won't hold you back. You've been a great servant here. You know, it sort of went hand in hand. It was a very cordial conversation, and we never really had a disagreement. Even pre-season, obviously, there was a few bids for me in pre-season from Chef Wednesday, but they were derisory, so it never really went anywhere. And even the Reading one, that was last minute. It wasn't like we've been talking for a few weeks or like I'd known about it. It was literally, we played, like I say, Barnet, and I think 2 days later a bid had been accepted, and I was in the car. I didn't even discuss terms. I was in the car. I was gone. I was like, right, yeah, whatever. I'll see it. I'm driving down. I drove down and then got my contract in the car. I was like, yeah, I'll sign it. I want to go play. I don't care. So yeah, it was always a good relationship. You know, he tried a few different things with me and the way we played as well, which was nice for me, because I don't think he just see me as an out-and-out 9. He wanted me to play a little bit deeper and arrive late into the box. Obviously, we had Grabs as well at that time, so me and Grabs had a really good relationship, and we started the season really well. I remember the game at Plymouth away. Like, I played sort of as a 10 that game, and I really enjoyed it. Like, because obviously he sort of forecasted that they were going to try and hone in on me. Me playing a little bit deeper, you know, unlocked a few other things, and I managed to score 2 goals, and I think we smashed them 4-something in the end, 4-2 maybe. Yeah, and like I say, I really enjoyed working with him. I thought he was a good manager. Like I say, he was really good with me, and I enjoyed my time with him. There was never any arguments or anything like that with him. I know a few other players did have arguments with him. Obviously, Popey had a big hoo-ha with him as well. But you know, that's football. You know,
happens,
a new manager comes in, they're not going to like everyone. So you know, I was quite lucky that the manager liked me, and obviously I liked him as well. I liked the way he works. He wanted to play more football, which suited me.
Just to point out some new Rotherham, any sort of younger or newer Rotherham United fans. Yes, Rotherham United did have Adam Lafondra and Lewis Graben playing up front for him. Yes, we did.
Yeah, only a brief spell though.
I know, but Jesus, man, what a combo! You know, oh mate.
Well, just off the back of that, mate, imagine telling Rotherham fans in 2016 that we'd have Will Grigg up front.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yes, that comment, yeah.
Grigg is, to be fair, Grigg is a great guy as well. I played for him at Wigan. He's a great guy.
He kind of comes with that reputation a bit, much like yourself in terms of he is a goal scorer. He's going to score your goals. He's going to score your goals, and he's come to us and he's scored a couple. But the thing about Grigg is what he does off the ball and with the ball away from goal. You know, his contribution to the team.
He's so clever with ball. His runs and his movements are so clever.
Yeah. Not anymore.
You've got the other strikers scoring goals as well. You've got Smith scoring goals as well. So it's always hard for both strikers to be scoring at the same time as well.
Yeah, exactly. One last fan question, Mark Gambles. Again, it might be a different one because I don't know how much of Rotherham you've seen this season. But if you could pick a current Rotherham player squad to play with, who would it be? Again, if you don't know, that's fine.
You play 3-5-2 now, though, so it's different, isn't it? We never really played that way. I think, obviously, for the sake of it, I'd go with Smith, wouldn't I? You know what I mean? As a big man, target man who's renowned for holding the ball up and, you know, nicks a few goals as well. It'd probably take a bit more pressure off me as a player. And, you know, you can only imagine the partnership, you know, potentially we would have, you know, both playing, you know, as we do say now, him at his age now and me at the age I played for Rotherham and the role I played for Rotherham at my age. You know, I think we would have caused a lot of problems for a lot of teams.
It would be a right combo, that. Proper combo.
And Ben, you've got a mute button if you want to cough, mate.
I didn't. It was an unexpected cough, so.
You've got another 11 hours of this, mate, so get used to the mute button, will you?
It's nice for you to contribute anyway, mate.
I'm just watching. This happened last time. I'm just watching and listening.
Last time. Yeah.
It did actually,
Yeah, last time we spent 45 minutes talking to Alfie. Me and Alfie had a conversation while Ben sat next to me, just watching.
His mute button was on, weren't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a question I'm going to ask all players now. Is there anything you want to ask Rotherham fans? Is there a question of your time that you want to ask us or any Rotherham fans? I know that's a bit of a strange thing to ask, maybe, but is there anything? If there isn't, then don't worry about it. I thought I'd try it out. We did it with Victor when we spoke to Victor, our keeper in Christmas. He asked us about best team we'd seen that season. So I just thought we'd throw it out there.
I don't know.
I should have asked you this before, so you could have thought about it.
Yeah, you should have given me a bit of heads up so I could have a bit of research on you.
Sorry about that, mate.
It does seem to us as well, Alfie, to be fair.
Think on the spot without sounding just about me. I'll leave it.
That's fine.
In fact, now we'll go with this. Who was the most... Who was the most underrated player from our team that you thought? From obviously 2008, I'd say, to 11, weren't it?
Yeah, 2008 to 11.
Or was it 8, 9? Might have been 8, 9. Yeah. Is it?
Let me find out.
Yeah, I wasn't competent enough to understand
10,
football.
11, and then 11, 12 are left.
You're asking. This is one, unfortunately for me and Mick, I can't even duck out of this one. Ben, do you remember any players from it then? Because I know you were a wee baby back then, weren't you?
Ruben Reid.
Ruben, that was before Alfie.
He didn't play with me. He was before me.
Oh, that's the only person I can remember.
I did play with him at Rochdale though.
Well, you're not having it, Ben.
What about Jason Taylor? Did he play? I remember him at Don Valley.
J-Bro.
They were my favourite, J-Bro.
They were Mick's favourite. No, Mick weren't a fan, to be honest with you.
Wait, did you play with Danny Harrison?
Yeah.
I like Danny Harrison. For me, I thought he was very, very underrated. He was one of those midfielders that I felt was going to kick on, and I don't think he really ever did after he left us. But for me, that would be my answer. Danny Harrison, I thought. I liked him a lot.
I'm going to go Pablo Mills. I love Pablo Mills playing at centre at Park. And it didn't make any sense, but it just worked sometimes. It was brilliant.
Mills, he was good, man.
Yeah. Brilliant. Mick, Ben, Danny, anything else you want to ask Alfie before we let him go and enjoy an evening in Australia?
Catch some spiders and snakes.
No, nothing from me, mate.
Ben, do you want to contribute anything?
Nah. I contributed players. I contributed a player. Contributed Jason Taylor.
Didn't even play when Alfie were playing, yeah.
Yeah, Jason Taylor was my answer to the question.
Oh, sorry. I apologise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that question. I was just picking up the football magazines, going, "Oh, Rotherham have a football team in 2008." But yeah, my one question, and it's all based on hypotheticals. Hypothetically, if Paul Warne rings you and says, "Alfie, I want you to come back," and these are your front lines options. You've got Smith, Grigg, Kelly, the young Irish striker we've got KO'd. What's your answer? One last hurrah at English football, or are you stayed in Australia?
I think you'd have to put it in front of me. I think it'd have to be in front of me for me to decide. I would never say never, 100% never say never, because I was sort of thinking that before coming back to Australia, was I going to go and, have a last hurrah somewhere, or not last hurrah really, would have gone and played back in English football again after, a 3-year sort of hiatus of being successful outside of England, and would have go and, start travelling around England again. And I think if the right club asked me, it would be difficult to turn down for sure. But it depends, it's passing ships in the night sort of thing. It's always about the right timing, and I'm not sure it is the right timing. So I don't know. Like I say, it depends what happens at the right time, etc., and what my mindset is at that situation, and what I can give at that situation as well. Because like I say, I feel great now at this moment in time, but it might be different in 12 months' time, or 24 months' time, etc., depending on whenever I do leave Australia, if I do leave Australia, etc. But I would never say never to definitely playing for a club that I love playing for, and I've been successful for. I would love that to sort of curtail my career at a club like that, where I've been, I wouldn't say adored, but felt love, and I'd both ways love of, I love the performing for the fans, and the fans love watching me play. I would love to play for a club who appreciated me then to finish my career, definitely. But I wouldn't want to be, just a token gesture. I'd want to contribute. That's my mindset, and I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But like I say never, but I'd put it under unlikely.
Want to get on phone?
I'll just message him now.
Alfie, this has been brilliant. Thank you very much for giving us an hour of your time. Good luck in Australia for the rest of the season and rest of your career down there, and maybe see you back in England soon.
Cheers, thanks guys.
Cheers, Alfie. Thank you.
Work,
Thanks very much. See you.
Great work. Take care for the rest of the day. Enjoy the day.
We'll try. Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you later, guys. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
So for anybody interested, that will be out as an episode, as a 67-minute episode throughout the week. So we've got Alfie done, tick. We've got Trevor Berry coming on in less than an hour. That'll also be out as an audio episode later on in the week. If Mick can be bothered, he'll edit it, so there's an hour long Alfie.
What?
YouTube. You know what Mick's like.
Oh, I don't do editing anymore. I'm beyond that now. Don't do it.
I don't know about you, Tyler, already.
I'll say I'm turning into Mick. I really need the toilet, but
I bought some energy drinks to put me on, and I was going to sort of try and hold off, but they won't be. But we've still got stuff to talk about. Ben, how are you doing?
I'm good. I don't know what you were going to talk about, but
What now?
What? Yeah. Well, I don't know when. I knew you were going to talk about it sometimes, about the red card appeal. I don't know if you had that in your plans to talk about.
Hang on.
it is now.
No, it is now.
But
Before you do that, Ben.
Yeah.
As we're going to mention this every hour, obviously we're trying to do a fundraising. So if you can, we're doing all these players, trying to make it fun and games. If you can donate, please do so. If you go into justgiving.com/NYT Ukraine, you can donate. I'll go through who's already donated. I'll name check the people that have already put some money in. Chris Burrows put 25 quid in yet, quid 25. And Phil Rowlandson, Kaza, I put a tenner in. For you, if you put it in, we'll sort of let everybody know that you've been kind enough to donate to us. Not to us. We're not getting the cash. To what's happened in Ukraine, we'll keep mentioning it every hour of the day, because it's a cause we are very, very much passionately behind. I think it's really important to support these basically innocent people that have had their lives turned upside down, and I can only imagine what they're going through. And thankfully, we only have to imagine; we don't have to go through it ourselves. It's pinned, if you pinned to our Twitter page, go to our Twitter page. It's pinned to the top. If you go to our Facebook page, it's pinned to the top. What I'll do while we're doing this, I will also add it as a comment to our YouTube. So if you watch it on YouTube, you'll be able to see it as the top comment as well. Up to I've put as a target at 500 quid, and we're on 90, nearly on 100 quid, and we're an hour into this nonsense. And also, if you're thinking about dropping in now, what I will say is for the last hour of the day, 8 while 9, we have a Rotherham themed quiz. It's not all just Rotherham United; it's Rotherham's questions about town, questions about the team, the general knowledge round, 40 or so questions to wrap up Saturday night. So if you're going to thinking about dropping out, come back for the last hour. Well, come back for Trevor Berry at 11, because that'd be brilliant, and then come back for then as well.
Are you suggesting from that people are not going to sit in front of the computers and watch us on YouTube all day?
I mean, not everybody might.
I mean,
you know what else to do.
I can tell you now that probably around about 10:30, 12:30, 2:30, and 4:30, Ben will be eating one of his many meals of the day.
Yeah, because I'm an athlete. How much training have you done the past week, Mick?
Oh, loads, mate.
You don't need the calories that I need. So
Ben wanted a break today, so he could go
on a walk.
Go on a walk.
Yeah, go on a walk. Shoot me.
Ben wanted a break to go on a walk, and yet I'm carrying on the live stream. I'm having a football training session.
I can take you on my walk, to be fair. But
when you walk, that's true.
I'm having a professional setup when I'm football training. Donna's very kindly said that she's going to film, so I'm having tripod and phone with portable charger so I don't drop out or anything. And then Donna is going to try and not swear on commentary, but I'm making no promises whatsoever. So yeah, you get to see about 14 very unfit blokes run around a football pitch for 40 minutes.
I'm really looking forward to that.
What position do you play, Danny?
Up top.
Oh, of course. Target man.
Yeah, I don't know. The best way to describe it, I'm like the centre forward, but to really be effective, I need like an off striker.
Yeah. Like Smith?
A little bit, maybe about 4 stone heavier, but yeah.
Yeah, and just better at football.
Well, don't push it.
Neil Liversidge says, I'm going to watch until the England match unless you are not going to do a watch along. We will be doing a watch along. There's a small chance we may have a guest coming on during the England game. We may not. It's a teaser, making it. We're trying to get former Miller on, but he still plays. So that's skewed a couple of. We've had about 3 guests. We've had Alfie and Trevor Berry coming on. Martin McIntosh was going to come on, but he's now got to work. And there's another. I'll not say who it is because he might not come on as well. But these will be guys we're going to talk to in the summer or release in the summer. We've got a couple of former players coming to talk to us, which I'm pretty excited about, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man.
Ben, ask a question.
So, right, I don't know if, I don't know if any of you have Instagram, but there's a page called Forever IUFC, which is like basically all the news and that. It's actually proper good. And they obviously posted the other day that the red card for Angus McDonald had been upheld, 3-match ban, but it's only in the league. Now I don't understand that. Because I thought it was all competitions, is it not?
No,
a couple of years ago. It used to be all competitions.
Yeah.
They changed it.
There
are different. There's loads of different. So a few years ago, Richie Towell got sent off in the league and missed the FA Cup against Man City.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have missed another competition. I assume if the EFL Cup was still, if we were still in it, they wouldn't have missed that, for example. I don't know why they have to make things more complicated. Either make it apply to everything or make it competition specific. It's
just the FA being the FA. I mean, this is going out on a limb here, and I'm sorry if someone watches this from the FA and gets a bit frowny about it, but it just goes back to the history of football. But when it was just the league and the FA Cup, if you got sent off, then you were done for the league and the FA Cup. But since they've brought in other competitions and tinkered with them, both positively and negatively, they've just not really applied it to it, which is bizarre. Because it's like the red cards don't apply in the EFL Cup and the EFL Trophy, but they apply in the FA Cup. One of the competitions is a closed competition, sort of, and the other one's just like a little backup competition. So it's like, well, surely it should be across the boards. Like, I get what you're saying, Ben, about it should be across the board, I think. It should be, you've been naughty in that game and it'll impact your team wherever they play. But for whatever reason, it's just League and FA Cup, which is really bizarre, isn't it?
It's a moot point, really. It shouldn't have been upheld. It weren't a red card. Straightforward as that. You know, and that all it is the FA and PGA, MOL or OML or whatever they are, just looking after their referees, just trying to protect them and refusing to accept that they need any training.
I can't believe it's not been overturned, you know.
For me, that's also a mood point. Well, it is for me because I wouldn't have played him. I'd have played Hardy. It's irrelevant for me.
Ben, I got a question. Is it a moot point or a mood point?
Moot.
It's a moot point.
That's
sorry, Ben. I'm sorry.
I said moot.
Then you said mood.
I'm sorry, I said moot.
Anyway, sorry, Ben.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been a red card.
But
it's clear from the video. It's clear from the video. It's not a red.
Would you play him if he was fit? Not if he was fit. If he wasn't suspended, would you play him?
Yes.
Start him over Harding.
No, I wouldn't start him over Harding, but
no,
you're right. I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a difficult one because he's been out for a year.
Yes,
and last year he was one of our best. It was our most consistent defender last season.
But I accept what Ben's going to say. I know what Ben's going to say. Yeah, he's got a mistake in him. They've all got mistakes in him. Woody's been swinging his foot at balls for the last 3 or 4 games and missing completely. You know, they've all.
Whilst you lot are arguing, I'm going to nip off the toilet.
Yeah, man. Come along because I need to go.
It's different. It's different. The mistakes. The thing is, right. The mistake. It's not a. I don't know. He's got a tempered mistake in him.
Yeah, it's the rash decision.
He's telling me it's like
Ramos. He's got a Ramos decision in him. He's got that stupid challenge.
Yeah, I can.
Anyway, let me interrupt you. Because we've now hit £100. We've now tipped over the £100 mark on the fundraising. That is from Matt Squires. Let's chucked a few quid in. Thank you very much, Matt. I was finding it weird to call to me Matt. I don't know why. It just sounds like I'm talking to myself, and I'm obviously not. Go on, sorry, mate.
I don't know. No, I agree with what Ben says. He has got that sort of mistake in him. That's just his personality. He is a very, very good defender, but he's one of these again. You know, much like Woody. You know, if Woody has a spell out of the team, it takes him 2 or 3 games to get back up to speed. And I think that's probably the same with Angus. I think it's been really, really unfair, some of the criticism he's had on social media. But then you expect that, don't you? Because some of the melts that put stuff on there. But yeah, I mean, he's unlucky. He's very, very, very unlucky to have that upheld, in my view. I cannot understand the reasoning, and I assume that there's been no reason given as to why they've upheld it. The
club would have been given it. I don't think the club would release it really.
But that decision's final. You can't then appeal the appeal, can you? You know what I mean?
So no, because there'll be an endless cycle.
But the point is, you know, what input can you have as a club? You know, because what you've been able to do is to sit down next to the person making the decision and say, right, let's go through this video frame by frame, and you explain to me your thought process at upholding that decision, because he has jumped. I mean, somebody said he's led with the elbow. He's not. His elbow couldn't be closer to his side. His elbow is literally at the side of his body. You know, and he's made contact with the player because the player has not jumped, he's not gone for the ball, he's turned his back on the player and the ball with the intention of fouling the player. That's what's happened.
Foul on McDonald, isn't it?
Say again?
Foul on McDonald.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's just nothing. It's one ball. We could just carry on playing.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you're going to give a decision, though.
If you're going to give a decision, it's a foul the other way.
Yeah.
And the people who are making these decisions or who are upholding these decisions need, and I use that word advisedly, they need to come out and explain the rationale behind those decisions to supporters. So supporters understand and players understand and teams understand where they stand in terms of referees and refereeing decisions. Does that make sense? Let us know. If they came out and said, right, we're making this decision because of X, Y, and Z. In our view, his elbow was away from his body and he probably led with it. It looks like he led with it. It could be argued either way, but we think he led with it. And the referee made that decision based on that. Probably still wouldn't agree with it. But what you do know is you understand that the thought process behind making that decision. And you can go, well, all right, yeah, fair enough. Maybe X, Y, or Z. I can see where you're coming from. But at the moment, all we see is no.
Yeah, but the problem is, what if the thought process is complete nonsense? Then the referees
don't make the decision then.
But they've made the decision. He looks like a complete mug, but they can't overturn it because they've got one angle.
But if they come back to you and say, look, we understand why the referee's given this because of the angle that he's seen it at. He thinks that we all understand. Yeah, we all know that he's got one view of it, and we all know that he's made a decision. He's made a decision too quickly. So the only criticism that will come out of the referee in that instance is that he's made his decision too quickly without thinking about it. Not the fact that he's made that decision. Does that make sense? And I know
this is not a problem with the referees. It's a problem. They're not going to come out and criticize their employees just as a thing. They should. I agree with that.
They should.
But they're not going to do that because that's just life. I agree with that, but they're just not going to do that.
Yeah, they're trying to treat it. I think they're trying to treat it like a business. If I got disciplined by my work, that's nobody else's business but mine and my team, my boss. But and I suppose that's what they're trying to do. The problem is, football isn't any other work. It isn't any other industry. It should be as transparent as possible. Every single sport should be as transparent as possible, and there are other sports which
they are
not, But
no, they are. Other sports,
not all of them.
Hang on a minute.
More transparent.
What about
no.
doing your sport next to 10 kilometers from a missile attack?
Oh, yeah. That's okay.
We can talk about that in a bit if you like. I'll be back.
Yeah, we've got to fill time to this, so we're going to be talking about. We'll cover Rotherham United as much as we possibly can, to be honest with you. But we'll obviously we'll talk about me and Mick, a big Formula One fan. Ben's interested. You interested in Formula One at all?
I'm a big Formula.
I'll have it honest, there's nothing else on. Does that make me interested?
We'll probably talk about that while Dennis playing football then.
I mean, I watched the whole Verstappen-Hamilton thing, and I was just like,
okay. We'll probably talk about TV and films, music. We've got so much time to fill. We will talk. Mick's going to be watching the qualifying as well. I'll probably have it split screen in the game.
Am I
watching the friendly from the pub? This is going to be hilarious. I'm going to be downstairs watching it. I've even said, can I have like a table where I can set up a watch along thing outside on the big screen? Because let's face it, it's a very nice day outside.
Yeah, it's beautiful again, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like, I'm going in a pub garden, and no one's stopping me.
Go on, Ben, be offended.
I'm going to watch qualifying as well. I'm a big. You missed me off that you was like, me and Mick are big F1 fans. I'm a big F1 fan. I'm a big F1 fan. Okay. F1 fantasy and anything. I bet you are.
Can you name all the drivers?
Yeah.
Current drivers?
Yes.
Go on then.
All right, so you got Hamilton, Russell.
Yep.
Give
it for people on F1. Give us the teams if you can as well.
Okay, that's fine. So you got Russell and Hamilton, who drive for Mercedes, AMG, Petronas, whatever.
I don't need that much. Come on, for God's sake.
Verstappen and Perez drive for Red Bull.
Red Bull Racing, actually.
Red Bull Racing. Ricciardo and Norris drive for McLaren.
I've heard of Norris. That's one I've heard of. That's Lando Norris, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, Sainz and Leclerc for Ferrari. Bottas and is it Joe?
I'll give you that. Zhang Guan Yu Zhou or Zhou Guan Yu, depending on if you want to say it in proper Chinese way.
They drive for is it Alfa Romeo?
It is, well done.
You got Gasly and Gasly.
Here we go.
Pierre Gasly. And who is it?
He's very little. He's very tiny.
Yuki Tsunoda.
Yes, I got where you got it from. That brilliant.
Yuki Tsunoda. Who drive for? Is it, who drive for? I can't remember.
They gotta get the new name as well, not their old name.
Oh, are these the ones that had to change because of the whole Russian thing?
No, that's a different one. No.
It's not Alpine, is it?
No.
I'm lost. Oh no, who is it? Alpha Tauri.
Scuderia Alpha Tower, yeah.
Oh, give it a rest.
I'd give him that. That's close enough.
Then you've got who have I been to?
This is uncharted territory for me now. I have no clue.
Then you got Mick Schumacher and Magnussen for Haas.
Oh, of course, it's Schumacher's kid, isn't it?
You've got
they're the ones that have to change the sponsorship for Russia.
Yeah, you've got Vettel, which is currently Hulkenberg, driving for Aston Martin with Alonso. No.
Alonso does drive.
Yeah, he drives for Alpine.
Just joined us, Mick.
Lance Stroll. He's joined.
We're testing Ben's knowledge of all the F1 drivers.
All right. Okay.
Lance Stroll, he drives for Aston Martin as well. So then you got Alonso and who else drives for Alpine? You got Alonso. Who else drives for Alpine?
We need countdown clock on, don't we?
Yeah, it is Alpine. The French, so they're very insistent you say it in the way they want. It's Alpine.
Alonso Ocon. Is it Ocon?
Ocon.
You only said French. That made me get him. Oh, who else have I got? So I've got Williams. I've got Latifi and Albon. Is that it?
I think that's it. I would have suspected that's it. Well done, man. I mean, I helped you with some of those.
Oh yeah, but I'd have got him anyway. I've heard of all the drivers. I heard.
We've got 10.5 hours left. Not that I'm counting down.
That's a shame. I've just got countdown timer up on YouTube already. In fact, we use that for the quiz later. Good idea.
Neil Livingston says he used to watch F1, but now watches Formula E that only lasts an hour instead. I have watched some Formula E.
What is it?
It's Formula 1, but with electronic cars, and they're just very tame and very samey. There's nothing interesting, or if that sort of makes sense.
They're all the same.
Yeah, they're not all the same, but they all look the same. They all sound the same. It's just a bit.
I bet it sounds like a swarm of angry wasps going around the track, just like.
Yeah, it's weird.
That unnerves me about electric cars. The fact that they make no noise. I was taking Finesse for a walk last week, and someone who lives at the top of our drive has an electric BMW. So I'm just taking him out, strolling down, going, I'll hear something if it comes behind me. I just hear this buzzing coming from behind me, and turn around, there's this big beamer behind me. It's like, Jesus Christ, where have you come from? It's like Batmobile's just creeped up on me.
Before you, we are now up to £120. The Grundys are getting involved. Scott took some money. Thank you very much, Scott. And Scott Philip Rawlinson just checking in to say, great work, lads. I hope people dig deep. Thank you very much. According to this, we are nearly a quarter of the way to our initial target, which is, like I said, an hour and a half in, 90 minutes in, less than 90 minutes in. Thanks to Alfie for that, I suppose. Big thanks to Alfie for coming on.
Yeah, big thanks to Alfie for coming on as well.
He's great, isn't he? He is brilliant.
And I've planted the seed, you see. I've got, shall I go back to Rotherham and have a bit of time there with Warner? Planted the seed, you see. There you go. So if anyone from the club's tuned in just to watch us for the first opening hours, make sure we haven't said anything naughty. Tell Warner that Alfie may consider coming back. There you go. Yeah. Get me in your scouting network. Do you mind Will Daniels going scouting? Get me in. There you go.
Yeah, I should say we were going to have Will and Lewis with us today, but Will's working on a great opportunity. And Lewis is luckily going to the Warrington Martinez fight tonight in Leeds. Which is when we're finished, I'll be watching that, to be honest with you. So they're both having great days and didn't want to spend it with us for us forwarding about planned.
Well, you said that, I did, but I've had to
go on. You're doing it as we speak, aren't you?
What's that?
Trading.
No, not yet. Not yet. There's nothing happening at the moment. So racing starts about 1 o'clock and tennis about 3. So then I'll be involved over there on that.
Do you know, I said this is going to be really unprofessional today. Mickey, it's easy just to talk to you about this. If I know the login details for YouTube to put this comment on, I'd just do it myself. I don't know login details. I thought you were already logged in.
No, because as you're probably aware, and I mean, I think I may have mentioned this some time ago. My wife managed to throw a cup of tea all over my laptop, which went away to be fixed.
Intentionally or
no?
Well, she says not.
Yeah, we're halfway through a rant and it just coincidentally dropped something over his laptop.
It's like, oh no, the tea's going on your laptop.
Whether it was intentional or otherwise, it remains up for debate. However, it went away to be fixed, and the message that came back was that they were unable to fix it as it was, and I quote, vintage. I mean, it was a MacBook. It's not like you know what I mean. It weren't like some sort of flipping Amiga 32 or whatever
machine.
But anyway, so as a result of that, and my inability, being a boomer, to back up anything, means I've got no passwords left for anything.
Okay,
so,
fair enough. Let's let more daylight upon magic. How are we all eating today? Danny, have you planned your meals out for today? Bear in mind, you still see your laptop for most of it.
No, when I'm hungry, I'm going to the fridge, which is over there. I mean, I've had toast and Marmite, and that's it. I've got a ready meal ready in the fridge, and that's about it.
Like it. My wife's in till 3 o'clock today, so if I get hungry, I can just text my wife to get me something. But after that, I'm screwed.
I mean, I would do that with my mum, but she's still asleep at minute because obviously she's been working and Saturday's a day off. So it's just like, if I say, Mum, can you make me a sandwich? The reply will be, no, make it yourself.
Yeah, possibly. But Mick, Ben, I know Ben. What's 10:30? You must be getting hungry if you're at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I am. Actually, I'm about to pop down for the stack now you've said that. But yeah, my mum's kindly offered to make me my dinner. So
what you having?
Here's a question for the athlete, Ben. What's better for your body, to have 3 bigger meals at set points in the day, or to eat steadily throughout the day? But smaller meals.
Depends what you're trying to
obviously, you can't be having a kebab each hour, can you?
No, because if you're trying to get as much protein in as possible, then it's better to eat little and often, because your body can only digest 40 grams at a time. Or your body can only put 40 grams of it towards muscle at a time. So say you have something with 70 grams of protein in, your body's only going to take 40 grams of that, put it in muscle. So if you want to maximize that, you'd have 40 and a half of it at once, and then have half of it 2 hours later. But I don't know. If you're trying to put on weight, I don't really know.
I'm clearly not trying to put on weight, man.
Yeah. Right. If you're trying to lose weight, I don't know. I don't really pay attention.
I heard to lose weight, this works from people I've spoken to who do diets. I don't diet. I've heard that the best thing to do is to eat your meals and not snack in between. So have your breakfast, dinner, tea. Don't snack in between. Don't have anything in between. And apparently that's good for dieting. Whether it is or not, I can't say.
I've heard it were a little and not very often.
Well, there we go.
I think to lose weight, you eat big portions just of the right foods. If that makes sense.
Okay. It's like a full ball of lettuce.
No, but you know what I mean. You have big portions, but in a big portion, it's not 2 burgers and chips. It's like the right food that's still going to fill you up. Because there is some food, people get that mistaken when you're trying to lose weight, like you always have to be hungry. Like, that's not the case at all. Like, you can eat healthy food, because you can eat healthy food still fill yourself up, but also lose weight as well. Because if you feed yourself to fuel, say you're working out, say you go for a workout to try and help you lose weight, like not an intense one, but you'd fuel yourself for that workout, do the workout, and then eat healthy afterwards. It's what I would do.
Okay. Gerald Smithson says it's a myth. If you're trying to lose weight, a deficit. If you're looking to gain, you have a surplus.
Yeah.
There you go. Whereas Brendan Thieker says he recommends a seafood diet. He sees good, then he eats it. Very good dad joke to have this time in the morning. Appreciate it.
Come on, cheers, Brendan.
God, I just realised.
It happens then as soon as you get, become a dad. I've realised you become amazing at dad jokes. I'm really good. Danny, shall we let everybody know you've been nominated for an award? Can we tell people?
Yes, you can, because I didn't make it to the final, but I was nominated. It was for Influential Student of the Year 2022 for work experience. And safe to say, it caught me very much off guard just to get that email at 1 o'clock in the morning, which was odd, but anyway.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And this counts as work experience, guys. This is work experience.
Well, that's what it says on the form that I submitted to uni anyway.
Yeah. We filled the form in to help Danny do this, and I had to put Mick down as a health and safety guy. I had to put him down as a health and safety guy, and I put Mick's title as the creative director.
Okay.
Well, he is saying that he says, "Shall I push the buttons before the start of every live stream?" So, yeah. It's a bit like wearing an extra large shirt if you're a small, but if it fits, it fits.
I could see my career taking off on a different path here.
Well, you add it to your CV. You've been a creative director for 2 years now.
Creative director for a podcast which has gone up in, it's had the metrics that these things are measured by go up month on month,
percentage wise.
I'm seeing a new career change coming up immediately prior to retiring.
I'm going to say, you told me you want to retire.
Oh yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, that's the career change I'm looking for. Feet up.
Talking of random topics, Mick, have you still got that Bitcoin or part of that Bitcoin you bought all them years ago?
No.
You bought Bitcoin?
You bought a bit of Bitcoin, didn't you?
I bought a little bit, yeah, and it weren't all those years ago. It was only a couple of years ago. I bought high and sold low, as you do.
How much did you buy, Mick? Half a penny's worth.
Yeah, I think I paid about 25 quid and sold it for about 37 quid. That's how small an amount it were. I just bought a tiny amount. It's not for me, and I know that a lot of these football clubs are now moving into this market with these what are they called, NFTs or whatever.
The non-fungible tokens. It's very iffy. That very.
It's more than iffy. It's absolutely more than iffy.
It's funny you mentioned NFTs because I swear Georgie Kelly's just tweeted about it. Something to do with Liverpool.
Liverpool have just issued some, or in the process of doing so. If you want any advice on this, if anybody is thinking about it, in all seriousness, if anybody is thinking about getting involved, if you look at get yourselves on Twitter and look at the price of football, which is an account run by Professor Kieran Maguire. Is he a professor?
Yes,
he's a professor.
Is that the price of football account?
Yeah. He deals with.
It's brilliant.
Is he at Liverpool University? I'm thinking. I might be wrong. I'm not sure. But he explains in some depth in some of the links on some of his tweets, and he is an expert in this area. He's not just some random bloke sat in his bedroom tweeting about football. He knows his onions, and he gives you the lowdown on these things. And it's basically, if you're thinking of investing in an NFT, just direct message me. I'll send you my bank account details and just cut the middleman out and shove back money in my bank.
Yeah.
Happy days.
it's poor from clubs. That it's another way of clubs getting money from fans, and they are investments, aren't they? They're not physical things. They are an investment. So you're asking fans to invest in something that is not regulated for a start. So it's dangerous. From a cash point of view, it's dangerous. And I think football clubs, I think sports clubs in general should be much more responsible than that. If it was a regulated system, I think that's fine. But you are asking fans to risk their money and not guarantee get it back. It's not like a match ticket where you say you're paying 25 quid. I understand I'm not going to back. This is meant to be an investment.
I don't think there's one of them from any of the major clubs across the world yet that has done anything other than dive bombed in value. And the issue with it is that there's no real prospect of it going back up in value because
what is it for? Like, how does it go in value? What is it? It's just
exactly. The only way it's going to go up in value is if more people want to buy it. So it's a supply and demand thing, isn't it? You know, it's like shares or currency or whatever it is that you're trading. If more people want it, i.e., more people want to buy it, then the price of it goes up. If less people want it, the price goes down, and that's how it moves. There is no.
Is it like when painting, people buy paintings for stupid money and sell them for stupid money?
Yeah, but you've got an asset then, haven't you? You've got a physical asset.
Yeah, is it like paintings, but just
basically it's like me saying to you, Ben, I've got this painting. I'm not going to let you see it, but if you want to buy it, you can buy it. And if somebody else wants to buy it, then the price might go up or it might go down. But it might exist, it might not exist. Well, in this case, whatever it is you're putting your money into there doesn't actually physically exist and will never physically exist. So it's not a tangible thing, as you know, as the name suggests.
Just having a look at the thing that Liverpool are doing. It's the LFC Heroes Club that are doing these NFTs. And it says 23 players in our energy enhancing one-of-a-kind animated artworks depicting the LUE thought it the most powerful, whatever that means. And 50% of the proceeds are benefiting the LFC Foundation. And obviously, because Georgie Kelly is doing a master's in some sort of finance at uni, he obviously knows his stuff. You know, so if he's watching, hello, Georgie. If not,
come and join us.
Come and join us. Just drop us a message and we'll have a chat for a bit.
After Trevor Berry, though.
Yeah, after Trevor Berry, of course. And he's tweeted out saying clubs need to read the room. These launches led to fans carrying all the speculative risk and NFTs getting a bad rep unnecessarily. LFC will be the perfect club to build a system where you attach NFTs to match day tickets and attendees can claim/trade them as they wish. It would enhance the value for fans. The club would reward the largest collectors/attendees, building a resale market in the process, ? I can see a future of NFTs in football as long as it's handled correctly. If it's handled incorrectly, it will drop like a lead balloon. Yeah. And of course, the comments to Georgie's tweets basically say, "When are you going to play and come back to Bohemians? We miss you." No, it's ours. Go away.
Yeah. What I will say is none of us are financial experts. That's awesome.
No. I'm living off uni money, of course. I'm not a financial expert.
Yeah. We've got 50 minutes. Trevor, do you want to talk about what you asked Trevor Berry? We can prep everybody.
Well, anybody who's listening, get your questions in now for Trevor.
Good idea.
Hopefully, he's obviously already been on once, hasn't he? You know, we talked to him in the podcast with Andy Roscoe and Richardson about the JPT, just what it auto windscreens.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to it already, you should go back and listen to that after tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe I should go back and listen to it just to remember the name of it.
It's a two-part. It was that long. We did it with 2 parts, and it's all about the run to the final itself, which we'll talk about with Trevor today. But yeah, Mick, it was brilliant.
Sorry, just taking a drink there. Very enjoyable. Top bloke, like Trevor a lot. So we're looking forward to having a chat to him again. Yes.
This will be an education for Danny and Ben.
Yeah. It will. Well, it's funny you mention that. I'm working on a preview. I'm going to drop it now that I'm working on it. I'm working on a preview for the Papa John's final, basically saying, could Rotherham win that and win the league, and has it been done before? Because we like to speculate here at New York Talk, don't we? And the first team to actually win the league and it was the Sherpa Vance Trophy back then was Wolves. This were in 87, 88, and won the league title in Division 4 and then won the trophy. I think they got about 89-ish points that season. Second team to do it was Birmingham City, 1994-95, the year before we won it. They won Division 2, which is now League 1, and won the Auto Windscreen Shields. And I think they got about 98 points. So you never know, we could do Birmingham.
Yeah.
There's been a couple promotions and playoff wins in there.
Barnsley with playoffs, didn't they?
Yeah, they won playoffs and went up. The first team to get relegated and win it was the LDV Vans Trophy was Wrexham, 2004-05. Won that and got relegated in 22nd from League One.
I can guarantee you one thing: we are definitely not going to get relegated this season.
No, I think
100%.
I think we've effectively secured playoffs as well, effectively, haven't we? Next team to have won it, this were MK Dons. They won League 2 and won the 07-08 Johnston's Paint. Oh, that's nostalgic, isn't it? Johnston's Paint Trophy. Then Luton Town got relegated from the Football League when they won it the season after.
That's when they had the -30.
Yeah. So they were a decent side, but just got absolutely hammered with points deductions. Chesterfield won the Johnston's Paint and got relegated from League 1 in 11-12. The last team to win the league and win the EFL trophy was Bristol City. They won League 1 as champions and then won this. And then obviously, blah, 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 blah. Portsmouth and Sunderland bottling the playoffs whilst they've won it, which is quite funny. But then last team from League 2 to win it were obviously Salford the day before Sunderland won it, which is, again, quite funny because of COVID. It's very heavily inclined to League 1, which is understandable, but also really heavily inclined to the north. Northern section teams historically have done a lot better because you've got Wigan, Mansfield, Wolves 50-50, Tranmere, Birmingham, Port Vale, and again 50-50, depends on how they're feeling. Grimsby, Blackpool, Doncaster, Carlisle, Chesterfield, Crewe, Barnsley, Coventry, Lincoln, and Sunderland and Salford, all northern teams. It's very, very heavily based in the north, which is nice to see because that's historic to how the Football League used to be.
Yeah. What was your favourite name, Danny, of all them trophies? All them different trophies there's been. What is your favourite Football League trophy name?
Good question. I'll do my favourite name and my favourite actual trophy itself.
Go on.
So in terms of names, has to be Johnston's Paint just through nostalgia because that was the competition for lower league sides when I was growing up. But in terms of trophy, I haven't got a picture to show you all, but if you go and watch the Doncaster Rovers vlog in the Pizza Cup that we did, I actually show all the different trophies. And my favourite one is the Auto Glass Trophy because it's a nice design, but you can tell it's been very cheaply made. So it's like, yes, that is perfect for this sort of level of football, and I love it. So it's got like the little glass base at the bottom and the little glass handle thing for the lid on the trophy. I love it, mate. It's a nice trophy.
I think I've got it here. Hang on, let me share my screen. Bear with. Share screen. Let me know if you can see me. Hang on, bear with. This is. Can you see me? Can you see it?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. You can see what they were going for with the design and how intricate it was meant to be.
There's little bits here.
Yeah, those little bits at the bottom. It's like, ooh, it's been done on the cheap, but I like it.
From 91 to 94. Very, very.
Yeah,
I like that one. It's very strange, that one. Because they're different companies. Autoglass and Auto Windscreen are different companies, aren't they?
Yeah.
But they both followed each other.
Yeah, which is weird. It's very much been car orientated, this competition, because you've got like different vans companies, and then you've got windscreens, and weirdly you've got paint. All right.
Yeah.
Then Checkatrade, which is like, okay, you've sort of brought the two together there. Then leasing.com, who bottled it halfway through last season, and now you've got pizza.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would pick LDV Vance Trophy. It just seems to roll off the tongue. I don't know why. It just sort of.
It doesn't though, does it?
I quite like a mouthful of trophy name.
It's exactly opposite.
What does LDV stand for, Mick? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
they don't exist anymore, do they?
It's Leyland Summit Vans.
Leyland
so it's Leyland Summit Vans.
Leyland
Vans Trophy. Yeah, that's it. Leyland Daft. It's Leyland Daft Vans Trophy.
So they've sponsored it twice, haven't they, Leyland Daft? Because they sponsored it in 80s, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they sponsored it twice with two different names.
Well, the first one were a different company to the second one because Leyland went bust, I think, at some point in the late 80s, and then came back, and then they sponsored this, and then went bust again.
Yeah.
Not because of the trophy, but
yeah. Today could be just us googling things and say, "Oh, that's it." Hang on. Got children walking in the room.
Hopefully they are your own children, Matt.
They are my children, thankfully. Yes. They're free. They are able to walk around the house freely.
Well, free to a good home, is that what you're saying? Or?
Well, you get sent back quickly.
Just hearing tin mug rattling around cages in background.
No, it's not like that. Right, I'm just prepping for Trevor Berry so I can let everybody know what we got.
Oh, I remember what I was going to Google. I was going to Google what number Trevor Berry had in the final.
In the final?
Yeah.
There's this worry there, Danny. What you were going to say? I was going to Google. Maybe that's.
I'm definitely not sharing my screen because I'm scared of what you'll see.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Do you know when the final was played back in '96?
I know where it was played.
Hey, we played Wembley.
Yeah.
April.
Yeah, April time.
6th. I'm going to say 6th. Ben's back.
Let's have a look. There's this. You're wrong, by the way, Matt.
How close?
I don't know. I haven't found out yet. But yeah, there's this website I use, and it's the English National Football League Archive, which is a mouthful in itself. But if you sign up to their like debit card scheme and you buy your access to it, you can see all of the different stats for players, even like 150 years ago.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think it was like 32 quid for 12 months. So obviously being a trainee journalist, it's like, yes, thank you very much. And it's like when I did the Hartlepool preview, I found out who scored Rotherham's winning goal when we played Hartlepool back in like 1925. They couldn't give you a minute because, they didn't record him back then, but it was really interesting to find out. And it was April 14th. That's when we played. It played on a Sunday. Interesting.
Yeah. Wasn't on telly, wasn't televised.
Was it not?
I think it was the last one that wasn't televised live.
Let's have a look. Here we go. Trevor Berry, number 9 in the final.
Really? Nigel Jensen was number 9.
Nigel Jensen was number 7.
Was he really?
Yeah, so you've got Matt Clark, number 1, Paul Blades, number 2, Paul Hurst, number 3, Darren Garner, number 4, Neil Richardson, number 5, Ian Breckin, number 6, Nigel Jemison, number 7, Sean Goodwin, number 8, Trevor Berry, number 9, Sean Goater, number 10, and Andy Roscoe, number 11.
So Andy Roscoe were 11.
Yeah.
So what number were Jemson?
7.
And Trevor Berry number. Yeah. Sorry, I got completely mixed up in the words. Then apologies. Oh yeah. You seem strange because Trevor Berry's not a striker, is he?
No, but
he's more of a wide midfielder, from what I remember.
Yeah, but it were. I think it was still when it was playing position number and not actual individual number.
Yeah, Trevor Berry played pre-numbers, and then he partway through playing career, he then got to pick his own number. I don't know how. We'll find out.
it was some sort of change with the FA, I think, because obviously everyone was starting to suss how England played by looking at whose number was what. They sort of went, all right, we'll trial it in English club football first. I don't think they changed it at international level for England until recently. I think it was 2015 or something when they changed it. Up until that point, England squads were always 1 to 11 starting, and then 12 to whatever on the bench. But it's only recently they've changed it. Because obviously everyone was saying, oh, this is how England's going to play. Just look at lineup. You can tell Jack Grealish is going to be out wide because he's number 7.
Yeah.
And so they've just changed it. But upstairs, I can go and get it, but it might be a bit tight for time at the minute. I've got one of Ian Breckin's shirts, and I was like, oh, this is great, because I've got a member of the Breckin family shirt, Until I looked, and it was like, hang on, how come he's wearing number 6, but he's also wearing number 5 in some lineups? And I was assured by Classic Football Shirts, it is Ian Breckin's number 5 shirt from 96, 97, the striped one.
The blue one? Yeah,
that looks suspiciously like a Wednesday kit. Yeah, so I've got that one upstairs, number 5. It's got all tags on sleeves and everything, and paid a pretty penny for it, but I love it. It's nice.
Ben, what are you eating?
Toasted tea cake.
Oh, I like it.
The protein shake. Bad. Oh.
Can't beat a toasted tea cake.
Can't. With a protein shake as well. Undefeated.
That one I've got an opinion on, but toasted tea cakes for the win. Do you make your protein shakes with water or milk, Ben?
When I'm on training days, water, because it gets into the system quicker. But like today when I'm not really training, I just have it with milk because it just tastes nicer. Actually, because like when it's with milk, there's certain brands where it's like I could just sit and drink it as a normal drink. You know what I mean? With water, you kind of have to shot it a little bit. But it is what it is. Get used to it, I guess.
Are you going to give us a rundown on your training regime then at some stage during the day today, Ben?
Can do if you want. It'd be nice if you want. Well, Matt's gone.
I think Matt will be back very shortly. And
well, as yours the creative designer, I think you should take the lead.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. We're only a couple of minutes away. We're going to have Trevor Berry coming on very shortly, so we'll perhaps save your academy update and telling us how you go on with it until we need to fill a bit more time.
I'll tell you what my training regime is going to be later.
Run
around like a Madden for 40 minutes and blow out my house after 20.
Did you used to play football when you were younger? Like,
yeah, when I was like, I used to play for a team when I was about 12, 13ish. We used to play for this team called Blythe Bombers because we played on an old airfield. Then sort of tried to play it at school. Really didn't get on with the guy who took us for football. Like, majorly didn't get on with him. So I just packed it in for a bit. Played at college with Rotherham Sports Trust. Then I had to give it up because I tore both my hamstrings playing against. Can't remember who it was. It was some team from Lancashire. Tore both my hamstrings, and someone decided to play me at left wing back, which I can't play. Tore my hamstrings, and yeah, only just got back into it after 4 years and not playing football and just chatting like this about it.
Well, should we chat some more football?
Let's do it.
We have former Miller Trevor Berry joining us. Thank you for joining us, Trevor.
No problem. How are you, lads?
How are you doing?
Good. I bet you thought I forgot about you, Matt, did you?
And there's always that worry. To be fair, we spoke to a few former players that passed who have forgot about us. Thank you for doing this. What we'll do at the start of the hour is let everybody know that every so often we can let everybody know through the day why we're doing this. And obviously, we're trying to raise as much money we can for the British Red Cross Ukrainian Crisis Fund. We've talked about it in the last hour, but it's something we're all feel really important. We're already up to 120 quid already, and we've only just started a couple of hours ago. So thank you, everybody that has donated. If you can donate, go to justgiving.com/NYT, or if you go to Facebook or our Twitter, then it's pinned as our top message. And if you can give anything, brilliant. If you can't give anything, just give it a share. So let everybody know. Share it to your Facebook wall, share it to your Twitter page, and see how much we can get raised over the next 10 more hours we've got left. 10 hours.
That'll be fun. Be right.
So let's start, Trevor, because obviously a lot of people are interested. What is life taking you now? Where are you? Let Millers fans know where you are.
Oh God! Right, it only seems like yesterday, but 20 years now. 2001, so 21 actually was when I had to retire. But I went straight to Ireland. So Wexford, which is in Southern Ireland, beautiful place. My wife has family here. We used to come over for some summers and visit, and I fell in love with the place. But it's a lot different to work in a place than go there for a nice holiday. But no, it was great. Look, after I had to pack in early. It's sort of my plans were, mid-30s and go into coaching or something to do with football. But if I'm honest, I fell out of love with the game for a while because all of a sudden I was at pretty much most people's peak at 27 and I had to stop. And I'd struggled with it for probably about 18 months. So I tried to have an operation in the summer and it didn't work. But no, I moved to Ireland and I had to start from scratch. The one thing that I've realised though is as I'm older, 27 is young. You're a young man at 27. So in a way, it was a blessing in disguise because it gave me a chance to get on the ladder. And, I've done quite well. I've gone from different jobs and now I'm a manager in a renewable energy company. They run out of Monaghan. So, and we're very busy at the moment, hence why I'm sitting by my desk because I've got to work after this. Air to water heat pumps and solar PV, that's the what we do. So it's a little bit more boring from being a professional footballer, but it puts food on the table. But no, I enjoy what I do. I love where I live. I used to live in Maltby and I loved it there. It was great. Had a fantastic house, and my time at Rotherham was, I think I said last time I was on with you guys, it was you don't realise until it's over, but it was the best time of my life. It really was. So it's good. I've got my eldest son. He played League of Ireland, so he's very good. He had to. He stepped away from that to do his badges, and he's done 3 years in college doing his badges for the football. So he's followed the football, and my middle son's very good as well. So we're all very happy. I've got 3 children, and we're very happy in Ireland. I couldn't ever see myself moving back to England. It's the way of life over here is it's a lot more laid back.
We've gone global today. Yeah, exactly. We've gone global.
I felt like I was on a game show there. Where you live.
Yeah. Here's what you could have won.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So let's take everybody back to when you first signed for the Millers, which was 1995. So was it the summer of 95 coming into the 95-96 season?
Yeah, well, it was I played in August for I captained Aston Villa reserves against Nottingham, and Archie and John were at the game, and I think it was the under-21s, and it was before the under-21s was a real thing, you know. And I think we beat them about 6-0, and I got a couple of goals and had a really good game. And then the following week, you know, Brian Little said that they were looking to take you on loan. I think it'd be a good move. They play good football, etc. So I didn't actually have my first game until September, Matt. It was against Brentford, and I was lucky enough to score on my debut there against them, which was lovely. And probably the reason why I came back and I didn't stay at Villa when Brian asked me to, just because I had 2 years left in my contract. But he was great because he didn't put a stupid amount of money on my head. He knew that Rotherham, with their finances at the time, couldn't pay that sort of money. So, no, I've got no regrets of staying. But no, that was my favourite year, actually, the first year, Matt. It was. I think I said it last time when me and Andy and Butch were on. It was I think I was second top scorer behind Goats, and we won the windscreen. I think that year there was 5 games where my goal decided the points. So I think we beat Burnley 1-0. I scored in the 88th minute or something after Sean had missed a penalty. I think Notts County. And there's Blackpool, a header at Blackpool away when John McGlashan scored the first one. So I had a good season, and you know, I'd always remember that because Archie was saying that he'd had a look and he thinks that, you know, there's at least 12 points that if I wouldn't have been playing, we wouldn't have got those points. So it's good to know. So it was a special year for me, that one. I think it was for a lot of Rotherham people anyway, but going to Wembley, but it was a good year for me.
Well, it could be a good year with a Trevor Berry header.
I've got a few headers, Mickey. I know I'm only 5'6", but look, I always, if you look at all the photos, I always make sure I was next to Hursty. Always make sure I was next to Hursty. So I look yeah. No, I go on. Sorry.
No, I was going to ask if Archie Gamble and John McGovern, were they a big factor in coming to Rotherham? If they weren't there, would you have maybe thought twice about it, or was it just playing football?
No. I well, to be honest, obviously, when I first, I was just 20 when I first, and I was 21, turning 21. So Archie, obviously, they're legends, the two of them, and anyone, you know, I'm quite a bit older than you guys, apart from Mick. Sorry, Mick. And there's. And we knew them because my dad used to talk about them, you know, the double winning European Cup team, you know, and coming from League One to the First Division then. So yeah, there was probably a little bit of pull, but do you know what? I think that I would have gone anyway. I think the big thing for me was the style of play that was being played at Rotherham, and Gareth Farrelly. I don't know whether you remember Gareth Farrelly.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, he was there the year before, and he said it was a fantastic experience for him. So that was probably more of a factor. Gareth telling me that it was good. Yeah,
brilliant. And we'll go back and forth, but we've got to talk about Wembley. We're going again in a week. In a week's
I
time,
know.
we'll all be there.
I was waiting for the call and said, "You got me some tickets, Matt," but nothing happened.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I might get onto it. Breck, is he still up there? Breck?
Yeah, Breck's still. Yeah. He's the big dog. Is John Breckin?
Oh, is he? I'll get hold of John. I'll see if I can give him a ring and get me some tickets. So, yeah, no, it's brilliant, isn't it? I watched the final, the semi-final now it is. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, I know. Best day of my. I mean, I actually played there a couple of times. I played there for England youth as well, but it was nowhere near the same as playing as a professional. So it was an unbelievable day out. And we filled, if you remember, lads, we filled half the stadium, right? So all the pictures from that side looked like it was a full stadium, didn't it? Yeah. It looked like you can imagine it going all the way around. I mean, we still had, what was it, 40,000? Was it around that?
Something like that altogether, yeah.
But every photo I got, it was me, and in the background, there was no one there. So it was I've only got a few. I've only got a few where I'm kicking the ball in front of this big crowd. So it was. I've kept them as well. I've actually found. You know what? It's funny because my mum was clearing out her house, and she delivered about 2 weeks all this stuff, and I don't know whether you can see that.
I'm not sure. Let me change the screen. Hang on, there with it. There we go. Yes.
The Wembley Heroes with Matt and Ian on there. And then she brought over that as well.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Is that Andy Roscoe in front of there?
On the front of where?
On that last one.
Oh, the other one. No, I think that's supposed to be the Paul Blades. If I was yeah. But
I just saw it suntan and thought it must have been Andy Roscoe.
I tell you, these are in mint condition. They've kept them great. These two things here.
Mm.
So I've actually got a copy of both of these as well.
Mm.
So I don't know whether you two guys can do anything with this. If you want me to send it to you for today, for the whole purpose of it.
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I can fire them over to you. I've also we just put these two up there, but there's a few repeat programs I got from 20 years ago as well, which I'll throw in the bag for you, so you can have them.
Brilliant.
I'll talk to you afterwards, Matt, to get the address to send it to and everything.
Yeah, amazing. Right. What a guy Trevor Berry is, everyone. What a guy you are. Love it. So I know it's a strange question, and I might not be able to answer it, but there's a lot of Rotherham players who have never played at Wembley before, and they're going into this final. What would you say? So some of them probably not listening, but they might be. But what would you say to them going into their potentially first ever trip to Wembley, first ever cup final? What can they expect?
I'll tell you one thing. It's going to be a little bit different for them guys because I love Millmoor. Millmoor was great. When it was full, it was a great atmosphere. But New York Stadium now, I mean, I've been there, lucky enough to be there a couple of times, and it's an amazing stadium. Amazing. So, obviously Wembley is huge, and it's where the international team plays and all the cup finals. But I think even when the games were being played for a short time at the Millennium, I think it's the occasion. And the one thing I would say to the lads is enjoy it and take everything in right from the first moment, the pre-match meal in the morning to the evening, because I was 21. And I never played there again. And I think, you look at that team, I don't think any of them from that team, apart from possibly Sean Goater, and I don't know, I'm not even sure Coates went back with City, did he? So
I think he signed after they went to Wembley, I think, didn't he?
You did, right, okay.
I think.
So, not many of those, especially on the Shrewsbury team as well, it was a one-off. And I felt that when I was 21, I thought, oh, this is great. It's my first year at Wembley. This is going to happen quite a bit. And it didn't. So just savor the moment is what I would advise people to do. I mean, it's, more and more stadiums are becoming on par with Wembley. I mean, years ago, Wembley was head and shoulders above all of these other stadiums. But, it's different now, but it's still an occasion, televised as well. So I'll be nervous watching it. Let me just put that down,
I was nervous watching the Hartlepool game. Oh, man. I ended watching it and my hands were shaking during the penalties. I could not cope with it at all.
No, we just could. Their keeper, the save from the header, I don't know how he got that.
Yeah,
I don't know how he got that. Oh. And then when it went to penalties, because the keeper was playing so well, I was worried.
That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, yeah. But no, it's great to go there, be there again. I mean, look, Rotherham in the last 20 years, this will be the fourth time at Wembley.
Fourth time since 2010.
Yeah.
We go every 4 years now, so it's every few years.
We'll come
Yeah.
Mick, you were there, 96. I wasn't, unfortunately, but you were there. From a fan perspective, what are you expecting for people? Well, I'd say Rotherham fans haven't been before. We're now at the stage where we have been before.
Yeah.
But talk us through the build-up, because there were more there. There were nearly 20,000. I think that's our biggest ever away not home attendance.
I think from memory the figure was something like 22,000. But as Trevor's just said there, they only opened one half of Wembley. So if you kind of split it down the middle lengthways, that's essentially how they opened it up. And so it was a bit weird sitting there watching a game with a completely empty stand at the other side. But for an occasion, obviously, that was the first time ever that Rotherham United had played at Wembley Stadium. So, it was just massive. It was enormous, an enormous occasion. And then obviously to come away with a victory was just, it was a usual. You came away feeling exactly the same as you did from any other away game, really. No skin left on your shins after jumping up and down at seats in front of you. No voice left. But this time it was at Wembley. We're in the Twin Towers, and it was massive. It was massive. But you flip forward 26 years now, and as you've just said, we've been 4 times in 10 years. And it's been a successful journey each time that we've been. Yeah. But this time it's different. This time it's different for me. It doesn't hold the same importance as any of the other games that we've played there, because the game that Trevor talked about there, obviously, like we said, it's the first game ever. You had to win. It was that way. And each time that we've been subsequent to that, something has been on the line, This year, the bigger part of our season doesn't fall at Wembley, hopefully. hopefully this is the first and only time that we'll be going this season. Yeah. But what comes after it, is really key. So for me, as a supporter, my view of it is different to what the players will be, because like Trevor's just said there, it's a lot of them at the first time ever at Wembley, and some of them it'll be the last time ever at Wembley. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to next week because it's a day out, and I genuinely, hand on heart, hope the only thing I am desperate for is that we come out of it without any injuries. The rest is just a good day, Yeah,
but what I would say is we're sitting here going every 4 years. We might not go back to Wales for another 25 years.
No, I get
you've
that.
got to try and embrace it. You've got to, do you know what I mean? I know what you're saying. I get it, but you've got to think.
Yeah, I'm not trying to decry it. For me, the overriding thought is we've got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah,
that's my immediate.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, Mick, and I actually think that the structure now of the league format, when we got there for the first time, that for years there was never playoff finals. There wasn't the at the time the auto windscreen, now the EFL trophy. There wasn't that either, was there? So there are opportunities to get back there again. But you're right, Mick. I mean, the structure at Rotherham. The club has come on so much since I was there. It really has. I mean, I was there. I was so impressed with the setup there. I don't. Is Ben in the academy? Is he?
No.
He's a young.
He's in an NFL academy. He plays American football, does Ben?
Oh right, okay. No, it's just I heard you talking about the academy beforehand. But the setup they have for the academy in there is unbelievable. It's just come on a long way, Mick, and I think that the fact that I've got a massive Rotherham supporter sitting there saying, I just hope for no injuries in a cup final at Wembley, it just shows where Rotherham is now, and you probably won't be alone, Mick, in that. So, I mean, look, heaven forbid, it's Bournemouth. We've seen Bournemouth go up to the Premier League. You just never know what can happen in the next 10 years, and it wasn't like they spent millions and millions to get up there. So, and I do think that the structure is there. I really, really do. And so, it's at the moment, I tell people over here that I support Rotherham, and that they don't even give me any stick back because, why? Because it's an island. But all of a sudden, I've had more and more people saying, they're a good team. I've seen them on telly, they play good football. They're top of the league. They're, so that's over a space since I've been here.
We've got 2 Irish internationals now as well.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's great.
Often with internationals, that's fantastic. That.
Yeah, well, there's a massive fan base for Aston Villa over here, and that is the majority of them are my age, and it's because back in the 90s they had Paul McGrath, Steve Staunton, Ray Houghton, Andy Townsend all playing at the one club. So you never know how many Irish supporters will support Rotherham just purely on the fact of those two. Yeah.
Gio seems to be. Sorry, I was going to just Gio seems to be becoming more and more popular in Ireland as every match goes by. You know, I mean, he's such a likable fella anyway.
Yeah, he's from Limerick, isn't he?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what a player, mate! Honestly, he's just got so much potential. That lad, so much potential.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you get the Irish lads coming over. I'll be honest, the potential. I mean, I've sent about 3 lads over to cross the water. The first two, the first two actually done really well. They got into Aston Villa. That they were very, very good. But after a couple of years, they were flying and they got homesick and they come back. And that's the issue with a lot of the Irish lads. They do miss home a bit. I sent a young lad over to Rotherham about a year ago, and he done quite well. But I just don't. The academy is very, very strong. They didn't take him in, but the potential over here is huge. And the problem is if you can imagine another sport alongside football in England that is just as popular, or if not more popular. You know, I can't. You know, rugby's always big, cricket's always big, but in my opinion, it's always coming after football.
Yeah.
Here they have Gaelic. They have the Gaelic football and the hurling, which is massive. And like the local parish that I trained with when I was younger in the Gaelic, and they're like professionals. Unbelievable. It's a parish club playing in the county, and the passion they have for that game. And I played when I was 30. I played in a couple of Gaelic games. I played for my local parish. First game, one of the lads come up to me. I don't know whether I'll say it, so it'll be all right. Be okay. And he went, "You'll be all right, Trevor. Just don't call for the ball. Don't let them hear you got an English accent." So I was getting in all these positions, and I wasn't getting the ball. And before you can't just pick the ball up off the ground. You've got to get your toe under it. You got to flick it up, and pick it, and you've got to bounce it, or kick it to run every 4 steps, right? So I started calling for the ball, and then all of a sudden the back 4. I mean, I think they were called Nutter and Psycho, the 2 at the back. Yeah. And I ended up at about 15 minutes to go. I hit a guy at the same time, and he hit me, and I went over to the ref, and the ref was going to have a word with me. Mind you can get away with so much. I mean, if you have a punch up, you know, everyone just gets a yellow card and you pushed away, you know. But I went up to the ref, and he was going to have a go at me, and then he pointed at my ear, and he went, "Oh, you better go off, son." And my ear had come off in the game. So I thought maybe I'm not quite built for the Gaelic football, you know. So I played a couple of games. My son is really good. He plays for the county, but it's a great game to watch. It's so fast. But I could name. I mean, there's a guy playing locally. His name's Paul Murphy, Spot Murphy. He was at Ipswich, and he was there when Roy Keane was there, and he was in reserves at 17, 18. What a player! But he got homesick and come home. He was at a 3-year professional contract on the table, and he didn't want to play. I mean, he plays locally, breaking all the local records. But I just think that when he gets to his 30s, he might look back and think, "What if?" You know, making that decision. But it is massive over here. I mean, you know, Leeds as well. Leeds United are really strongly here. Yeah. So it's good. Like the junior football, which I actually played junior football. I could train once a week and play on a Sunday, and I played for a couple of clubs. And the standard is brilliant because you've got the League of Ireland, and then you've just got the Leinster Senior, which is in Dublin. And then you've got junior football. There isn't anything in between. There isn't a conference so you've got lads leaving League of Ireland, go and play in junior football. So like North End, the local team, they won an All Ireland a couple of years ago, junior level, which is like the FA Vars, I think. They have their whole team is riddled with League of Ireland players because there isn't that tier system here. So there's a lot of good potential here, and I think it's the only thing is with Brexit that there's a situation with you've got to be over 19 before you can move across.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's some sort of clause in the work visa, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's made it so that's why there's a lot of lads are going to France at the moment. There's a couple of boys from Pats that have gone to Rennes. So you know, whereas before they were always coming across the water, and so but loads of potential, and it is getting bigger. It is. I mean, the Wexford itself, we've got a full size floodlights, all weather, you know, really good. Which I run my local parish. It took me a long time, but I finally got a football team in my parish. We've been going for about 5-6 years. We've done very well, but we play a lot of our home games down there, so it's good.
As you're an analyst, good question to ask. Scott Grundy asked, we'll ask about the Trevor, the Burnley goal in a bit, but he asked about Georgie Kelly, who we signed from the League of Ireland. He hasn't played for us yet. What do you know of him? What can you tell us of him? He's got loads of goals, is all I know.
I to be honest, Matt, if I'm completely honest, I don't know a lot about him. I did see that he'd gone there. So Wexford, the team that I would be, it's literally 15 minutes up the road. Yeah. And they're in League One. So there's a massive difference in quality, and I'm sure they won't mind me telling you, between the teams like Cork, Bows, Pats. They're all, and Dundalk, you know, they have a proper professional setup where and the supporters to support that as well. Yeah. But then you've got Division 2 where you have other teams like Cove, Wexford, and a few others that would struggle. I mean, the guys in Wexford, they get paid probably in, what do you call it, expenses. They wouldn't get a wage as such. So, you know, and then you've got other guys in the just a division up that are getting probably, you know, 2-3 grand a week. So it's a big difference. But I've not heard of this. I've not heard of. I don't know, to be honest, Matt. And he hasn't made. I tell you, the only thing I would say is, from what Warnie and his team have done, picking players from Ireland, he's done very well. So
exactly.
Yeah. So I'd say,
absolutely.
Yeah. Good question. Pity I couldn't answer it.
Back on Wembley, when we spoke to you last summer, you still hadn't had your trophy back from your dad. It was still. No,
still haven't got it. Even though I told him, I give him the link for the podcast, and he told everyone that I hung him out to dry on live, you know, on radio. But he's promised me that he'll be here for 2022 Christmas time. So we'll see. We'll see, man.
We'll check in.
Yeah, we'll check it. Yeah.
We have. If anyone's watching live, watching on YouTube and Facebook, you can send your questions across. We've got loads of questions already for you, Trevor. So let's chuck a couple across to you from fans. Brendan Thieker, what do you think is your best performance was as a Rotherham United player? Or what were your thoughts when he was told Rotherham wanted to buy him? So we've already talked about what them wanting to buy him. In your years at in the Millers, what was your best performance for you?
I think me personally was, even though we lost the game, it was Sunderland, because I played against Michael Gray, who
for the FA Cup.
He played in the FA Cup. He played for England the month before. And I actually gave him a torrid time in that game. I played really well against him. I set up Darren for the goal. I dummied him on the halfway line, and I just had it was one of those games that I felt that I had a really, really good game. I mean, Peter Reid come up to me afterwards and said, you had a brilliant game today. So that was probably on a personal point. The other one would be where I played centre midfield in the Auto Windscreen final. It didn't seem, it was one of those performances where I'd never stop running, and I had to play centre midfield because there was an injury, and I had to play in there. I think I mentioned this last time I was on, and we won the game up in Carlisle, and it was probably the toughest game. I felt the tired I felt afterwards. Yeah. If I would have had what they have now on, monitored how far I ran, I'd love to have seen that. Yeah. What I thought when they were going to buy me, well, it was funny because I had the month loan. I'd scored a couple and got a couple of assists and had a really good, played well in every game. And then the Brighton game, my last game, I was awful. I was so bad. And Archie Gemmell and John McGovern called me into the physio's room and said, "Look, we'd like to sign you." And Archie said, "Yeah, but if you play like you did today, I don't want to sign you." And John said, "No, it was just a bad day at the office." And Archie, I won't tell you what Archie said, but it was a bit colourful. But they were going to buy me, and they wanted to know if I was going to come, because they didn't want to put a bid in and then me not come. But I said, yeah, I would. Look, I loved it then. I don't regret it at all. I really, really don't. I know financially I could have been maybe better off at the end of my career with staying in the Premier club. But, I played over 200 games for the club, back-to-back promotions, and played at Wembley. I mean, not many people go through their career and have that. So, exactly. On that side of it, sitting at 47, nearly 48 years of age, I can say, look back in fondly. Really, no regrets for Rotherham at all, none.
Good. Well, I love hearing that. I love hearing that people love the town at Rotherham.
Yeah, 100%. Proud. It's a rare club, the 200 appearance club as well at Rotherham.
Yeah,
we've got a new member in Michael Smith. Has he just gone past it, Smudge?
Maybe there's some work here, Danny.
Oh no!
Making you work for your charity stream, Matt. There you go.
Yeah,
I'll find out.
Actually, Danny, I didn't know I'd gone over 200. It was Ian Payne. No, he does Les Payne. He told me 201 appearances, and I think it was 39 goals. But it was good. Yeah, it was, you're looking at the career stats. They're not bad. They're not too bad. Yeah. But I suppose it's talking about regrets. It's just I had to finish so early. I wish I'd stayed out of the pubs in Wickersley. Maybe I'd have had a couple of years. I wouldn't have drank so much. No, it was my injury that finally finished. I can't do much about that. But yeah.
I'm interested on joint managers, right? We could probably talk to you all day about Rotherham, but Archie Gemmell, John McGovern, legends of the game, but joint managers, and you don't see that in football ever really. How did it work?
It wasn't jointment. Archie Gemmell was the boss.
Right, okay.
And look, they both, I mean, John was great, fantastic, knowledge of football, unbelievable, but, in our mindset, Archie was the boss.
It's a sort of Cloughy and Peter Taylor type.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's what the two boys were trying to emulate.
Yeah. That's not a bad couple to emulate, really, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. But no, it was. Maybe it was a little bit like bad cop, good cop. I don't know. But I'd always look at Archie as being the boss and John, the assistant. But I know it was a joint venture, management.
And then they left. We've talked about in the last podcast. You felt that if they'd have stayed on, they could potentially have built something a little bit special.
Well, I think it was a bad move to put Danny Bergara in replace of those two men, and I just felt it was so early in the season, and you got to remember he lost Sean Goater and Chris Wilder as well. In within 6 months, and how good they were, and there was a couple of people retired, like Paul Blades as well retired, but we still had a good. I felt that we had a good group, and I think that if they would have stayed, we wouldn't have gone down that year. I mean, Danny Bergara lasted 6-7 months. Danny. Strange stories about himself. I remember getting phone calls at 1 o'clock in the morning, saying, "Why didn't you score today?" He was a strange, look, he had a great history, but you're very. I could tell you a lot of stories off air. That he was the way that he managed. I mean, he'd sit there and he'd be smoking on the bench as well. Constantly chain smoking but yeah, look, I think that was a strange one. I think it was the professional way that Archie and John done it, and the discipline he had to switch over like that was real. It was quite hard to get used to. But then when Ronnie come in, it was the a great move. You know, well, I mean, you know what happened in that chapter of Rotherham when he come in. But yeah, I do think that Arsenal, I think if they'd have been kept on, it would have been a different story. Yeah, I really do. I personally liked working for them. I like the way that they set the team up. I expect if I didn't have a good game to get a rollicking. I'm but you know, if they say well done to you, my God, you must have had a good game. So it helped me. It appealed to me the way I wanted to be managed. So yeah.
Yeah, Mick, that season with Danny Bagara in charge goes down as one of the worst, I think. It was second bottom, I think. It was the season before I started remembering football, so I've bitten it out.
I'll tell you how bad it was. Andy Roscoe got Player of the Year. That's how bad it was. I hope he watches that. I hope he watches it.
I just blocked it out of my memory, mate, to be honest. Listen, it's all part of being a football supporter, that, isn't it? You know, looking at it from our angle rather than Trevor's angle as a player, you know, it's just, you expect it, you know, as a
looking back, Mick, I actually I challenged Danny Bagara about it. I don't know whether this is common knowledge, but he'd actually put me down to reserves. I was doing very well, but I challenged him on some of what he was trying to do with the team, and I got put down to reserves. And this is, and you know, Bobby Davison used to play for Rotherham. Yeah. He went in to be an agent, and he'd rang me, and when he realised I wasn't getting in the team, and I thought that my future had done there already. And Osasuna, a team in Spain, wanted to sign me, and they come to watch me play in a reserve game. And at Mansfield, and I'd scored 2 by half time, and one of them was from the halfway line actually. And then Danny Bagara took me off at half time and said, "No, you're playing." But what happened was Danny had seen the guy and knew what was happening, and he didn't want them to watch me play, right? So I remember quite clearly, and my wife would tell you the story, because we were driving back to Birmingham to see her folks, and the radio said that I was on the transfer list, right? Or no, I'd requested to go on the transfer list. So the next day, the Monday, I went in, and the directors were there. There was a Carl, he owned the Peugeot garage. Can't remember his second name.
Carl.
Yeah, and a couple of others there met me at the start. And he said, "Look, you know, you're not on the transfer list." So, and then Danny Bagara was gone then within the week. I think it was just a few strange decisions he done. I mean, that was very surreal, hearing that I was without me even knowing. You know, that it was the local radio that we were listening to. But then Mick Mulligan, I think Mulligan, can't remember his name. The assistant manager Mulligan took over then, but we were down. I remember going to Bristol. I remember going to Bristol Rovers, who were a good side, and we beat them 2-1 down there. You know, with just playing 4-4-2 and playing to our strengths and not trying to complicate it with things. And that's what I'm saying, Nick, about if we would have been able to, because he was trying to jump before we could even walk. We had lads that had never played. This was before 3 at the back and 5. It was, you needed to go through it. You needed to do you couldn't just say on a Friday, right, tomorrow, lads, we're going to play 5. Without actually going through it in the week in training. You know, it was beyond me, to be honest. It was like you said, I've forgotten about that season. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up, Nick.
Yeah, no, well, Matt, but I'll take
the less said about 16-17, the better as well.
Well, yeah, we've had a few bad ones.
When you make a change, when you try to make changes to a system at that sort of level, it's got to be second nature to every player before you actually put it into practice.
Yeah, you know? Which like Ronnie had Ronnie Moore come in, and he'd gone with a 3 up front, but it was either myself and then later it was Sedgwick, Chris, or Andy Monkhouse, and sometimes we'd play 2 up top, but we've got just one winger, but we could float from wing to wing and go behind. But we worked on that during the week, Mick. So we knew scenarios. I mean, it was great. We did that, and we had that formation. We got to the playoffs that year when we done that. That was another season that I really enjoyed. But yeah, you're right. If you've got to prepare with it. You can't just spring it on people, you know. So,
yeah.
And then Ronnie came in, and then this is the first season I properly remember. I remember bits from you before. This is my first season I remember, and I didn't know who Ronnie Moore was. Obviously, I was 7 or 8 years old, but I remember the build-up and the enthusiasm that Ronnie was back in town. I had a post on my wall that literally said Ronnie's back in town. As a player, obviously, I assume you didn't know much about Ronnie Moore, but how was that? The whole town was giddy almost for this legend to be back.
Yeah, no. Well, John. Obviously, John Breck was saying, and he told us information about, because he was there, he knew who he was, and I of course, I've been at Rotherham there for, this was this was my third season, so I did know of him, but I didn't know, the effect it would have in coming in. But you got to remember, guys, it's like the Millers, the Rotherham fans, it's like they've gone without food for a year, and then all of a sudden, they were given this guy, this legend at Rotherham. So, I mean, I remember the balloons going off of the pitch. We played his first game. It was Aberdeen and Barnsley. We played pre-season, and we won both games. I scored against Aberdeen, I think, as well, and it was great. Look, Ronnie Moore had a massive impact on Rotherham. And I honestly think that day you're talking about, Matt, was the kickstart to where we are now. I really do. Yeah.
I completely agree. Make you talk about tell us about the Liquid nightclub. Booked at a nightclub to welcome a manager to Rotherham United. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't mind.
Yeah, I remember that night was a special night for a supporter. It was.
Showing his goals on the telly, weren't they, Mick?
So we had all these goals on big screen, and football's coming home and playing, and and it obviously changed it to Ronnie's coming home, and I was involved behind the scenes, and I remember Ronnie was sat in the back room while all this was going off, and it was my job to say, "Come on, get out here and get on stage." And I remember opening the door, and the atmosphere was literally like Wembley. I mean, it's a small area, but the noise was just immense. People singing his name. And I remember opening the door and looking at his face, and he was just like, he was properly cacking himself. It was like, what on earth is happening here? You know what I mean? His face was just eyes were wide open and everything else. But then obviously he came out and did his thing, and it was immense. And I know it's probably 200 or 300 people there. That's it. But what it created was special, and obviously transferred onto the pitch, didn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what, he did well as well. Actually, sorry, there's work phone going on. I tell you what, he did well. He brought John Brecken in as his assistant. That was a really good move, because, again, Danny Bagara had actually moved John away from the first team to a degree, but when he brought him in, and it was a good move. They were a great team. Those two, they really were. Yeah.
And remain so to this day. They're both still involved with the club, and still singing the club's praises and pushing it forward, and it's great.
I tell you, when I come over for the reunion, and John met me at the hotel, and we went over to see Ronnie in his house, because he lives in Rotherham. And I went in and I said, "Hey, Ronnie." And when I left, John gave out to me. He said, "Why didn't you call him Gaffer?" And I felt like I was back again. Sorry, John. Yeah, maybe I should have called him Gaffer. You can't believe you didn't call him Gaffer.
Brilliant. We've got a couple more fan questions. Scott Grundy, can we ask Trevor what he thought of Sean Goodwin as a footballer? He mentioned in the last episode that how good he was.
What a player! Like I know I've said it last time I was on. I suppose I wasn't fortunate enough to see him in his heyday, because when I was with Sean, he was riddled with injury. He was, but he was unbelievable. I mean, the quality that man had. I'm surprised that he. Well, I found out that from Ronnie Moore that there were offers for him when he was at Rotherham, but Rotherham didn't take him up on it. But I mean, he was good enough to play in the Premier League. Sean was. I mean, what Raggy could do with the ball, both feet as well, dribble. I mean, he took all our penalties as well. He was an unbelievable player. I mean, I can remember playing in a game and it was against Hull, and I put him through. It was 1-on-1 with the keeper. I didn't even wait to, even more than Sean Goater. I knew that he was going to score. I just knew he was going to score. He was that good. And he used to. It's like, I don't know whether you ever seen the players that they just wear molded studs all the time because their balance is that good. It doesn't matter, even on, oh yeah, what a player, great player. It's a shame that his injuries were so that hampered his playing career really. Yeah.
No, absolutely, Mick. To echo that again, I remember the back end of his Rotherham career, but you were there in the heyday as well.
Yeah, I can't add anything to what Trevor's just said there. It was immense, and I know there was talk about him going to Everton at one stage. I think, weren't there?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one, Nick. Yeah.
That thankfully for Rotherham, from a Rotherham United point of view, from a Rotherham United supporters point of view, that fell through. But from Raggy's point of view, it would have probably been a good move. But like you said, he was plagued with injury, wasn't he? It's such a, well, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. It's such a sort of a, well, it's just a shame.
It is a shame.
So much talent.
Yeah.
So much talent.
He did, Mick, and I think he even. I mean, look, he's a massive Millers fan as well. Though.
Yeah,
that probably why. I mean, he's happy, and I tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if he's there next week as well.
So. I saw him at Donny. I saw him away at the Donny game. I was going to speak to him, but I didn't want to be a fanboy, so I didn't. But he was at the Donny game, and I have spoken to him a few times because he lived local to where I live, and I've seen him a couple of times. And such a lovely lad as well.
He is. He's a great lad. He is.
Get him on the podcast.
We need him on here. We need him on podcast.
We'd love to have him on.
Yeah.
Hell of a player.
Really good player. Yeah.
Paul Boundfield wonders if anybody's got any videos of the Liquid nightclub. If anybody has got any videos of Ronnie's coming home, Liquid, let us know.
I don't think video.
It was 1997.
If you have, it'll be on Betamax.
Yeah, I think I might have had a mobile, but it was the size of a suitcase in '97. I don't think it had video.
Yeah. So the season, 97-98, Ronnie came in. We just missed out on the playoffs by 5 or 6 points, something like that. But did that feel like it was the start? Did you feel like the team was building towards something?
Yeah, I did. I mean, the guy that eventually displaced me as well from the wing, you had Chris coming through, Chris Sedgwick, who's a good player. Yeah. And you had like Andy Monkhouse as well, similar age. You had, at the time, there was a young lad called Jamie Ingledale as well that played. Jamie Ingledale played a few. Yeah. Danny Hudson. There was a good group of he's actually manager of a club now. David Artell.
Yeah, yes.
There was a good group of youth that could step in if needed. So I think. He also brought well. I mean, Alan Lee, what a buy. Mike Pollitt, bringing him in, I mean, even Warney coming in, he brought Warney in from Wigan and Rob Scott. I mean, Rob, he had that long throw as well, which was an asset.
Absolute weapon, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Leo Fortune, look, he did really good things. And I suppose when you get to the Championship, a couple of those players didn't have the same quality you'd need in the Championship. So when we were talking about Sean Goodwin a little while ago, I honestly think the higher Rotherham would have gone if Sean was still playing, he would get better because it would suit him. It's very similar to me, actually. I think if the higher I played or the better teams we played, I played better. And I just, like Leo Fortune West, for instance, when we got to the Championship, he would have struggled to play his way of playing in that league. But he was he was a great player and brilliant for Rotherham. But he made good decisions as well. So, I think that from day one, I think that what he wanted. Now he was still learning as well. I mean, this was the first professional job that he had. And I think that the one thing that he done well is he learned by his errors that he'd made. And he moved on people that he liked and he thought the world of. Which was difficult. So that's always difficult to do. I take that from. Doing that in my own job, it is a difficult thing to do. So, he done ever so well. It was a good period of time. Like I said, I do think it was the start of where we are now. I really do.
Yeah, and it's arguably one of the greatest achievements in the club's history because he had basically no money. The club, but they weren't putting the pounds in. He had to sell Leo Fortune West to bring other people in. The achievement and what he did to get us from Division 3 to Division 1 it's got to be up there as one of the best achievements the club's ever seen. It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, even the wage structure that we had, we were under it was a League Two team in the League Two wages in the Championship for a lot of us, because. But it's not even that. I think you're right. For the way he brought people in, people that were given a second chance, and I think they took it. I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, Warnie, what a servant he's been. I mean, look, he's still doing it now, isn't he? I mean, fantastic story that he has. I mean, even, I was talking to him about when I was last down, and because he was the fitness guy there, wasn't he? He was and the chairman coming up to him and offering the story over that. I'll let him say it, but it's just Paul Warne all over, So he's genuinely. I know you see him and talk to him, and he's genuinely a really, really good guy as well. Genuinely. So I'm so glad that when we went down, that we didn't do a knee-jerk reaction, and look what's happening this year. I mean, fingers crossed, Mick, like you said. It's going to be successful at the end of the year. I know we had a blip last week, but that happens. That happens. Even happens to the big clubs. So we'd be back on track. We'd be all right.
I love it when you hear former players call us "we" and you still follow the club. I think that's brilliant. I don't know why.
It's that proper club camaraderie that spans generations and decades and all sorts. It's great to see. I mean, I grew up with my dad and my granddad all being Sheffield United fans, and they were sort of trying to lure me away to Bramall Lane. I took one look at Rotherham and just how the club operated, and it was like, no, that's the club for me. And since then, it's been arguably one of the best stories in football. Coming back from administration and being that close to, dropping out due to point reductions and this, that, and other. And now we've got a former player being our manager, who was a player with the former player as his manager. It's the domino. What's it called? The butterfly effect. I think it's great. It's great being a Rotherham fan. I like it.
It is.
Nothing like it.
Yeah, it is. And those low points you were talking about, Matt. We have had a few, but doesn't it make those high points even more sweeter? That's when I look at like Liverpool and Man City supporters. They don't know a low point. They really don't. No. Like no silverware this year. Okay.
Yeah, they think those are the cup finals, the low point.
Yeah. But I that's why I think that you get as a Rotherham supporter, you get the real deal as a supporter. You get those really high highs, and you get those low lows. But Yeah.
The season after, I want to talk about the playoffs because that was the only time I'd ever cried at a football game was when we lost to Leyton Orient.
Actually, Matt, we never mentioned this to Andy Roscoe last time, did he? Because he was the catalyst for your first tears.
Made him cry.
Match,
I wasn't on the pitch, Matt, and that was the reason. That's the reason we lost. I was subbed that game.
So I can imagine how devastated I was. What was the team like to lose on penalties, having been so close? It must have been horrible.
It was the after effect was horrible, but the following year, it drove us to do what we did. Then the following 2 years, you know. So I think it was, when you look back at the time, it was, look, we were devastated. You know, we were devastated. It was, look, it was more of a double whammy for me, because I remembered I'd had a hernia op, and I'd got back in, and I got back into the team, but then he left me out for that game. But look, it wasn't great. I mean, I don't know how to describe it in words. You know, it's what you're feeling. I think that's the best. You know, how you felt, Matt, was exactly how we felt in there. The one thing that I've experienced at other clubs is, what really annoys me is when you lose a game and you come in and the lads are laughing after losing the game. It always annoyed me. That never happened under Ronnie Moore. Every single player wanted to win every game. And I think that is probably another one. You know, there's lots of different little reasons why a team's successful, but that's probably one of them. We were all going in the same direction. So yeah, we were devastated. But I tell you, that pre-season, we come back, if I remember rightly, a week. There was the youth team always come back early. And I think half the first team come back early without being told.
Wow.
So that's, you know, that's probably
commitment.
Yeah.
But it goes on to what you were just talking about there, or goes back to what you were talking about there, about having those low lows. Yeah. You know, that's the thing that drives you on.
Oh, it's a massive drive.
But as a player, particularly.
You know? Massive drive.
And if you don't have that, then your motivation starts to disappear. And you look at now the Premier League, some of the players in the Premier League, you know, you can't get them to get their backsides off a bench because they have no motivation. You know, they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of pounds a week, but not only that, they've never really experienced that disappointment, that upset, that whatever it is that takes you to that
heartbreak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heartbreak.
They've never ever had to suffer that, and therefore, as a consequence, they don't really know how to push themselves further than they need to be. I don't know.
It's funny. Yeah, you're right, Mick. It's funny you said that, actually, because I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day about this, because he's a Man United supporter. You know, unfortunately, he's a United supporter, but he was talking about the play. Now, I run a junior team, and on a Sunday, every single one of my players that goes out on that pitch, they give 100%, and they also pay a fiver for the fees as well before they go out
for the pleasure of doing it.
Yeah, so you know and as a group, they work for each other, and and if someone's not working, the rest of the team will tell them. You know, so. I can't understand. I think that's where the frustration for a lot of fans is, because, you know, they've played themselves at that level and they want to win. So they can't understand why it's not. I do honestly think that it's rare, but it does happen. I mean, like we're talking about Man United at the moment. I mean, the players on 150,000 a week, you know, not trying. It's not right, is it?
No, it's not. No,
it's not. No. I mean, that's Well, I think we're all sort of on the same page with this, and but yeah, I mean, ultimately, as a player and as a supporter, those low points are the ones that drive you on.
Absolutely,
make the high points even better. And if you haven't had them, you know, it's something we've talked about on the podcast, you know, or I've talked about it. I don't want to get your flag out, Danny. We had a period of time where, because I coached in junior football for a while as well, where, you know, the winning and losing was never recorded. It wasn't about winning. It wasn't about losing. It was about taking part. And the consequence of that is that we've got a generation of footballers who don't know how to lose. They don't have the emotional skills, the emotional capacity to deal with a defeat. And everything that brings with it, you know, that drive and desire to improve, to not have to feel that again, you know, and it's had for me, it's had a big impact. And we see supporters all the time, you know, we're really, really, really always there when we're winning, but as soon as we lose, you know, Teddy comes out at caught, and because they don't have the emotional capacity to deal with it. I don't know why I'm going banging on about that, but just
no. Well, it is. Look, it would be, you know. I mean, I've played with players. I've played with players that they don't. I don't want to name any names, but it's just they don't care if they win or lose. They just I think that it annoys me because I should have looked after myself better off the pitch maybe when I was younger, but whenever I stepped on that pitch, I'd give 100%. I think anyone who saw me play knew that I would give 100% every game, and most of, in fact, all my teammates. I can't single anyone out at Rotherham that didn't want to try.
Yeah, that's all he has brought me that fan asked for.
Yeah, I know Neil Richardson looked like he wasn't trying, but he was just really slow. There's Andy and Richardson. I've got both of them. That's really good.
I've got them both, mate. Well done.
Yeah.
So what would I say is that Trev's got a bingo card on his desk and he's slowly ticking off names.
Well, I was actually going to say my best mate, because I see that my hour's nearly up there. So my best mate in life and well through football is Vance Warner. So you probably see that Vance is doing the March a Million at the moment. So for one of his friends who tragically died from cancer. So I mean, he's done brilliant. I mean, he's doing the equivalent of look, this man does something every single year for some sort of charity. He's an amazing guy, the best guy I know. Honest to God, lads. If you've ever spoken to him, you know what a gentleman he is. I mean, in this day and age, there's not many people like him. So I know this is Ukraine is the whole purpose of this, but I just wanted to mention him, on this because he's a fantastic guy and what he does every year is amazing. So, and I'll be seeing him in a couple of weeks as well. So,
Passing Matt's number on. I said passing Matt's number so that he can get in touch. We'll have him on podcast anytime.
Yeah, we would love to.
Vance Warner.
He puts on Twitter about the day about his walk, and I watched his video, and I just wanted to go with him. It was just lovely and uplifting, and
that's what he's like, Matt. I mean, you could be in the lowest point, and you have a 5-minute conversation with that man, and you're back on track. I swear to God, he's amazing. I don't want to say too much about him because we're not an item. But we're very close. We're very close. But no, look, I will. I mean, he's been on his colleague that he used to play football with at Nottingham Forest does what you guys do for Forest, and he was on there about 6 months ago, and it was good. They brought him in as an ex-player, so he'd be more than welcome to come on. He'd enjoy it, in actual fact, but just before, because he was actually, I think the Rotherham United actually give him on their official website. They put something up for him, so he was thankful for that. But
we'd love to have him on. We could talk to you probably for about another 6 hours. How long we left? 9 hours.
Well, good luck, men. I hope it goes well for you today. And you, Matt, if you just send me details so I can send those programs over and that for you, okay?
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. And hopefully at some point in the future have you back on again because it's always a pleasure speaking to you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Same for me. Thanks, lads. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Trev. Thank you
very much. See you
later. Bye.
Yes.
Seeing them programs that he's got is actually tempting me to pay the £12.50 for the programs for the cup final next week.
I've got to get one, mate. I'm afraid you've got to
£12.50.
Yep, £10 for program, £2.50 postage.
Why not just buy one when you get there?
It's to secure your program, apparently.
I'll get one in when I'm there.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. I always love talking to Trevor. That's the second time we spoke to him.
Yeah,
he's great, isn't it? He's
really sound bloke. I like him.
I enjoyed it that much. I didn't realise my wife's gone for her haircut. She's gone. Okay. We didn't even get through. Listening with Trevor, we talked that much. We don't get through a lot of stuff. There's loads of the questions we could have asked him, and we will definitely get him back on in future.
Oh, I'll be back on, no doubt. Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Yeah, what a guy. Love him.
Absolutely.
new hour, so we're going to tell you, please donate if you can. We're still on £120, 25% of the way through our target to support the shirt name on the front of Danny's shirt, Ukraine. It's really, really worthwhile cause, and there's loads of worthwhile causes, but this one at the minute is huge, as it should be. There's loads of people affected when they shouldn't be. It's just not. Life's not fair, and I think it'd be brilliant if you can dig deep and support them if you can. If not, like I said, if you can just share the tweet, share the link to your friends and family, and we'll see what else. See what we can raise. 9 hours left, guys. 9 hours left. And we haven't got any more footballers coming on. So we've got to fill all this time ourselves. Cheers, guys.
We'll be right.
We've got some comments, though. Neil Liversidge, as I think the atmosphere was better at the old Wembley than the new one. Would you agree? Mick, that's to you, so the one that went to both.
Yeah, it was. It was. It was an older ground, and it was. But yeah, it's that debate between old grounds and new grounds, isn't it? The atmosphere was unbelievable, but there were more people there than we've ever taken to the new Wembley. We were all crammed a little bit closer together, I guess, as well. It was. I can't disagree with that at all. But having said that, the atmosphere. You look back to some of the atmospheres that we've experienced. Ambitious but brilliant is probably up there with one of the greatest moments of Rotherham United supporters' lives, certainly from a footballing perspective, who were there, if not full stop, So it's just different, I think. Whether it's better is arguable. It's certainly different, and we're so lucky, aren't we? We are just so lucky to have been able to experience that for however many times we have over the last 12 years. It's World Cup year, so Rotherham must be at Wembley. Is where we are, isn't it? So hopefully, come the next World Cup, whoever's paid for it, I'm not sure where it is, but whoever's paid enough money to get the next World Cup, hopefully we'll be in Championship playoff final.
Okay. Yes, I think that's fair. You'll have that as a dig, will you?
Yeah, I'll have that dig. Listen, anyone I can get. Listen, we've got 9 hours to film, mate. I've got a bag full of digs.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just a cynical old man. I've got, just give me a subject to wind me up and set me off.
I think we need to set Mick a challenge. How many fan bases can he rattle in this 12-hour live stream?
Oh, mate, I'm not interested in that.
I think we should
These
go
type
after
of things are meant to be friendly.
Yeah, this is all for charity, so I'm not going to start rattling fan bases. I've noticed a couple of comments from some other club podcasts. The Wednesday Till I Die one, for example. Are all sort of, just behind what we're doing and sort of passing the congratulations on and support on. So, this is not about football necessarily, is it? I accept that some or all of the conversation will be about football, and most of it will be about Rotherham United and possibly some about England later on. But this is ultimately about what's happening over there, and with that, let's not get into that.
I was reaching for the flag.
Yeah. I can't. I've got my brain racking. I was racking my brain trying to think of a word that wasn't a swear word, and there weren't one. There weren't one there. So yeah. No.
So Scott Grundy's absolutely on fire here. Scott Grundy's chucking loads of comments off. What a legend. Mark Gamble's in 12 hours. I'm pretty sure Mick could rattle every club in the pyramid.
Yeah. I mean, just
except Stockport. We like Stockport, didn't we? So
let's begin. Let's start with AFC Bournemouth.
Yeah, little ground, shouldn't be in Premier League.
They're not. Championship.
They shouldn't have been in the Premier League then because they're too small. Not a big club, are they? Don't deserve it.
Fair enough.
I've got one as well. Who has a club nickname after a fruit? It's got cherries.
Not even a big fruit.
Blackpool, the tangerines.
Yeah, but at least
I thought Blackpool the seaside.
Blackpool the tangerines.
I think so.
Yeah, they are. Wow. At least you can hold the tangerine in your hand, the cherry. I mean, it's like what is that? What's it? That's not
I like cherries. Wow. I don't mind cherries. I won't say I like them, but
I like. Yeah.
Paul Barnfield says he's proud his company has taken a full Arctic load of supplies for the refugees in Ukraine, planning another one soon. Hopefully he gets the chance to take it. Amazing. And that's one of the things that comes out with situations like this. It's horrific what's happening in Ukraine. It's horrific what these people have gone through. But it shows how kind people can be. It shows the heart that people have got. Certainly in this country, we can only talk most of this country. I know other countries done a lot as well, but the people that have donated cash to other causes, donated cash to our causes, donated bedding, clothing, food to these people, and it's just amazing what people can do in it sometimes. It really is brilliant. And Alfie and Trevor Berry just taking an hour out of their days, taking time out of their days to try and support this cause as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
One thing I will add with the Ukraine crisis appeal that they're doing at the ground, you know, that they've got the 2 big bins that they completely fill with food and other supplies and everything. The one thing they are in desperate need for is sanitary towels for all of the women and girls who've been displaced. That is what the one big thing that they need more of. So lads, don't be afraid to go into Asda and buy a pack because the women of Ukraine need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get those programs from Trevor Berry. And what I will ask him to do, I don't know if he will do this, I'll see if he can sign them, and then we'll auction them off.
Yeah.
And then I
know what the last of my student loans going on.
And this time we will do a raffle. We won't do the bid like the Barry Banner one. That was a mistake doing a raffle, but we're doing the highest bidder.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, guys.
That was my mistake because I just opened my mouth and then weren't big enough to admit that I'd made a mistake. You know, you live and learn, even at my age.
Exactly. Oh, I'll ask him. He might say no, but I will certainly put the question to him. I know how much of a legend he is. I'm sure he will. So keep an eye on the socials for that because that's going to get from Ireland. So, Scott Grundy, question. Well, Sam Tuck's first off. We'll have to catch up tomorrow. Well done, everybody. Have a good day. Yeah, I can't believe it's only 3 hours in. It feels like we've been doing this for a day. This chair is friendly on my back. Right, Mick,
I saw a comment about Ben rocking on his chair. I think someone messaged me about it saying, I wonder how far Ben can push his chair back without falling off.
I felt sorry for you, Ben, because you've not got to ask Trevor Berry, have you? Because you don't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I didn't really want to ask him anything because, yeah. We
could have gone on for another hour, to be honest with you. But he's obviously got work to do. Mick, this one of the questions just for me and you, because Danny and Ben, again, don't remember Lee Glover. What did you think of Lee Glover, Mick? Now, my memory of Lee Glover is that he was my favourite player because I got to be we did the sponsors man of the match. Grounds Company Interprint sponsored the game, and it was Lee Glover won man of the match. Danny, Ben, what do you think? Ben, what do you think the prize would be? A man of the match prize for a professional footballer in 1998?
I don't know. This year it was from Interprint.
The prize is given by the club, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
I don't know, the trophy, like just some random trophy.
No. It was like 1.5 litres of whiskey.
Massive bottle of whiskey, wasn't it?
I've got the program somewhere. I will try and find the program before we finish today and see if I can get the picture. There's the 8-year-old me handing over a 1.5 litre of whiskey to a professional footballer. My granddad stood behind us. It's crazy.
Wow. I can't imagine that nowadays. There'd be people complaining all over the place the fact that an 8-year-old had been handing over whiskey, not to do a professional footballer drinking it, but yeah. Good player.
It was a goal scorer, but again, it was thing with 90 picked up injuries. The League Division 3 medical staff, and we're never going to be as good or never going to have the team to make sure everybody's as fit and healthy as they are nowadays. But on his day, he was an excellent footballer.
He was a bit ahead of his time, weren't he? Really, in that sense, because a bit like Reggie, I guess. You know, I think if both of those two players had been playing today, injury-wise, they would have had much better treatment and much better preventative treatment as well. Perhaps I don't know. Things have moved on so much since then. But yeah, he was a hell of a player, Lee Glover. I really liked him. Really, really liked him. He was a bit of an Alfie type player. He was an out and out goal scorer. That was his job, and he'd just bang him in for fun, wouldn't he?
He got 4 once, didn't he? He got like Alfie in a 5-4 win at Hull.
Yeah. So it's yet another player that he sort of could and should probably have gone on to bigger and better things, but for whatever reason, usually injury wise, never did. So I liked him a lot.
Yeah, if somebody else will try and get on in future as well. I think he's assistant manager at Russian Diamonds now, I think.
Is he?
So he is somebody else we'll try and get on. Scott Grundy Glover is always 2 steps ahead of most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but that can be a detriment, to even in League Two nowadays. How many? When Andy Scott came in, he brought in 2 or 3 Championship players, Danny Schofield, Troy Brown, and it just didn't work. They just couldn't cut it at that level because they were a little bit too clever. I think that's part of it as well. But as Arnie and Ben Pringle said, it were a grind in League Two. It was difficult.
Yeah.
That's League Two nowadays. Imagine Division 3 at 90s.
Yeah.
It can be difficult.
Speaking of old style division football, as you know, I took my mum with me to the Shrewsbury game last Saturday.
So last game, she's a bad luck charm. Tell her she's coming no more.
Mummy, apparently you're a bad luck charm.
Yeah, I said that.
even though she came to the Donny game at home, we won 2-0. And Wembley 2018. But yeah, she was saying to me after the game, just after the players had gone off, she says, "Do you remember me telling you that I used to watch Rotherham in the 80s and we were so bad I brought a book?" And then she just pointed at the pitch, and it was like, "Oh no, that game was a stinker." Oh no,
it was.
What did you used to do, Mum? You used to go to away matches on way to the Trafford Centre, didn't you? The equivalent of the Trafford Centre.
Well, we used to go shopping in the morning and then to football in the afternoon. As a sort of a bribe.
Did you catch that? The bribe of shopping, and then they went to the football later.
Yeah. Brilliant. And I had somebody else has donated. Joy Calladine. Put them in. We're now at 140 quid, 28%, nearly 30% of the way through.
Ooh.
And again, we've got 8 and 3/4 hours left.
140 quid. Get in.
So, and also what I will say is I'm going to keep minding this because the last hour we're going to do the quiz. So get everybody involved, friends and family. If they're a Rotherham United fan, get involved for the last hour. I'll be reading the questions out. These 3 will be trying to answer them. There's no prize, sorry. But please do, if you can, join us for that quiz. What a better way to spend your Saturday night. 8 or 9 on Saturday night. A couple of beers if you drink, orange juice or Coke if you don't. Answer a few questions, spending some time with some fellow Miller fans. As if we're all still awake by then. That is.
We could do what they do on Twitch and fall asleep on stream.
Yeah, get millions of subscribers because we're making weird noises.
I can't believe that's a thing. What's she called? She's one of them famous Twitch screamers, and she's famous for doing nothing on Twitch. She just sort of sits there. What's she called? Like Amaranth or something like that. Yeah. I was watching an interview she did with somebody, and apparently she gets more viewers while she's asleep than when she's awake and live. And it's like, that's a bit weird, isn't it? That more people sit and watch her last asleep. That's weird.
It's just weird.
It's like if I was put my head down on my computer and have a sleep, all you do with me snoring. No one wants to watch that. But
yeah,
that's strange.
iOS Ethan England game watch along, lads. Yes, that's the plan. Danny will be in a pub garden, beer garden by then.
Of course.
Will you be in the pub garden for the quiz, or are you going back home for that?
The plan is to do the England game in the pub garden and then dash home and do the quiz at home. Because I'll do it without my headphones on, so my mum can listen to questions as well.
I like your style. Mick will be watching the Formula 1 as well. I'll be watching split screen. So we'll talk about the Formula 1 as well. But mostly it's just going to be in England. Watch along. Thank you, friends. IFC. It's been a while since we've seen your name on there. Thank you for joining us, mate. So this one is probably for me and you, Danny. Mark Gambles. Do you guys collect Rotherham memorabilia? If so, what is your most prized possession? Ben has a non-Rotherham United piece of memorabilia.
Shall I go and get my bit of memorabilia that I'm really proud of?
We'll get your memorabilia. What Ben shows us is.
It's Rotherham related.
It's not Rotherham United related, is it? To be fair,
no, it's
they are
Rotherham
amazing. I think these are amazing. But go on, show everybody.
Well, I've got two. So
bring them to the camera.
I will. So the first one is a yellow. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's throwing all over the shop. Come on, mate.
It's a yellow card. Yellow card signed by Howard Webb.
FIFA issued yellow card.
FIFA issued yellow card. World Cup final referee.
Is that from the World Cup final? That's not. Is that the one he booked Iniesta with?
No.
Oh my God, that's even better.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I know. It's ridiculous.
Just if you rub your name off, if you rub that off, that's worth a fortune.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine how much that's worth in Spain.
Oh my! I know. I've got a Joe Bologna as well, signed by Howard Webb.
Again, that's not the World Cup final.
The World Cup. Yeah, the World Cup final ball. Yeah,
I know it's a World Cup final ball. It's not the World Cup final ball.
No, it's not the World Cup final ball, but it's signed by Howard Webb, and it's a proper FIFA one as well. It's a proper issued one. So solid. It's one of them where it's not even pumped up, but you could kick it about. Yeah. Like that's how good quality is.
My memorabilia consists of, I got a signed football from 2017-18 time and a signed shirt from the same season. And currently in the room behind me, there's nearly 1,000 football programs going from the 50s up to date, which my wife is... I keep buying random ones. I keep buying more bundles. But yeah, I'm trying to get the set together for the run to the Auto Windscreen Shield final in 96. And I'm missing one program to get the full set. So if anybody's
it's not the final one, by chance, is it, Matt?
It's not. No, otherwise I'd be keeping the one that Trevor Berry was.
Right. Okay. Good.
I'm missing the Rotherham Burnley in the preliminary stages. That's the only one I'm missing. The problem is, how many people went to the preliminary stages Rotherham against Burnley? There would have been like 1,000 people there. So that's why I can't find any.
It was probably better supported in those days, Matt, than it is today, to be fair.
Possibly.
But having said that, we didn't get many more than 1,000 as a regular attendance anyway, league or cup.
No, that's true.
Only a couple of thousand usually.
Yeah.
Shall I show my pieces off?
Yes, do it, Daniel.
Right. Not like that, Mother. I'm not going to show those pieces off live on screen. Which one do you want first? Do you want the shirt program or the non-Rotherham thing?
Let's go non-Rotherham. Let's start like what we do with Ben. Go non-Rotherham.
Right. So it's interesting we were all talking about the old Wembley because I've got this print of Georgia scoring in the World Cup final, and it's signed by Georgia.
Wow, that is a good one.
Jeff Hurst or Georgia?
Jeff Hurst, sorry. Yeah, Jeff Hurst, sorry. I've been awake since 8 o'clock. Leave me alone. Then, Matt, you mentioned programs. That's mine from 1958 against Barnsley. That is the oldest thing that I own that's Rotherham United and football orientated. But the main Rotherham piece is a shirt from the 2014 playoff final. It's Danny Rowe's shirt, and obviously he didn't play because if he did play, it'd be like rocking horse droppings to find it. And he's also signed it for me as well.
Is that his actual shirt that he would have worn?
Yeah, that's his match issue shirt from 2014. Gave him a few quid for charity, and he sent me that in the post.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I've got a few other shirts that are like match worn and match issue as well, including McIntosh. He was meant to be coming on, but fortunately he's had to work, which is a shame because I would have been wearing that. Yeah, but yeah, I'm definitely a football memorabilia fanatic. I've got an old style leather ball in the front room, which definitely needs pumping up because it's as flat as a fart. I've got a 66 replica World Cup ball, which is still bright orange. And I'm determined to have a kick about with that at some point, just to see if heading that ball when it's wet is as hard as they say it is.
Mate, don't listen. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't. It's horrible.
You just need to experience the things, mate. That's the thing. You just need to experience it.
Well, I mean, you see that wall behind you, just go and bang your head against it, mate. It's just exactly the same. There is no sort of no difference.
Yeah, I've got a fair few bits and pieces. My mate was saying to me one time, "Oh, if you're ever in debt, you can just sell it off." It's like, no. This stuff is mine. It's mine to keep now.
It's a very niche product, isn't it? You know, your market is reasonably small because whilst we might get 10,000 every week. You know, there's only a very small proportion of those people who are interested in collecting the memorabilia. But you know, football fans being football fans, it's your life, isn't it? It's a huge part of your life. It's always nice to have those memories and have a look at them every now and again. I'm sure Matt will enjoy his 1,000 programs or whatever it is because he can read all them and you know, so manager's notes of Crewe versus Rotherham United on a Tuesday night in November in 1973. I mean, who wouldn't want to go back and read that?
I mean, he says he's nipped off to the loo. I think he's gone to look at them programs.
Yeah. It's reading Dario O'Grady's match. Dario O'Grady's manager's notes from 1957.
I'm just looking at this program now. Players like Ironside in goal for Rotherham and Williams,
Danny Williams,
who I think is that wing back potentially. What do you call the wing back these days?
It's before my time. Danny Williams. He was a name that was synonymous with Rotherham United, though, as I was sort of growing up, and I remember his name being mentioned a whole lot. I think he had a sports shop in town as well. I'm pretty sure it was him. But yeah.
Me and Mum were talking about this funny enough last night about Danny Williams' sports shop. I mentioned something about Paul Hurst, and my mate plays football with him on a Friday night down at Crystal Peaks. And I mentioned about him being Rotherham's record appearance holder, apart from Danny Williams, if you count war appearances, but obviously they don't. My mum says, "Oh, I bought my hockey stick from Danny Williams' sports shop in town, and the tennis racket." And I said, "What, the tennis racket that I took to school in year 7?" And everyone laughed at me because it's just a small head and really long stick. And she went, "Yeah." And I had a chance to find it, but it's somewhere in this house, I think.
The squash racket, mate. It weren't a tennis racket, the squash racket.
Because she brought it at my granddad's originally, and she brought it back and like, "Oh, this is a tennis racket I play with at school." It's like, are you sure? Like Ed's about the size of my head, and they're massive now, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
The evolution of tennis rackets. There you go. That's a strange conversation for a football podcast, isn't it? The evolution of
it all started in 1987 when somebody invented some special plastic that were, oh God, this is going to last a long time today.
You're creative. You're a creative director, mate.
I am, aren't I? Yeah. I haven't got a creative bone in my body, mate. Creative is not a word that has ever been associated with anything that I have ever done. It's definitely not.
Look this one. Ronnie's coming home. This is signed by Dennis Priestley.
I'd guess John Brecken.
Oh, Dennis.
Who's this Priestley, Mick?
Darts player from Mexborough, Dennis. Dennis the Menace, world champion,
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah. He was at the start of Phil Taylor's marathon session of world championships. Dennis Priestley was the man to beat.
He was one of the few people that have ever beaten Phil Taylor in a world final.
Yeah. Top lad.
You see, Mick, I told you, he's not nipping off to Lou. He's gone to look at them programs, and here he is.
Here we go. Right, here we go. I told you, league lover. You see it?
Let's just see if we can get Matt's. Matt.
Oh yeah, come at me bigger.
No problem.
Come on, you reckon?
There we go.
You see?
Oh yeah.
So 8-year-old me with league lover, and the man with a giant moustache in the background is my granddad. And the whiskey is, let's have a look. It looks like it's Jameson.
Wow, Irish whiskey. Proper whiskey.
There's also a mascot as well. While we're here, I might as well show these and all. I was a mascot in here. And I have proof that Paul Warner was my favourite player because I writ it in this mascot. I writ it in this programme.
You writ it in there, did you?
I writ it. There you go.
You got any songs that you writ your son?
Good grief, look at that.
His favourite player is Paul Warner. There you go. Proof.
Right, Right, we can send that to him, can't we? Only can come on the podcast. That you've been my favourite player since I was a mascot when I was 8-year-old. That's a great selling point. That I love it.
David Bass, Mick, playing in this friendly. Mick, do you remember David Bass?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Neil Redfern playing for Barnsley.
Yeah.
Neil Redfern. Oh my god.
No.
Even I know
Arjan
that name.
Dezeu, that rings a bell. Does anyone remember Arjan Dezeu for Barnsley? It really rings a bell, that name.
Yeah.
Barnsley.
The Zoo. Yeah. I remember his name from Radio DDR match reports when they used to come on.
In this programme, I've written the scores. So I can't read my own writing.
Somebody got that. You still can't read your own writing, Matt, can you?
It's not pointless, isn't it? It's not worth nothing. I've written scores in it.
I think someone's done this in this programme that I've got from 1958. I think they have anyway. Might not be this one, Matt. Oh yeah, they have today's half-time scores, and someone's written them down. I have no idea if they're right or not. Well, but it's like selected games in each thing, and whoever it was hasn't done V or W slot. I'm not surprised. It was Swansea against Sunderland, Tranmere against Stockport.
Well, that's how it used to work, didn't it? Yeah, before in the days gone by, the pre-scoreboards on the perimeter wall, you used to have the letters A through to Z, and then in your programme, you'd have match A is Man U versus Liverpool, match B is this, match B is C is the other, and then some bloke used to come out at half time with a box full of numbers and put 1-2 over the A and 3-0 over the B, and so then you had to look at A and look at match, look at the corresponding match in your programme so you can find out what scores were. That's the only way you knew.
Didn't you be a groundsman briefly, but not permanent groundsman? But when you come on and poke the pitch with a stick?
You used to be able to, if you queued up at the side of the tunnel at Millmore at the beginning of half time, but as you got close to half time, they'd get a few of you to come through and give you all the fork and get on pitch and replace all divots. But you had to get in queue to do it. So if anybody knows, if anybody remembers Millmore, the tunnel was in the bottom right-hand corner, and the groundsman's hut was the other side, the railway end side of the tunnel, and they had gates across the tunnel, so you'd have to wait there until half time and then get through, and they give you a long fork and put you on pitch, and everybody walk around putting divots back. Yeah. If you
imagine that happening in modern football, grief.
So yeah, those were the days.
Yeah, still are the days. Let's have a look. We've got loads of comments. Seriously, thank everybody who is watching us so far. I accept you're not going to watch us all day, but you're really helping us and you're really putting some good topics on. I suppose one of the things good about today is not only are we having a laugh, you get to know us a bit more, I suppose, if you're interested in that.
Which you shouldn't be, really.
I'm not sure it's a good idea. You know what I mean? So let's have a look. We've got some great comments. Where are we? Scott Grundy again. God, Scott Grundy, thank you. We love the Grundys on this show. Who would you consider to be the best player over the last decade? So that's going back.
I'm guessing you mean the
2010.
tens. You mean the tens?
I'm guessing 2012 to 2022.
Or do you count 21? I'm gonna say, do you count 21 and 22, or is it the tens?
2012 to 2022. That's
yeah, 11, 12 to 21, 22.
But what I will add is you can't pick a current player because then they haven't finished playing.
Well, listen. I went into kitchen a couple of minutes ago to put my coffee machine on. It will now be ready. There is only one answer to this question. Leif Recklington. I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he has got a decent point.
Yeah,
Mick's also forgot it. Mick's also forgot his mug.
We'll all just wait patiently for it to come back with and come in. There it is. I knew that had happened and coming in. Excellent.
I can't really argue with Leif Recklington, I don't think. I would say Michael Smith is up there in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you've got to wait until these guys, him and Richard Wood example.
Yeah.
You've got to wait till these stop playing to sort of judge their time. If that sort of makes sense.
Is it Well, this is the thing. Is it the best player that's played for, like, as in the best football player, or the person that's been like the best for the club? Do you know what I mean?
It's the
I would argue
how
Izzy
you
Brown.
interpret it.
I would argue
Izzy
Izzy Brown or someone like that. Maybe was better than Leif Ecclington.
I know you mean. Technically better.
At the club. Yeah, but I would rather have Leif Ecclington playing for me, if that makes sense, or at the club.
Yeah.
So
I know what you mean.
But yeah, you can't argue with Ecclington, I don't think.
Okay. Well, I mean, it would be easy if we just said, should we take Ecclington out of question?
What second best player?
Oh, second best player.
What about the best technical player? Like, who was that guy from Norwich? Was it? Who was that? Oh, what's his name? That played for like 4 or 5 games. What was his name?
Something.
Andreu? Was it Andreu?
I can't remember his name now. You're right though, Benny. We're on loan for a month.
Yeah.
Oh, something. Here we go. Vadis Adajay.
Yeah.
He was on loan. We loaned him at Simon at the same time as that guy called Tony Andreu.
Yeah.
And he was also a pretty good player. He stayed. And the rumor is, now this may not be true, but the rumor is this guy Adajay is one of the reasons Steve Evans left, because Steve Evans wanted to extend the loan and was really keen on it, but we couldn't do it. He's gone to play the Europa League, for God's sake. It was just us for a stopgap. And I think it would have cost us a lot of money. Whether that's true, I don't know. But that's the rumor I heard at the time, that player was part of the reason he left. Don't know.
Who would you say is the best technical player to play for them? Like, technical-wise, skill-wise?
Whatever.
No, in the last decade.
Technical player. I mean, every player's got their own attributes, haven't they? But from what I've seen, and bear in mind, I haven't been going to games very long due to various reasons. But from what I've seen, I thought David Ball were a very good technical player in behind Michael Smith. I thought that pair were very good. No, it just didn't work out for him. Where is he now, anyway, David Ball?
He's in Wellington, and I know that because I watched him the other week working from home. Football's on, obviously, and he scored. You're a Ethan Georges. Chris Nichols.
He's very good. But
he mentions Jerry Forrest from back in the 80s, but Carrie Arneson's a great shout because for me, technical is all about how they look on the ball.
Yeah.
And Carrie Arneson, when Arnie were on ball, time just slowed down, didn't it? He was such a good player to watch on the ball. Handsome chap as well. That helps, doesn't it?
I think IOFC Abbey fancies him.
Oh, sorry?
IOFC Abbey, the one who's the Her Game 2 rep. She probably still fancies him. I guarantee it.
I don't blame her. Don't blame her at all. What a guy. Paul Barfield Martinez was a brilliant keeper. Didn't have him for long, but he was clearly had something. Absolutely.
He's at Villa now, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Copper America.
Copper America winner, yeah.
Scott Grundy. Ben Pringle's left foot.
Yeah.
Ben Pringle's. I didn't ask Ben Pringle today, just knowing that he would be playing for Altrincham. We'll hopefully have Pringle on again at some point. I didn't ask the players I knew were playing. But Ben Pringle's left foot may be the best left foot the club's ever seen.
There was a story that he told. I don't know if it was below the top 20 podcast or whatever it was. And they were telling a story whilst he was at Rotherham and with Steve Evans. I think it was Steve Evans anyway. And one of the players got really, really annoyed at Steve Evans to the point where it was so heated that they were all eating gym downstairs at the old training ground, just listening to what's happening. And to the point where this player just goes, cancel my contract. I'm going somewhere else, cancel my contract. And Steve Evans has to go with his tail between his legs and says, no, we're not cancelling. No, cancel my contract. I've had enough of it. I can't remember which player it was.
It were Noble.
That were it. Yeah, it were Noble. Yeah. That were it. And I was listening to that and I were absolutely in tux. It was so funny because you can just picture it. You can picture him slamming it going, no, I'm ripping up my contract. And then Evans chasing after him or whoever it was who chased after him. But it's stories like that that make me love football. You know, the little behind the scenes bits that you get that obviously you're allowed to talk about because they happened nearly 10 years ago. But that little lifting at curtain, just to have a look what happened, and it's like there's some stories like the one in Breck's book when he talks about who was it now? The fellow who punched the door and had to go to hospital.
Psycho.
Psycho.
Guy Branston.
Yeah, that was it. Guy Branston. Now he got so annoyed that he punched the door, pulled his arm out because of a metal mesh door behind the wood, had to go to hospital and get stitches.
I saw that, yeah.
I was reading that, and it was like, bloody hell, how's he managed that then?
That were at Boothbury Park.
Yeah, against Hull.
He got sent off against Hull.
Because it was ref's door, wasn't it? They went and punched.
It should have been sent off. The thing with Guy Branston is his reputation preceded him, particularly with referees, and the first little indiscretion he ever he made in a game, that were it. He got sent off, and he shouldn't have gone for that game. I'm saying he shouldn't have gone. He probably should have done. To be fair, I can't remember it now.
Guy Branston, he probably deserved it. I mean, I love the guy more than anything, but he was mad, wasn't he?
Oh, he was mad. The best time, and it'd be lovely to get Guy Branston on. The best time was against Norwich with Huckabee, in Tunnel. I just remember seeing them all going down tunnel, and all of a sudden these arms start flying, and then Darren Huckabee cheating like Darren Huckabee used to do. Not that. I mean, that's Norwich. I can upset Norwich if you want. He was a cheat. It was Darren Huckabee, good player, but a cheat.
Is he a Norwich legend? I'm guessing.
I think he's quite popular. Yeah,
quite popular. When he at Coventry for a while as well, I think.
Darren Huckabee is famous, and the reason Darren Huckabee is famous is because he was amazing in the first division, what is now the Championship, but he can never cut it Premier League.
Like Dwight Gale.
Darren Huckabee is the obvious for my people of my generation. Darren Huckabee, he's brilliant first division, wishing Premier League. It's got a 4-year-old talking.
Yeah, but he was guy took exception to this, I think. Because I think he got Branston. Did he get Branston booked in that game? I can't remember. I'm sure somebody in comments will remember it.
He dove for a penalty.
Yeah, he was cheating anyway, whatever, and Guy weren't happy with that, and basically let him know in no uncertain terms in tunnel. So,
hello.
Is that it? Get lost, then go on.
Get lost, bang!
You've been live on telly.
Could be on somebody's telly, yeah. My dinner's been delivered, by the way. I've got hot dogs.
Nice.
Hot dogs.
Nice.
In brioche buns. Bloody lovely.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, brioche. Yeah, very, very nice. I love you say it there. Very nice.
It's happened to my life. I'm sat talking with 3 other Rotherham fans. We're talking about brioche. Wowzers.
That's the 2020s for you.
Yeah.
What's the ketchup as well now? I'll have to fight for that back in a minute.
We're talking about Manscaped and flipping moisturising next.
Not today, we won't. We've got no Manscaped today. Paul Banfield on Memorabilia. His best bit of memorabilia is Mark Robbins' last match-worn shirt, which was a blue away strip, which we would have worn, I think, in the Championship. That's a great piece of memorabilia as well.
Yeah. Not that half. Wowzers. Love it.
Chris and Mark Gamble's collects programs as well, drives his missus mental as well. Yeah. So Ethan Mexborough is very close to him. He's seen Dennis Priestley before. I think he died recently, a few years. He didn't Dennis Priestley. I think he had prostate.
Did he?
Cancer. I think so. I will double check that for you. But...
Yeah. Don't say he's dead if he isn't. That wouldn't be. Would it?
It would be poor from us, but it wouldn't be the stupidest thing we've ever said. Look at this. You're Ethan. My best memorabilia is a Frecklington signed shirt. Now you are looking up that one.
Wow.
That will be worth
I actually saw Frecklington one time in Meadowhall when he was playing for. It was like when he was playing. Where did he go to after? Lincoln. I'm pretty sure he was playing for Lincoln, and I saw him in Meadowhall. So I don't know if he still lives up here because Lincoln's only an hour and a half away. So I don't know if he still lived up here when he played for them. It weren't like July or something. It must have been December. I seen him in Meadowhall. So
there was a time at Lincoln where he were out injured though, and I think that really ended his career before getting signed off. So that might have been it.
Well, he signed for Cowley's, didn't he? And then Cowley's left. Appleton came in, and Appleton, I think, had more of a push towards youth, and I think it sort of forced him out a little bit. But Frex, we'd love to get Frex on the show, by the way.
Oh yeah.
He's our white whale at the minute, and he's the one we want. We've got to get at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I remember whilst I was at college at New York Stadium, we had Frecklington come in for a talk, and there were Frecklington and John Taylor, and I think that were it. Yeah, that were it. No, there were Manny Honorays as well, who came in. Just gives like a talk about insight into football and stuff. And Frex just carried this aura around him that you could tell he was leader at squad. You know what I mean? Like the other two just came in and sort of like stood back and like took the questions. But the way Frex held himself and how he talked, you could tell he were in charge of the squad. In terms of about on the pitch and off the pitch, but not in like training purposes or anything. And this was during 16-17, and we asked him a question about relegation, and John Taylor said, yeah, we think we're basically down, but we're going to keep giving 100%. And Frex shot him this look, and it could have killed the cat at 20 paces. The look he gave him just struck fear into him, and he put his head down straight away, knowing he'd said something wrong. And that is the sort of aura that you need at a football club, that Frex aura of I'm in charge. And I think Woody has got that. Like, because we saw that when he was on the podcast with us, he does have that aura around him that you can tell, like, he's the captain. He's not the gaffer, but he's the captain. And I think every club needs someone like that. If you haven't got someone like that at your football club, you need to find one. Every club needs that leader that, like, that just shuffles you into line. You know, if you step out of line, they just push you back in, sort of thing. But yeah, having Frex on this would be great. It'd be sensational.
Matt's on mute, so he's just going to carry on talking while, you know.
I didn't think you wanted to hear me eating.
Oh, well, it's up to you. It'd be nice to hear you talking because, you know.
Thankfully, I think Vince Priestley is still alive, and I feel really
bad.
Yeah,
I think you might be right there. So, yeah, you can apologise to Dennis and his family for announcing that live on air when it's not true.
I'm really, really sorry. And I just know he'd been ill. I know he'd had prostate cancer.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'd love to have him on, to be honest with you.
Anyway, moving on. Frex now plays for Frickley Athletic, apparently.
He does.
Because don't his dad manage him? Dave Frecklington, he manages them, doesn't he?
Dave Frecklington and Lee Frecklington play for Frickley. Sounds good. Paul Banfield, Paul Hurst will be a good one to get on. He did him a couple of times after the speeches. He has been brilliant.
I can talk to my mate who plays football with him because he never shuts up mentioning it whenever I see him. He's my mate, lad who commented earlier, Tiny, it's his dad, Sean. And he never lets us forget, like, I play football with Paul Hurst on a Friday. And when we turned up to football training last week, he had these Grimsby shorts on. He went, Paul Hurst gave me these. It's like, yeah, sure, no, you play with Paul Hurst, behave. Like, he rattles off these stories like, I used to go drinking in the Clifton, the old Clifton pub, with like Andy Roscoe, Paul Hurst was in there a few times, and he remembers telling me this story about Brex and Ronnie Moore going in, and they were meant to be having a darts tournament, and as soon as they knew they were coming, they chucked off one at teams and let the Rotherham lads have their own team for the darts tournament, and then got absolutely sloshed with Ronnie Moore and John Brecky, which is quite funny.
I like that.
I think it's a rec centre, that pub now.
Chris Nichols, good luck with the marathon show from Perth. He's really enjoyed the Alfie section. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Very much. Both those episodes, both those hours with Alfie and Trevor Berry will be going out as separate episodes. I don't know when, whether Monday, Wednesday, or something like that. Keep an eye on the socials for that one. Should we bring it back to Vladimir United briefly? Peter Carr, what are your thoughts on the Ipswich and Burton game being moved because of Sky? Now, I'm going to put my cards out and clear on the table. This has been really, really good news for me. I am working the Friday and the Monday. And because the Ipswich game was going to be early kickoff anyway, I would have very struggled to go to the Ipswich game. So for me, from a very selfish point of view, it's worked out very, very well. But There's absolutely no way Sky should be moving these games so close to when they were meant to be kicked off. I think that's an absolute joke, not far off a disgrace, and they should be ashamed of themselves, to be honest with you. There's no thought gone towards the fans. Danny, I assume you're in agreement.
Yeah, I mean, it spoilt my my piss-up weekend, to be honest. But no, on a serious note, there are some games in the football calendar that should be untouchable due to tradition, which is Boxing Day and the Easter fixtures. Those two games are historically and traditionally the games that you don't move in football. Premier League, all right, your money comes from TV and stuff, so there's a little bit of leeway there. But in terms of lower league football, you don't move those games. Those games were for the working class because it's one of the few weekdays that they got off in football history. You got either Boxing Day or Christmas Day off. Back when, and it eventually moved to Boxing Day. Because I think people eventually started working half days on Boxing Day, so they could work the half day and then go to the football. Same with Easter Monday and Good Friday. Religious days usually didn't have to work, so they went to the football. And to move them, it's sort of a kick in the teeth for football traditionalists like myself, even though I'm a 21st century football baby. To look back on tradition and say there's always the Easter fixtures and there's always Boxing Day, and now to have them moved, it feels like they've just took a bit of the soul out of this season. Like imagine beating Ipswich on Good Friday and it could be something that pushes over the line, or beating Burton on Easter Monday. It could have been bumper crowds because most people got them off work, but now they've moved them to a Saturday. A lot of people I know work Saturdays, and to a Tuesday night. A lot of people work Tuesdays and probably won't go to Burton away now. And it's just it gives us a bit of extra TV money, but
it's minimal, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's minimal. We could have made that money if we'd have got a bumper crowd. But Sky be Sky, innit? I've been in touch with someone at Sky, and he's a sound bloke. The people who work for Sky are all right, but the whole ideology behind it and moving football features is non-traditionalist. I think it's the most polite way to put it.
The problem with it is, and this is a deeper problem, which I suppose we'll come on to, the 3 o'clock blackout, which I know doesn't apply in this argument, but the 3 o'clock blackout causes these problems. If you could have just put, let's use it, I know it was meant to be Good Friday, but if you could put Rotherham Ipswich on telly at 3 o'clock, we wouldn't have to move it, and it'd be live on telly for everybody. Yeah, except 1 or 2 games might have to move, but the 3 o'clock blackout causes these problems because we all want to watch it. Other people who aren't Rotherham and Ipswich fans are thinking, great, Rotherham Ipswich at lunchtime. That's a big game, that in League One. I'm looking forward to watch that. But for the fans involved, especially for Ipswich, I mean, for God's sake, that's a long trip. They would have had to already make plans for those trips for coaches and whatnot already. It's not fair. But if there was more leeway in terms of it, it might be different. Frustrating, very frustrating. And also, they've changed the kickoff. So us, Wigan and McDonald's now don't kick off at the same time. We now kick off. They'll both their games are on telly as well after our games. Why is that?
So they can just watch ours and go, all right, they've won, now we have to win, sort of thing, or they've lost, all right, we have
changes
to win
the competition,
now,
doesn't it? It changes their motivation. Mick.
Yeah, the scrummers aren't this guy. They really are. They really are, because the world revolves around them. They've got all the money and they can do whatever the hell they like. I mean, just and I said this slightly tongue in cheek, but not very tongue in cheek. I mean, it's bad enough being a Wednesday fan. It's hard enough as it is having to be a Wednesday fan, but to have their match changed against McDonald's to an evening game, there's no trains back.
No,
I mean, it's absolutely outrageous, and I can't believe I'm sticking up for piggies. But it's outrageous, and
last time back's at 20-9, and the game kicks off at 7:45. That's
I mean, it's just a joke. It's an absolute joke, and it's a perfect example of the fact that neither the EFL, Sky, or anybody who's in charge of football give a monkey's ass about supporters. They do not care about you or us.
No.
We are they have no interest whatsoever in football supporters or the pursuance of the game. All they're interested in, purely and simply, is lining their pockets.
Yeah, I like Danny says it's not people in charge. It's not even the commentators. For the Wednesday game, the co-commentator Dave Edwards rang me for a bit of information about the team, and he was really keen to get the information right to make sure he's talking about right players. So the people that do the work are clearly very passionate. They want to do it right. I know some of them aren't. We won't name them. Some other co-commentators are less so, but a lot of them want to do a good job. But then they're bashed by the same stick because Sky are making a rod for their own back. Gerald Ann Simpson says it's good for the players; they get an extra day's rest, which is very true because we are playing the Tuesday, so that does sort of help us.
Yeah, it sort of reshuffles it a little bit. It goes from Friday, Monday, Saturday, Tuesday, etc., to just Saturday, Tuesday. Well, Sunday, Saturday, Tuesday for the rest of the season, which is still a big ask, but we have done it before, and we've got a little rest before doing it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Dean Catley, best memorabilia. These will probably come out through the day. Thank you. Best memorabilia is Paul Warren's match-worn shirt he gave me and signed for buying him a hot dog and cake at half-time as he wasn't playing.
Brilliant.
That is brilliant.
That's old school football right there, isn't it?
Very much so. Ben, thoughts on Sky Sports moving our game? Not in general, because that's probably an all-day conversation. You have time for it if you want. But...
Sky don't care, do they?
No.
Sky don't care. That's the genuine. That's the. I think it will come back to bite them because they run out of business in the future.
Yeah.
No one my age watches Sky. When I get older, I'm not buying Sky. I genuinely. I don't want Sky. I don't need Sky. Genuinely, I don't watch Sky. I don't watch TV. My generation and maybe a little bit older, but definitely younger, don't watch television. It's YouTube and Netflix and all this. So Sky will run out of business. So they'll get what they deserve.
I think Sky will go down to Amazon. Football on Sky will eventually go to Amazon Prime because it's a streaming service. Yeah. And football is moving on to streaming services now. If YouTube and Amazon Prime get their act together, they could probably buy rights to the Premier League and a bare minimum EFL. Imagine EFL on Amazon Prime. That would be an ace, wouldn't it? Because Amazon's got a good football team behind them. And if they say,
it's great.
What? Sorry?
Amazon's punditry team for all their games is brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
They get all the best people.
100%. And I would actually like to see if they do like an Amazon Prime Sport, and it's like a different section to Amazon Prime, and then you could subscribe to the different ones. I'm just pitching ideas and waffling here. But you can like have your little tabs of all Championship, League 1, League 2, and then you can tune into your different games and do it that way. That, for me, would be a really sound idea.
Well, I think Simon Jordan, who is, I don't like, but has some good ideas. He's mentioned the Netflix style Premier League, which I think is workable. I think it works for Amazon Prime. If I'm the EFL though, that's what I'm going for. If I'm the EFL, and if anybody wants to, pay me £20 million to get the ball rolling, I'll get on with it. But I think there's certainly a market for EFL on demand. So you'd have to get rid of the 3 o'clock blackout, which I think will come anyway because I think it's a waste of time. But you could stream every single one of those 3 o'clock kickoffs to this streaming service. Yeah. And if you only would need to charge your fans £3 or £4 a month to make a healthy profit because of the fans that they are. You look at Leeds when they were in the Championship, Sunderland, Sheffield Wednesday. If all of them pay if half of their season ticket holders pay £3 or £4 a month, and it's same for everybody else, you're actually making loads of money. There's a profit there, and then you could extend it. You could have your own team's commentary. You could have their own clubs could make their own content to go out on this streaming service, and it all pays for itself. And I can't work out why they haven't done it yet because it's an open goal. It's there. It's ready. You don't need to charge much money. Certainly don't need to charge much money as Sky are charging to make it profitable for the clubs. I don't really understand why they haven't done it yet.
Think how many fans will do it. It's not even like the little clubs. You could make enough money off charging just Premier League fans and do it for the whole country and do like League 1, League 2. You wouldn't even have to charge League 1 and 2. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should, but think about Man City, like all these big clubs. How many fans they get?
Paying £3 or £4 a month.
Paying £3 or £4, and the people that can't go to the away games who are season ticket holders, you're gonna make so much money not only off the big clubs, but you're not going to make as much money off Rotherham as you are Chelsea, but you're still going to make a lot of money. Because I'll pay,
it's all part of package, isn't it?
Yeah, pay £3 a month to watch all the away games, £4 a month to watch all the away games. Of course you would.
Yeah.
So,
I think a lot of companies think that Sky's untouchable, but BT and Amazon have actually proved that they're not.
Yeah.
The argument is that by doing that, you're reducing home match attendances, and that's where this all comes in, isn't it? I would argue that that's not necessarily true. You know, what you're doing there is you're tarring football fans with the same brush as you would tar all Man United fans and all Liverpool fans and all Arsenal fans. You know, all Man United fans out of all of them, a tiny proportion go to games.
Yeah,
because tiny proportion of fans are supporters. You know what I mean?
And they still pay to watch.
They still pay, and you know, I would argue that certainly for clubs of Rotherham United's size and similar clubs, I don't think banning the 3 o'clock, taking away the 3 o'clock issue for streaming games would have any impact on the home support. Maybe for clubs like Accrington, I've seen Andy Holt is quite sort of vociferous in his defence of this 3 o'clock blackout, because I think he feels that it would affect his club. They're at a slightly lower level in terms of attendance, regular attendance levels than we are. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I would argue their business model is slightly different in it, because they're kind of drawing fans from other clubs from the likes of Burnley and Blackburn, dependent on who's playing. So it's a slightly different model. But I think as a whole, there's no way that it would impact significantly on home attendances or away attendances, for that matter. You know, because if you're a supporter, if you can go to an away game, if you can afford it, you've got the time, you will go. You know, if you can't, there's no way on earth that it's right that you should be banned from watching it. You know, it's just ridiculous. It makes no sense whatsoever.
In that sense, you're almost pushing fans away from watching the club by doing that, aren't you? If you're not going to away game, you're not allowed to watch us.
You're pushing fans into illegal streams, is what you're doing.
Yeah,
and you're making the criminal activity that sits behind that legitimate. You know, you're feeding money into the criminal activity that sits behind things like illegal streams and other such stuff. So because people are still going to want to watch it, the fact that these illegal streams actually exist proves that there is a market for it.
Yeah.
You know, in and of itself.
Every week on Rotherham's links to games, there's always somebody going, "Oh, watch live here." It's like, no, because I'll end up being illegally signed up some sort of betting site or something.
But the bottom line with it is that this is a monopoly. It's a monopoly held by the EFL. They can do whatever they choose to do with our game, and will continue to do whatever they choose with our game.
That does raise the point, like, should clubs be allowed to refuse game rearrangements? I think that needs to be talked about, because obviously if Sky says you're playing the game on this day, I think
they hold the ace card, though, Sky, don't they?
Yeah,
why is it Sky's right, though? Why is it Sky's right to say
exactly?
For the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
But that's one thing I agree with, getting rid of the 3 p.m. blackout, at least for league football, because it originates with the whole FA Cup thing, and nobody else was allowed to broadcast whilst the FA Cup was on, which, for tradition's sake, all right, fair enough. And then you can spread the FA Cup over a weekend, so it's FA Cup weekend, Friday to Monday. I hope they choose more lower league games rather than watching Man United v Aston Villa on a Monday night. Which is basically just Sky. But in terms of league football, I'd get rid of the 3 p.m. blackout. It's done its time. It's not really a thing that you see around the world in league football. I think we're the only country that actually has it in the world now. So I'd say get rid of 3 p.m. blackout on a Saturday for league football, but for tradition's sake, with it being the oldest cup competition in the world that's still going on, keep it for the FA Cup. That's my cards on the table anyway.
Yeah. It feels from the outside and I don't know whether this is true, and I can't believe that it is true in 2022, but it feels from the outside that you've got the FA and the EFL, and they're basically run by dinosaurs. They're run by, stuffy old men in grey suits who just want to keep their empire together. That's how it feels. And there's nothing that ever, in my view, there's nothing that ever comes out to try and dispel that image. It's a monopoly. The EFL have got a monopoly on league football, and they can and will do as they see fit to maintain their monopoly, as opposed to what is for the benefit of the supporters and the clubs. But that's football, isn't it? That's football.
Apparently, Russ Vernon says Spain, France, Germany, Italy, and Netherlands also have blackouts. But they get spread over.
That's put me in my place.
Mark Gamble's Ali McCoy's commentating Accrington Stanley against Shrewsbury. I would pay money for that. I would pay money for it. He also going to say, agree, clubs should be able to sell digital season ticket for those who can't go or don't want to go, because there's people that literally physically can't go or don't want to go for one reason or another. Absolutely. Neil Liversidge, I think we should. I think it would be good for the EFL to do an app like we do for home. Have home matches on there and put any old matches on there so you can watch them again. Yeah, and that goes to the sort of the streaming thing. Amazon Prime. If the game on Amazon,
I follow do that to a point, but there is a cut-off where games then get deleted off the app. Because I thought, I don't know why, but the mood took me to go and watch it, like Rotherham against Shrewsbury playoff final, just because they took off it now because there's like a 2-season cap where you can watch it. And personally, if the games are like olds, like from not like within the last 5 years, sort of old, where certain generations won't remember them. If they've got the footage of it, you can put it on the club's YouTube or on the club streaming service. Just see what it will like. Like one of my favourite go-tos on YouTube, if I'm either bored or just in the mood, is watching the big game Rotherham against Plymouth that won us the 80-81 league title. Because it's really entertaining to watch, and it is something that we could probably try and bring back. I mean, certainly with Quest, or who is it now, who's picked up football highlights?
ITV.
If ITV were to do something like the big game and have like the big game special and then the highlights after it, that'd be ace.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is all I talk about. This is made me realize. Like the American football, the NFL has this thing called the Game Pass. So it's basically like a Netflix for football. So like you can watch all the live games on it. You can go back and watch all the games from the season. And it's like you can go back and watch all the games from the last 2 seasons, 4 games. But after 2 seasons, the old games, it just shows the highlights. And like you pay a certain amount a month. It's like basically like this Netflix thing. And it's a model that the EFL should follow because it's perfect.
It works. It makes sense. So if anyone wants to bankroll us,
what else is on Game Pass, Ben? Games?
No, you got games, and then you've got like so do you know how they do like, I don't know, they do like documentaries on certain people, so it's like Brady and the best. They do like the Hall of Fame, do like
they have like individual teams post match, for example.
They don't do that. But they do like, do you know, like if you watch Drive to Survive, they do that for a team.
Yeah.
For a football team. It's good. You got shows on it, like you have like the Roy Keane and that speaking that before the game. They'll have that American version on it, like on the Netflix, the app, the Game Pass thing for you to watch before the game.
Is there an American version of Roy Keane?
No.
Oh.
He's one of a kind, that boy.
I'll always. Who was it when he was? I think I can't remember who it was, but Will Volks, that were it. Will Volks in his wrong throw. He shoves Roy Keane out of the way. This is when he was Forest assistant manager. He shoves him out of the way, takes a long throw, and we score from it. That's one of the best finessing moments in football I have ever seen. And it was so funny because it's like he's done it to Roy Keane of all people. And Roy Keane just sort of stood there and went, "Yeah, fair enough." Because he don't get it very often, but he's got that respect to him that if someone does finesse him, he's like, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. It's also to do with cash and rights. So last year, it was 25 years since the Auto Windscreen Shield, what we were going to do is speak to loads of players, mash it all together, put in some game footage of the final itself, and do it essentially like a documentary. And the reason we didn't do that is because I emailed ITV, who held the rights for it. Now, Ben might know the answer. So, Danny, you may know how much for 1 minute of video would it have cost us?
Well, if it's ITV, it'll be a fair bit of money. 1 minute of footage, right? I'll say what I would have charged for it if I was at ITV. Like thinking ITV mindset, wants to get a bit of money.
Remember, it's the Auto Windscreen Shield, so it's not like a Champions League. It's the Auto Windscreen Shield.
Yeah, a competition that in some form doesn't actually exist anymore. Correct. Because it were a title sponsor with a title sponsor trophy. This is going to be wrong, I reckon, but I'd say 200 quid a minute.
£4,000 per minute.
What? Four grand for 60 seconds of foot.
Correct. And that was only a valid license for the UK. We wouldn't have been able to broadcast that outside of the UK, which we couldn't control.
I need to have a word with Chris Dorks because he's in my DMs on Twitter. I'm saying that's outrageous. Right, that's actually changed my mind about what to do for my dissertation for uni because I was going to do something like that, right? Yeah. But now it's completely changed my mind, and it's like, you know what? If I'm going to try and avoid using as much match footage as possible, because for my dissertation, this is my idea, right? I'll pitch my idea and see what you think. It's still work in progress and everything, but generally, uni students don't really start their yearly dissertation until like January, February, right? That's like the thing. And my uni mates have said to me, make sure you pick 2 modules in your first semester and 1 for your second semester. So then you've got more time on your dissertation. Right, fair enough. So I'm thinking, if I can go up from League One this season, that means I could have a survival in the Championship running from January onwards next season. So I could do like the Road to Survival, a bit like Drive to Survival, Road to Survival. And like go to games, film match footage. I've interviewed with Warner, if he's still manager, which I assume he will be, with Warner and any of the players or anything, and like the behind the scenes things, which obviously I'd have to contact Sam Todd about. But then it's like if ITV are asking £4 a minute for a competition that's at the time was 25 years old, it's like, yeah, no match footage is going into that because bear in mind, I get £2.5 every 3 months from uni. It's like, nope, can't pay that. So that's me going to every game from January onwards next season. Yay.
Yeah. Neil Liversidge, I agree with this. I think Neil should sell the Auto Windscreen Shield on DVD, and they did it as a video, but nobody has video recorders anymore. Yeah, but again, that may well be down to the costs if ITV are charging us that. Yeah. That makes me laugh. I enjoy telling that story. £4,000 a minute.
Doing this four grand for 60 seconds of footage or a game that's 25-year-old.
Wow.
No, I'll just have it.
Russ Vernon. We should say to Russ. I know Russ has been unwell the past week. I'm glad to see you better and on the road to go.
Yeah, we'll see you doing all right, mate.
Get better soon, Russ, properly. He's mentioned Amazon Prime have reportedly held talks over the EFL replacing Sky Sports as the main channel for all EFL games. BT Sports have 2, from what he's told. Yeah, and we will move on from Sky in a minute, but the thing is with Sky Sports' coverage of Formula One is amazing. If you like Formula One, it is so good. Their coverage of cricket is excellent. It's so... they've lost a few pundits, but it's still very, very good coverage. Our coverage of football, of Premier League, is all right. Their coverage of the EFL is rubbish. And they put so much effort into these other ones, and then EFL it's a complete second thought. I don't get it.
Yeah,
it makes me angry.
Just going to say, it does seem like a second thought to him, partly because it is.
Yeah.
Because I had to look back at like how Sky acquired the Premier League and everything and during that whole time. And they did just buy the Premier League. That was it at the time. And I think the fall of ITV Digital had something to do with why Sky picked up the EFL as well. And then just like nobody's really bothered with it. But like Russ says, if Amazon Prime and BT are having a look at it, I reckon they do a good job at it because they can sort of like make it their own little niche of content. Whereas the Sky, certainly Sky Football and such, will always be focused on the Premier League because it's the cash cow overseas. Saw a comment saying the overseas money Sky get for the Premier League makes English money look like peanuts, and it does. It's definitely an international broadcaster with it. But I saw this thing a bit ago. This was during the, I think it was during the Super Bowl final. I can't exactly remember who they had on at the halftime show. I think they had The Rock on, and someone went, after the halftime show's got such and such on in the NFL. This vastly eclipses English football. It's like, yeah, because we tried halftime shows and nobody liked it.
Yeah,
I think they tried halftime shows in the '93 season, and everyone responded with "What the effing hell is that?" Which, in typical English fashion, didn't sit too well with Sky. They used to have cheerleaders and all sorts, and English fans did not like it at all. And granted, with our opinions towards cheerleaders at football games has turned round slightly because we had them at the Shrewsbury game, which was actually quite enjoyable, their routine. But in terms of halftime shows, keep that as far away from English football as possible. Oh my day. Imagine like players have just come off and then like some sort of like cardboard elephant comes out at halftime or something. Like, what's going on? Or the Boiler Man from West Brom does an halftime dance. That'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Do you remember the Mattress Man, Mick and Ben, at Peterborough in 2014?
Yeah.
There was a man as a mattress. I mean, I don't think his name was Mattress Man.
Didn't Dua Lipa perform at Champions League final though?
That's a pre-match.
Pre-match.
Yeah, they always have an opening ceremony, or I don't know if they refer to it as a closing ceremony at the Champions League. It's the final.
Yeah.
When we went to watch Jacksonville and Miami at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where Ben and I, that Rudimental were on at halftime, and whilst they were very, very good, you know, I don't know whether it's just me as a football supporter, it just didn't sit right. It didn't feel right. It just felt out of place.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe it's an English thing, or British thing. I don't know, British / American thing, but it just wasn't right. But anyway, that's just my input. It's nonsense. Halftime's 15
It's an American thing of trying to make everything a show, and trying to make everything as glamorous as possible. It's just, for me, that's not what normal football is about.
No, but they've got to make money. It's a way of bringing cash in. There is a point where you say, yeah, actually, we have got to,
But is it though? Because
there is a cost of things. Without the money, NFL wouldn't be what it is, would it? Let's be fair.
Oh no, 100%. But are people in England actually people are probably gonna stop going to the games just because you've got a halftime show on? Do you know what I mean? You're probably gonna drive more money away than bring, because you got to pay for performers, and less people are probably gonna come because you don't want to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me show you the mattress. Bear with me.
Mattress Man. Did I go to the game? Are you sure I went to the game?
I'm pretty sure.
Away.
Yeah. See it? Mattress. It looks like it's got tape as well, but it could be a quilt.
Do you remember him, Matt? Do you remember seeing it in real life?
Me?
Yeah.
I took that picture.
Oh.
That's the best thing.
Yeah. They had a rabbit as well. A rabbit at the same time. No. I don't know why, but they did.
Miss Peterborough.
Lovely.
Hopefully we won't have to see it next season.
It's probably one of Dara's companies that
thank you,
that makes mattresses.
Oh, yeah.
I'm well taken care of here, me. I've got chicken soup, sandwiches, sausage rolls, and a fresh cup of tea. I'm well taken care of here.
You're going to be worrying about doing football in half an hour, aren't you?
A pre-match meal.
Mark Gamble's, speaking of mascots, I do miss Dusty the Miller. We should bring him back. Yes, absolutely. But it was scary. If you look back now, I don't know why we all liked him. He's frightening.
It'd have to be a fresh rendition of Dusty Miller, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to redo it. Although Miller Bear's not bad, to be fair.
I know the guy who is Miller Bear.
Do you?
Yeah. His identity remains secret. He's like the IOFC.
And as we should, we keep mentioning. A reminder: we are doing this for the Red Cross Ukraine Crisis Appeal. So if you haven't already, please go over to justgiving.com/NYT Ukraine and give anything you can afford to give. If you can't afford to give anything, no worries. Just if you can share the page to your Twitter page, to your Facebook page, to your group chat. We are standing at, let's have a totalizer, £140 at the moment. When we're trying to get to 500, if you can. We've talked a lot about it. We love it. And hopefully we'll get them stuff from Trevor Berry. We can raffle it off with a few more quid. And don't forget, later on tonight, 8 o'clock tonight, we will be live with the quiz to do 819. We will have to, at some point, change streams. We'll have to close this one down to start another one because of the restrictions that Facebook have. But it will be basically instantaneous. In fact, I'll set it now for 2 o'clock. I can't do it on this computer, mate.
No,
we'll do it for 3 o'clock.
2 o'clock, it'd be 3 o'clock, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be 3 o'clock, yeah.
All right, we'll do it for 3 o'clock.
6 hour each way, isn't it?
Yeah. That's not very bright.
See you later, Ben. Come back here. Neil Liversidge off Rotherham United for a minute. Oh, my ears are burning with his headset. My question for you all is: who is the most famous person you have ever met? And his is Alan Sugar, and he has the photo to prove it.
What do you mean by met? What do we
shook
class as
hands
met?
with?
Shook
Said
hands
hello.
with, talk. Yeah, talk.
Talk will do, yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've really met any non-Rotherham players that I would class as famous, really. I don't know. No, I'm struggling, to be honest with you. Mick, you must be older than us, so...
I once turned Claudia Winkleman down for a coffee.
You did, yeah. Didn't you meet James Hunt in this as well, or was that somebody else?
No, I met him in a previous life, but I'm not prepared to talk about that.
But you met James Hunt, the former.
I did meet James Hunt, and what a lovely, lovely man. I also met Jeff Capes in a similar sort of environment, who was another lovely, lovely man.
Who was Jeff Capes?
Jeff Capes, he was the world's strongest man. He were into that sort of stuff. Discus, I can't remember. Shot putter, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he looks like a serial killer.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice of you to say to him.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. It looks a bit like that. That really hairy comedian who does 8 out of 10 cats does countdown. Joe
Wilkinson.
Yeah, Joe Wilkinson. That's it.
Yeah,
I like him. He's funny.
But yeah, my best claim to fame and biggest regret of my life when I went, "No, you're all right," was when Claudia Winkleman said, "Would you like a coffee?"
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
I talked with Chris Turner, the former Wednesday manager and goalkeeper. Spoke with him.
He's not famous. Played for Wednesday. Can't be famous, can he?
It won a major trophy and played for Manchester United.
Oh yeah. All right. Fair enough.
That's it. I think. Carrie Arneson. We talked to Carrie Arneson.
Yeah.
Scott Grundy sat with John Motson. That's a good one. That is a very good one. Was he commentating? Or no? IUS Ethan saw Richard O'Donnell at Parkgate.
He signed my FIFA copy when he was at Parkgate. Yeah, I've got Paul One signed it as well.
Oh yeah, Jamie Oliver.
I
didn't meet him.
Oh well, there you go.
I just took a photograph of him.
Hammy. Currently has met Emlyn Hughes.
Yeah. Good call.
What, you've met Philip Schofield? You've met loads of famous people. Behave. Okay, never mind. Yeah, my mum's met Elaine Page, John Barrowman, and Philip Schofield as well. Meanwhile, my circle probably consists of, to push it really out to the extremities of people that I've met, it's probably Howard Webb or John Breckin, and that's it.
I met Howard Webb.
That's as far as my circle's been pushed out at the minute.
When I was mascot, I got to spend the day with Paul Warren, which were amazing. 10-year-old me thought that was great.
When did I meet Howard Webb? Was it when we played that football game at Wickersley? Yeah, we played a football game at Wickersley and Howard Webb were our referee. And this was just after he'd ref the World Cup final, I think, and he'd come and refed at Wickersley. And I absolutely hate the picture that I had with him because I was a proper chubby little year 9 lad as well. It were horrible.
He's met Ajay, Taylor at Volks and Ford. Why did you start Tales of Richard O'Donnell if you've met all them? Mark Gambles has met David Gilmour from Pink Floyd on the. Spoken to him, sorry, at work.
And you didn't you speak to Alvaro Morata?
No, so I used to work for a water company, the biggest water company in London, in the UK, and I used to do back office work. So if somebody can't do on the main system, it used to come through to me, and I dealt with Alvaro Morata's account, which I thought was bloody amazing. And I listened to callback. It was lovely. He rang to sort out his own water bill, to set up his own water bill, and that baffled me. I assumed these guys have got their own stuff to do, but that was pretty cool. I've also spoken to somebody who worked for Red Bull Racing. And unlike Christian Horner, was actually quite a nice guy. So
didn't cry then.
He weren't crying back then. They were successful back then.
Just on the people that I've met there, this comment from Brendan here: Jeff Capes and James Hunt, both big budgerigar keepers. That's not how I met him, but that is actually true.
What's that mean? Budger is in budgies.
Kept budgies. Jeff Capes, I don't know, 6 foot, however many stone, shot putter. And I'm sure he was in World's Strongest Man at some stage or whatever. And then James Hunt, F1 world champion, both kept budgerigars.
I didn't put that comment up because I didn't know if it was a euphemism for something.
No. It's absolutely true.
Matt, that's budgie smuggler, not budgerigar.
But no, that is absolutely true. They're both into that. But that's not how I met them. I have no interest in budgies or smuggling them for that matter.
I hate to admit it, but I've done some budgie smuggling. The bird, not the other thing, the bird.
Oh, no, all right.
It was just after my great aunt died. Great aunt, I think. Great aunt. Okay, great aunt. Thank you. And she had a budgie. And we didn't know what to do with this budgie. Like, what do you do? Do you release it into the wild, or do you give it to the RSPCA? Like, what do you do? So we just smuggled it back to Rotherham from Filey. My grandpa and my grandma just kept it at their house until we passed it on to one of my mum's friends at work, who was like the pigeon lady out of Mary Poppins. And so she passed it over to her, and I think it's died since, but she kept it in like this big aviary outside. So it turned semi-wild, this budgie. I thought it was quite funny. I think it was called Sammy, something like that. I mean,
carrying a spear or something.
I mean, I have seen them be sold at Pets at Home, so I don't know what my great aunt used to dress up this budgie as, but but yeah, that is my tale of budgie smuggling. I smuggled a budgie from Filey to Rotherham.
There you go. And we had a message from your wife, Mick, saying you met Prince Charles.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, I did as well.
Yeah, that is true. I say I met him. I was in the same room. I think my wife was the one that met him. To be fair,
did you say hello to him? Did you not just go quick? No.
He did.
To be fair, he went, hey up, Mick, how you doing? I went, all right, Charlie, thanks, pal. Just you crack on with your stuff. Do your stuff, mate.
No, he did speak to you.
I'll ring you later.
He did speak to you, Mick.
Did he?
He spoke to you, yeah. I'm pretty sure he did, because, yeah, he did. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm positive.
All right. Oh, I met Duke of Edinburgh. That was in 1980 something, like, but I did meet him.
Counts.
So, okay, that's pretty famous.
It's pretty famous. It's almost as famous as you could possibly get in this country, to be honest with you. It's one step away from the most famous person in the world. So it's not bad, is it?
No, I suppose, yeah.
No, I disagree. The one step further down from the Queen is the woman who's playing the Queen in the next season of The Crown. Because one of my mum's workmates, she went to Wentworth whilst they were filming The Crown there. And she says to my mum, actors do get pampered too whenever they're on set, you know. And I can't remember her name when we was playing the Queen. She was Umbridge in Harry Potter, I think.
Into Olivia Colman.
It was, but this is
Oh,
like the older
somebody
queen now.
All right.
And like she has a private driver that drives her from a Winnebago, which is 400 yards from Wentworth Woodhouse, to the set. Like a big Merc private drive and everything. And they were just walking around Wentworth Woodhouse with like the tour guide and everything. And the assistant producers and such came up to her and went, "Oh, you're gonna have to just you have to mind out because such and such is coming." And the aura that she carried around her made them curtsy to her like she was the queen. Right, and then they got to show her like behind the scenes. Yeah, exactly.
But
I can't fathom that bowing to an actor because she looks like the queen. But apparently the way she was holding herself as well, it was like, "Hey, queen's here." Oh no, it's not. It's such and such.
IOC Ethan has met Neil Harris, the Gillingham manager, in a water park in Dubai. There's something special. Danny Baker used this on his radio show, meeting footballers in unusual places.
Yeah.
There's a whole series on that, and that's signs off Neil Harris in a water park in Dubai. If you can beat that.
Was that part of his Fraser Digby's wash bag series?
I can't remember.
Oh, that was just brilliant. I can't remember how it came about, but my memory is that he had some story on his radio show one day about Fraser Digby, who used to be a goalkeeper, and the contents of his wash bag in a changing room somewhere. Some player had mentioned Fraser Digby's wash bag and what was in it or everything else. And essentially what happened was it got to a stage where people used to write in with lyrics to a song called Fraser Digby's wash bag. And then he'd sing it and it was just brilliant. I mean, it's probably aged and it's probably be a bit garbage now, but at the time it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Used to love Danny Baker. His old football to videotapes were amazing. Rotherham featured on one of them as well.
Yeah,
Danny Baker's Right Hammerings, and it had the 6-0 against Chelsea on in the 80 whatever. They're on YouTube now. They are very much worth a watch. I know it's not as popular as it used to be, Danny Baker, but I was a fan of his previous work.
Very much.
Righty 7769. I've spoken to a completely naked little Lee. Little Lee Johnson in the changing rooms at Hall Hotel.
I saw that comment come through. It like, oh no, here we go.
Okay. Strange. I mean, that's We'll take it. We'll take that one.
Maybe some context, right? It might be.
If it was in the gym, you're in the changing rooms at a gym. I assume I've been to the gym. You know, that's an assumption.
At least that's what we're hoping.
Mark Gamble's letting us all down here. I've been told that my grandma's brother used to be the Wednesday manager. A dark chapter in his family's history, if true, but never looked into it.
Don't look into it. That's always the best way I find.
Right, I can confirm the small man syndrome is not just linked to Lee Johnson. Don't know what you're talking about, right? Don't know what you're talking about. Right?
Oh, that's outrageous.
They've got blackmail material on Lee Johnson now.
Outrageously funny.
Poor Lee Johnson. Poor lad. Can you believe we're 4.5 hours into this?
We're what? Sorry.
Can you believe we're 4.5 hours into this?
Well, I can, because I can time it by the number of times I've had to go to the loo, and I now know that if we're approaching 4.5 hours, I'm due another one very, very shortly.
Okay,
just do a long
coffee, mate. That's it. Coffee, innit? You know, it just.
You've not had your dinner yet. What's happening with your dinner?
Well, I'm hopeful that somebody might make it for me. But we'll see about that. I can smell something coming out of the kitchen, and I know I didn't leave anything on when I was in there last. So I'm hopeful that my wife might have come back and might be making some dinner. Otherwise, I should just.
What are you expecting?
Well, what I'll do is I should take Ben's advice and have a little, not very often, and hopefully I'll lose some weight.
Lads, I've just realised we could end up being cancelled for not making the dinner ourselves and getting the females to make it. We could end up being cancelled for that.
Well,
like Russia.
Females.
I'm quoting that fella out Friday Night Dinner who just goes, "How's the females?"
Ah, yes. Paul Ritter, what a guy.
What a guy, Rip Paul Ritter.
He is definitely, unfortunately, dead, which is a real shame.
So his performance in Chernobyl were amazing.
Oh,
if you've not seen Chernobyl, go and watch it because it is amazing. It plays the perfect. I can't think of a describing word that's appropriate to use, but you know what I mean.
No. It's like, so at the start, obviously, spoiler alert, it explodes. At the start, basically the first scene in Chernobyl is they're in the control room and the guy, he's like a head of the unit, and the guys on the computer are going, "There's something wrong here. I think it's exploded." And he's going, "Don't be so stupid. This thing can't explode. You're an idiot."
Yeah, PK reactors don't explode.
Yeah. Don't be stupid. Go and have a look. Go tell what's happened. And he goes away, comes back. It's exploded, sir. Of course it hasn't exploded. Don't be so stupid. And he just plays that character all the way through, and it's honestly brilliant. It is. If you haven't watched Chernobyl, it's a tough watch at times because it's true. But I highly recommend Chernobyl as a program.
It's also a perfect illustration of how Russia try and cover everything up that they do, and they're still like that because they've got an ex-KGB officer in charge of their country. So there you go.
Correct.
You say in charge, you know. I mean, it's essentially just a bit of willy waving, isn't it? This he's just trying to prove how big and hard he is. His old lad, and he's just using everybody else's. I mean, I'm not saying that. That is actually the case, isn't it? You know, so the man's an absolute piece of garbage, and causing all these deaths and everything else is just embarrassing. But ultimately, he will get his comeuppance because he's losing. So you know.
And well done, lads. It took us 4.5 hours to get onto politics. We've done well there.
Well, I mean, there's no. This is not about politics, is it? This is literally about somebody's being a psychopath, essentially. So it's nothing to do with politics, ultimately. So,
have you heard the rumor about them trying to oust him?
Yeah, well, that will happen. That will happen ultimately, won't it? Because that's what happens to these people always, invariably, with the exception of these clowns in North Korea. That's the only place that it's really ever sort of been maintained. And that's been a rip roaring success, that, hasn't it?
On a lighter note, did you watch? I don't know if you watched Last Leg last night with the
No.
North Korea did a video of a missile test, and it's one of the greatest things I have ever seen in my entire life. It is the best. So it starts off. There's these sliding doors, and as these sliding doors open, there's Kim Jong-un in a leather jacket and sunglasses, just strutting out in slow motion, with two generals next to him, as the missile's slowly coming out on its trolley at a shed.
With the smoke behind him.
That's the only thing that we're missing. That's the only thing missing. And then it sort of moves along, and there's Kim Jong-un. They're all going, looking at the watchers. And I was standing there going, "Take your glass off." I just want him to go and just wink to the camera. "Take your glass off." And he did. He took his glasses off in this cool fashion. Honestly, it's one of the best things I've ever seen. If it weren't real, it would be hilarious. Like, it's hilarious. If you haven't watched it yet, honestly, I highly recommend it. It is so funny.
Wow.
I thought it looks like a parody, and it's just the greatest thing. One of the greatest things I've ever seen. But if you haven't found it, I recommend it because it's just glorious. But anyway,
let's get on to lighter things.
That
were quite funny. Let's move on to England, shall we?
Yeah, I'll be back shortly.
5 hours to kick off.
With your microphone, Mick.
Yeah.
This chair's horrible. IOC, Ethan, can we all get a score prediction for the England game later, please? Now, at the minute, we don't have a lineup. There are rumours, though, that Kyle Walker-Peters is going to get his first ever start in an England shirt, who will probably be in at right back because we don't have any other right backs. Sorry about that.
I agree. I agree.
And Mark Geehy, that's not how you spell it, Guehi, is also set to start at centre-back as well. Bear in mind, this is a 5:30 kickoff at Wembley Stadium. it's typical Danny because it's typical Danny that it's a friendly, so we don't know who's going to play. We don't really know who's going to start. It's going to be a bit hit and miss, but it's a World Cup year. It's such an opportunity for people like Walker Peters and Guy. It's such an opportunity to put performance in and put yourself in with a chance.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good job it's friendlies and we're not actually in a qualifying campaign, unlike a certain other country that has now lost. But yeah, it's definitely a chance for them to show what they're all about and show what they bring to the England side that should probably be gunning for at least the World Cup semi-finals in Qatar. We are probably capable of that as a bare minimum. I think if we don't get that far, we can see it as an unsuccessful tournament with the recent successes in Russia and the Euros. It's going to be a hard game against Switzerland, though. You know, we're unbeaten in 20 plus games in terms of like over 90 minutes. And let's try and keep that going. But Switzerland's going to be a hard game, so I think the score will be quite close. Maybe 2-1 England. I think if we turn up. If we don't turn up, it could end up being 1-0 to Switzerland. If we turn up, probably 2-1, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Ben, I'm 2-0.
England, yeah, 2-0 England.
I think that's just to write that down. Okay. I will go 1-1. It's going to be underwhelming. We know what Switzerland like. Dennis mentioned Switzerland are a proper team. I think in a lot of other sports you have gatekeepers. You know, in boxing, for example, you also have boxers who are gatekeepers to the world level. If you can't beat them, you're never going to make it as a world champion. But them themselves are never going to be a world champion. I feel like Switzerland are a little bit like with international football. They're going to be last 16. Sometimes they may even a quarter final of a major tournament. So if you can't beat Switzerland, you know, on a regular basis, you're never going to find yourself at that elite level. So I think it's a good test. I think it's a really, really good test.
Yeah, I'd say another team that's like that is Belgium. I can't really see Belgium winning a World Cup, especially now that the so-called golden squad is now like the aging golden squad. A bit like how they said that England's golden generation in the early mid-2000s and never won anything. Probably seen that with Belgium. But of course, England never beat Belgium. And then never won a tournament. Since So yeah, like I say, probably Belgium, Switzerland, Croatia to a point as well. They're probably and Denmark and Holland as well. They're like your gateway countries. Germany are finished. End of discussion. Germany are finished. Italy are finished.
That's a famous last words, isn't it, for a major tournament? Yeah.
Yeah, but we beat them 2-0 last in Euro. So Italy are finished. They've not made a World Cup for the last two competitions. All right, they beat us in the Euro final on penalties, and penalties is a lottery. But for me, isn't it funny that Italy haven't qualified for the World Cup? Isn't it funny? That's revenge all over them going so big-headed after beating England. Like there's winning with pride and going, all right, opposition have done well, but we've just been better than you. I would have accepted that.
At least it's one team that cheats out, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But the whole thing, it's coming Rome, and they were all kicking off about it. You know, England's dreams are ruined, and this, that, and other. So sorry, it was going to World Cup, not you.
Imagine if we win it this year.
Oh, the ultimate karma redemption story. That.
Yeah. Chris Nichols asks, do you think Italy not making the World Cup, shows what a missed opportunity it was England losing the Euros?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I suppose.
What do you mean by a missed opportunity? What do you
Italy aren't very good, basically.
Oh. No, because I remember, was it Germany that didn't qualify for last World Cup? Or was one of good teams? It's what it happens every time. One of good. One of big teams always don't qualify. Or one of big teams always don't qualify. So,
did you know when Italy's last knockout game of a World Cup was?
When?
The World Cup final, which they won in 2006. That's their last knockout game of the World Cup, which I think is a brilliant start.
In their last World Cup game, their win over their draw with Uruguay in 2010.
Yes, it would be. Yeah.
Finnish country. They said to us we're a Finnish country after losing Euros. Nah, you're the Finnish country, lads. You can't even qualify for global competition. England is continental.
The way that football's played in that country is quite frankly an outrage.
It's hilarious.
It depends which way you want to look at it. Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, cheers, Danny. Well, it is, though, isn't it? I mean, they are just cheats.
I mean, that Saka. Do you remember that Saka red? The Chiellini Saka, or like that?
Yeah. And that clowner went down, clutching his face in penalty area until they scored. Then he realised and got up and went to celebrate it. I can't remember his name. He was anyway. What was his name?
Immobile.
Oh, that's it. Immobile. Yeah, that's exactly what he were for most of the game. He were immobile on floor, rolling about, clutching his legs. So you know what I mean? Absolute clown. And it's good to see. It's good to see that they're not in it. I'm really pleased with that. Really pleased. Can't stand them.
I do think the Euro final was a missed opportunity, though. I think looking back with hindsight, there was that period after England scored first where we absolutely battered them, but didn't take the opportunity to effectively finish them off. Then we let them back into the game. They scored, and then we lost on penalties in typical England fashion. But it's probably one of them where Gareth Southgate will use it as a building block, saying, "Look how close you've come. Now do one better." You know, I see a lot of Paul Warner and Gareth Southgate, you know, the whole motivating side of it. They're more motivator rather than having a go at you when you've not played well. More of a football teacher, more than a football manager in terms of how they approach it. And I watched the thing that they did, that Inside the Pride thing on YouTube. And I've never seen an England camp get on that well when they compete so hard in the Premier League. Because this is my opinion, and you can go after me as much as you like on this one, but I think the reason why England's golden generation didn't win anything is because they weren't cohesive in England squad. They were far too focused on club football. Like with Gerrard, and manager as well, like Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes, Beckham, Rooney. They were so hardly focused on being competitive in the Premier League and beating each other to try and win it that didn't translate onto the England performances. Whereas now we've got cases of the opposite happening. Like Harry Maguire and Jordan Pickford do exceptionally well for the country, but then are pants for the club. And then you've got all young players coming through. Like we've got the young players coming through who I think won the under-17s World Cup back 5 or so years ago. They're just starting to come through. So it could be a great time to be an England fan. But one thing I will say, if we win a major international competition, this country will stop functioning for the entire weekend. And imagine what would happen if it's Christmas as well. But imagine what would have happened if we'd actually won the Euros. Mind Brexit, the country would have just stopped working for an entire week if we'd have won Euros. So in hindsight, it might have been a good thing because now we know to prepare for when it actually happens.
Chris Nichols, they hated each other, golden generation. I think Gary Neville's talked about it. There were loads of cliques. There were the Liverpool clique, Chelsea clique, Man United clique.
That's because of the manager. You know, Gareth Southgate would not allow that to happen. But the FA being the FA were so stuck in their ways that they had to have a named manager. You know, it's a bit like the British Managers Association, isn't it? Where on Atletico Mints, that's exactly what you had. But you had the International Managers Association that went somewhere, destroyed and exited, and that's what we had. You know, there were no ambition whatsoever from the FA. They just wanted to get a name in there. Had that generation of footballers had a manager of Gareth Southgate's or similar ability to motivate players to create a team environment, then it would have been a different story because they were very, very good. But you know, we didn't have that, did we? We've now got it, but I don't think international football is anywhere near what it used to be. It does not float my boat in any way. And I'll be honest with you, I know we're going to do this watch along later on. I was away when you were talking about what we were going to do and everything else. I still don't know who we're playing today. Genuinely,
I had to look it up before you asked me, Matt.
Yeah, I did as well.
It's a friendly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, does it? It's just
no, it doesn't. Don't care.
I mean, we're not doing this. We're not doing this 12-hour live stream just so we can talk about that. So
I have no idea. I don't know. I hope not, because I don't know about it. But then I don't know about what else either, do I?
We're up to 150 quid.
Hey,
It doesn't say who's put. It does. Dave Lewis. Dave Lewis.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. £150. I am going to move to another area because this chair is horrendous. So I'm going to be with you.
I'm going to say something controversial now. There you go. If this is your first time going to Wembley to watch England, it doesn't actually count because it's a friendly. You have to go and watch a competitive international game of football for it to count, which I have done. So, everybody's going to Wembley for the first time.
Oh, there you go.
I think some people have just done it so they can say they've watched England and Rotherham at Wembley in the same season.
Yeah.
I'm unplugging my microphone. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
still hear you. Who are some of Switzerland's more prominent players?
Xhaka.
I was thinking that.
Exactly, yeah, as well.
Shaqiri,
yeah.
It was now in
Shakira, does she play?
Yeah, she does.
That left back, what's that left back? Is it Rodriguez? He's decent in it for Wolfsburg, I think, isn't it?
I don't know. You sure on that one?
Yeah. I think they just got like an all-round decent squad in it. I don't think they've got
just solid, aren't they?
Players.
Yeah. They've got a decent squad, but they've got no bad as it sounds, they've got no like big names.
Yeah, they got Lewandowski or someone like that, or Ibra.
Yeah, they haven't got the high-profile individual. Then again, could you say that about England? Do we have like a really high-profile individual?
Kane. I'd say Kane is probably.
Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't say he's on that.
It's not like a Becks, is it? It's not like Beckham, who is globally recognised or whatever.
It's not like on Lewandowski, Ronaldo, or Messi's level.
No. Or Ibrahimovic is.
Yeah,
when in his prime.
I'm still annoyed about his bicycle kick goal against England.
Ridiculous. That was ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It's a good goal, but like you have to watch it and go, how's he managed that?
Which one? Sorry,
the 30-yard bicycle kick that he scored for Sweden against us.
Oh yeah, great goalkeeping. No offense, John. Mick, how's your food that you're turning around? You could just put it on your desk and eat it at your desk. You don't have to keep turning around.
I thought I'd turn my microphone off as well so you couldn't hear me chewing, but
we can't hear you. It's not Ben. I can hear Ben chewing from here, not through the computer. Just
no, lovely, mate. Yeah, lovely sausage and egg sandwiches, but I ain't got to yolk at egg yet, so I could be wearing a different shirt in a few minutes.
Ben, what about you? What have you got?
Got a sausage and egg sandwich, isn't it?
You got same?
Yeah, I've got the same.
On brown bread?
You got the same as me?
Yeah. At the same time. How weird is that?
Sandwich on brown bread's crazy. Comments.
Do we think Chio's going to start for Ireland tonight, this afternoon?
I'd like him to start today and then not start in the next game. So it's an extra few days rest. Just if they sometimes announce the lineups early, don't they? So if Fergie played last night. I didn't watch it, but I know she and Ferguson played last night.
Yeah, I played the full 90 last night. I played left wing back as well, so obviously Northern Ireland's taking note. But he had number 11, which I didn't agree with. It's like, really? Should be a 3 or a 2 if you're in that position. We'll let him off with a 17 at our place, but should be a 3 and a 2.
The Ireland team have put the squad numbers out, but they haven't put the lineup.
What number's Chio?
20.
Oh, he likes 20 though, doesn't he?
I think he's been 20 before for Ireland, hasn't
he? Yeah.
Right. We'll attempt to move.
It's a good number, 20. My old number.
Went on a journey through a house with me. Look at that for me.
I remember doing this when I was completely sloshed at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Zoom call with my mate at uni. Went for a tour around the house, just because.
Oh, hang on, Encanto's on. Sorry about this.
Copyright. Keep speaking so we don't get claimed for it.
If you are a 10-year-old girl, or boy, I do highly recommend Encanto because it's not terrible.
Have you seen that that new one they've done called Turning Red?
I've heard of it. I mean, my little girls have seen it. I haven't seen it yet, though.
The concept behind it's bizarre, but it works.
How come you watched it, Danny?
I was bored, and I was using my dad's Disney Plus, so I went, I'll just have a look at it. I've seen it advertised on telly. I'll have a look. Pleasantly surprised, actually. I mean, the concept behind it is really bizarre, but it is actually quite good.
Can't see me, can you?
Nah, you're right. It'll do.
Probably for the best.
How's that? Still bad. Go on, Danny. Tell us the concept behind it because I've not watched it yet.
Right, so it's it focuses quite heavily on the Asian community in Toronto, and it's like a coming of age film. And the reason behind it is because the writers were 13 when this film's set, so it's just a retelling of their experiences. However, there's the added bonus of some sort of Asian spiritual mystery that when you get to a certain age, you get like this panda energy thing that this family has. And this 13-year-old lass, she loses control of her emotions, which turns her into this big red panda that's about 9 feet tall. Again, concept behind it's bizarre, but it is actually quite funny. But best moment is she has this big fight with her mum, and on about I'll turn you back into the human side and subduing the panda and this, that, and other. She has a big fight with her mum, and she ends up breaking like the little amulet that keeps the mum's panda hidden within. So that breaks, and then the mother turns into like this Godzilla-inspired red panda that goes on this terror charge to this stadium to go and find a daughter. And Ender, it's mad. It's a madness, but it's really funny. And the film actually got quite heavily bashed by critics, saying it was focusing too much on Asian stereotypes and it was borderline racist with how it portrayed it. Until they found out the majority of the writers were of Asian descent, and then they quickly retracted the statements. But I really like it. It's a good film. If you're bored and you've got 2 hours spare, just watch it. So it's all right. There's no singing or dancing or faffing about in it. So I think it's good.
Mm. Anyway,
Ben, what was the last
film?
Podcast?
It's hour 5, mate. We have to talk about something.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I'll set up the next stream already to go. Ready to at 3. I'll do that. We'll have to change computer now. Ben, what was the last film you watched?
Probably straight out of Compton.
Oh, ages ago.
Yeah, I haven't watched film in ages.
Huh.
No, it wouldn't have been.
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Might have been Cars. Cars 2.
Say again, mate. Cars 2.
Cars. Yeah, I watched Cars and Cars 2.
Can't remember the last film you watched. Come on.
Cars 2 where, though? That's the question.
On my laptop. Oh. I just got it. That's film I watched, yeah, like 2 months back, 3 months ago. That's the last film I watched.
Wow.
Very good Cars 2.
It's not as good as Cars 1.
No. Cars 3 is better than Cars 2.
I don't think I've seen Cars 3.
It's a lot better. I'll tell you one film I'm looking forward to going to watch, though, the new Batman film. That looks
the new Batman.
That's good.
That looks ace. Have you seen the Joker scene that they've released? There's like deleted content, and I think it's technically a teaser for the sequel that they're doing.
Yeah.
But it's got that lad in it who was in, I think he was in Ready Player One. I think it's him. And he's the one who plays the Joker. And oh my God, he's pushing Heath Ledger's Joker. I swear he's pushing it. But he's proper like the psychotic Joker, and like his hair's been pulled out, and it's proper focusing on the chemical damage that he's had from Ace Chemicals that turned him mad. And the scene, it's great. So it's only about 2 minutes long or so, but it's great. I think it's going to be better than the film itself.
Is that like that's what they do in it, Marvel? They do like little things like that, don't? Not Marvel.
DC,
I don't mean Marvel. I mean like all superhero films. They do like little bits like that, don't they? Deleted scenes and like extra footage on certain films.
Yeah. Oh, you mean? No. This is like a trailer. It's not like a post.
No. It's an official deleted scene.
Yeah.
That they took out the film because it took the focus away from the Riddler being the main villain.
Oh, is it Riddler the main one?
Yeah.
I feel like superhero films. What they'll do is they'll delete the scene, but then like in a couple months release the whole film with the new scene in, and then like, everyone goes crazy because the new scenes in it.
I mean, it's like when they did Justice League and the Snyder Cut.
I haven't seen the Snyder Cut yet.
Good, because it's 4 hours long. We could just sit and watch it on this podcast just to finish off now.
Go watch it like that. I watched the original. And it was not amazing. It was all right. It was fine, but it just weren't not amazing.
Yeah, it was just all right, wasn't it?
The contradictory. Neil Livesey says his brother and family went to the new Batman film the other day and didn't really rate it, but Chris Nichols went to see the new Batman. It's very good, and they went not really bothered, but it's great. We love a bit of not agreement. What's the word? Disagreement. It's only me and Ben.
I think if you approach the new Batman film with the mindset of it's going to be like The Dark Knight, you'll be very surprised that it isn't.
Yeah.
And the Batman films that had Ben Affleck in it, it's so much better than that.
Yeah.
But if you notice though, it's always the Englishmen who do a better job at being Batman than the Americans. The Americans do a good Bruce Wayne, but it's the English that do a better Batman.
Who was the Alfred in this one? Is Jeremy Irons still, or is it a different one?
I'll have to look it up because I don't know. The one Alfred that I was impressed with when they had Sean Pertwee as Alfred in the Gotham series, he was good.
He was good. I haven't finished that. I got to last season. It bored me a little bit. I thought the first few were brilliant, and then it died a little bit. Make this all going to be alright, isn't it? It's all going to be alright, isn't it?
Michael Keaton was Batman. That's where I remember the best Batman.
Michael Keaton was good as Batman. I will give you that.
It's unfortunately not Christian Bale.
I don't even know these people you're talking about.
You know who Christian Bale is?
Did he play for Wales?
Yeah.
That's good. That.
I said play. Didn't he fall over for Wales occasionally?
You said that. Did you not see that goal he scored?
I did, yeah. Could have gone anywhere.
Andy Serkis is Alfred in this film.
I don't mind him. He's Gollum, mate.
All right, yeah.
He's one of the most underrated actors, I think. He's so underrated. Same with Stephen Graham. Those two actors are so underrated.
Stephen Graham is one of the best actors going in a minute. He is so good at absolutely everything. He's
got such an accent for an ear for accents as well. Because he's in Peaky Blinders. Spoiler alert, he's in Peaky Blinders. And granted, his character is Liverpudlian, but he plays football, so it's technically relevant to our podcast. But it's not your typical Scouse. It's more of like a soft Scouse. Because when you hear Stephen Graham speak, he is thick Scouse. Yeah. But in this, it's more of a softer Scouse. Like you can tell, he's been working away from the city and in the docks and in the warehouses. But it is so good. it's same with him in Line of Duty as well. Him in Line of Duty were ace.
And this is England.
Yeah. Oh, even this when someone posted that meme about him being Paul Ward protecting Michael Smith, I lost my head. That was so funny. It's so fitting, true.
Says he's been to see Clifford the Big Red Dog, not an animation film, but it's really funny.
Yeah.
The Big Red Dog.
Clifford the Big Red Dog. Ben, did you used to watch Clifford the Big Red Dog?
No,
when you were a kid.
Yeah,
I used to love Clifford. I used to have a stuffed teddy of Clifford the Big Red Dog. Yeah. And things used to go, Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Yeah.
It's my childhood now. Good Lord.
Mick, did you end up watching Only Murders in the Building yet?
No, I've not really. Were I supposed to watch that?
It's got Steve Martin in.
Oh, right. No, I've not seen it, but I will watch it. Definitely. Big fan of Steve Martin. Top bloke.
I recommend that for you and Danny and Ben Erica as well. It's on Disney Plus. Only Murders in the Building. Basically, there's a murder in this. There's this
murder in this building.
No, is it the only one?
The only one. Well, no, well, only not. It's not the only one murder. It's called Only Murders in the Building.
Oh.
So there's an apparent suicide, and these three people. So got Steve Martin, I think it's called Martin Short, something like that, and Selena Gomez as the three main characters. And because they are crime podcast buffs, they've convinced themselves that it's not actually a suicide, it's actually a murder. And they start doing a live podcast as they're doing the investigation. They're releasing these podcasts throughout it, and it's really, really fun. It's with Steve Martin, so it's obviously going to be good. It is very good. So that's my recommendation for everybody.
There you go.
Mick, what's your recommendation for people television films?
Well, I mean, the way it's going at the moment, I think next year's Netflix Drive, if you manage to survive, will be a hell of a program. Drive if you manage not to get your ass bombed to pieces in Saudi Arabia. My recommendation: Drive to Survive. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic program. So yeah, other than that, I don't have any recommendations. Don't watch much telly.
Oh, we're going to say what?
Don't watch The Apprentice because that's garbage. What else does my wife like?
What was the last program? What was the last program you chose to watch that wasn't live sport or a sports documentary that you wanted to watch?
Afterlife.
That is very good.
Afterlife, which is just probably the best television ever made.
I've never seen Afterlife because I know it'll make me cry. So I've decided.
Yeah, it will definitely. But it will also. You need a nappy and a box of tissues, mate. Essentially, because you're either going to pee yourself or cry yourself to sleep, or both.
It's Afterlife that's got that scene with the kids. Yeah.
It is probably the best telly I've ever seen. I'll be honest with you, I think so. Anyway, that's just my view. And I'm not a massive Ricky Gervais fan. I think he's all right. I think he's a decent enough comedian. You know, some of it's funny, some of it's a bit done for effect, in my view. But that as a program is just, it's wonderful.
You have to admit though, his opening speech at the Oscars a few years ago were exceptional.
Yeah.
Proper put everyone in the place. That was so funny.
He's a clever guy. He's a ridiculously clever guy.
Yeah.
Chris Nichols, The Tigers. Oh, I've just unclicked that. Sorry. Chris Nichols, The Tigers. The true story of Martin Bengtsson, Swedish player who made Inter Milan first team at age 17. So if anyone is interested, The Tigers, he recommends that one. Neil Lithersage asks if anybody has seen the new Cheaper by the Dozen, because it's good but not as good as the original. Is that the one with Zach Braffin? Does anybody know?
Don't know what that is.
Neil will come back to us on that. I don't mind Zach Braff, but
Chris has just reminded me of a film I watched. This back in lockdown. This is how long ago it was. It's called The Keeper, and it's the story of Man City's German keeper who broke his neck in the FA Cup
what's
final.
his name? I don't know his name.
Yeah, it's one of them where it's like it gets your cogs turning on that one. But it's the whole story of how he starts as a prisoner of war, and they sort of pick him up in like the concentration camps in this country, and how good he is as a keeper. And then he starts at lower league and moves up to Man City, and it tells the more human side of it. Like, yeah, he's won FA Cup final after breaking his neck, but he also tells you that he lost his son, and him and his wife dipped into a very severe depression, and it tells his life story through that. And yeah, it is a really, really good film. You can tell it's like one of them more indie films.
Yeah.
But it is a very good watch. I'm very impressed with it.
Bert Troutman, there you go. Thank you very much.
Bert Troutman, that's it. Yeah,
it's an amazing name, and he agrees with you. I think it's a great film. What's the name of it? So anybody wants to know?
The Keeper. I think it's like £4 to buy on Amazon Prime. I think.
How much?
I heard somebody say that. Oh, yeah, when we went to Tesco's yesterday, the most Yorkshire thing I've ever heard. £4.50.
I said that about the Wembley programme. As soon as they tweeted out saying it's £10 and £2.50 delivery, it's like, how much?
Oh, exactly. Chris Nichols, SAS Australia is quite addictive.
I love Ant Middleton, mate. I can add that to my famous person list. Oh, and Bear Grylls. I've met Bear Grylls in person as well.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this. I'm a tough guy. Do what I say. I'm going to shout at you. It grates on me a little bit.
It's not about that, is it?
I know it's not, but I can't get past that. You know what I mean? I see it and I just think it won't motivate me.
I get what you're saying, but that's what they have to do in
absolutely.
It's about discipline, isn't it?
I'm not designed for the army. I knew that
from a young
age.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we are trying to support Ukraine as best we can through this method, because let's face it, the four of us in a war will be useless.
Completely.
Whoa! I reckon I could do all right.
No,
I was just about to say, Ben would be the best at running away from the bullets.
Correct.
I'd be the best at absorbing the bullets because I'm wide enough. I'd say Matt would be best at probably the planning behind it, and Mick would be the best at the logistical side of it.
I just shout at people.
Would not be a tough man.
No, I'm not. No. Just moan at them.
I think if you were to put the four of us together, we'd make a decent soldier.
Yeah,
but as individuals, probably not.
No.
So we raise money to help out the civilian population, because if you give us a gun, we'll probably hold it the wrong way and shoot ourselves in the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, we've gone up. We've jumped, guys. We have money from Carolyn Ogden. Is that?
Thank you, Mum.
Thanks, Mum.
Thank you. Everyone says thank you.
And Jen has donated as well. Well done, everybody. She says, well done, everybody. The podcast is great. Listen, is a great listen as always. Oh, stop it.
If anyone's made it five hours in listening to us, I'm impressed. So well done.
Put that? It's a great listen.
Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
Hang on a minute. Thanks, Jen.
Neil Lewis is on the Chief Bidles, and it's Tis Zach Braff on Disney Plus. There's quite a lot of good stuff on Disney Plus, to be honest with you. I'm quite impressed with it.
Isn't it just all for kids?
Not all, no. Well, Walking Dead's on there, which is definitely not for kids.
What? Walking Dead on Disney Plus?
Yeah, they've got.
It's their.
At least
it's their umbrella.
For like adults. Is that what it means? Like Disney Plus.
It's just called Disney Plus. It's just
I think the plus is that you can just pay for. You can pay for content, but everything under the Disney umbrella is on Disney Plus. So they've got like 20th Century Fox, National Geographic, Stars, which is basically everything else that Netflix doesn't have yet. I piggyback off my dad's account, but it's great.
Yeah. Is that a Peaky Blinders on it?
Mick's got my login, I think.
No, that's BBC iPlayer, that Ben.
And well, it's on Netflix though as well.
Yeah.
All the previous seasons. I haven't watched that yet though.
We've got an update from New York Stadium on the Young Lions.
Go on.
Alfie Devine has put England 1-0 up.
Well, that name sounds really familiar. Was he played for?
Good question.
Spurs.
Ah.
Sounds familiar then. I might sign him on Football Manager at some point. Chris Nichols wants to know how do we know it. So, as I haven't mentioned this for an hour, thank you very much, Chris, for the prompt. So, if you want to donate, go to justgiving.com /NYT, so November Y for Yankee, T for Tango, or N for New, Y for York, and T for Talk. NYT Ukraine, and then that'll take you to the page. Or you can go onto our Twitter page, which is the pinned tweet on our Twitter page. It's also the pinned message on our Facebook page. If you can donate, amazing. We're nearly at 200 quid now. What's it? I say 180 quid. 180 quid. Thank you, everybody. If you can donate, please donate and then share it. If you can, share it to your Facebook page, your WhatsApp mates, whatever. Share it across there. If you can't donate, all we ask is you share it, because if you share it, somebody else may be able to put in. Thank you very much. You're amazing, all you lot that have donated.
Would anyone like an update from what's happening in Ukraine?
Is it going to make us cry?
No, but it'll make you impressed that Stalin's losing even more. So this is from the Kiev Independent, because I always start my sources.
Oh, great then.
And this is from about 9 o'clock this morning. It shows a video of the Belarusian volunteer battalion officially being sworn into Ukraine's military. Now, anyone who knows your geopolitics knows that Belarus is good mates with Russia, and they were meant to be sending troops against Ukraine. But now that they've got battalions joining Ukraine's fight and actually standing up to their dictator, I think it just goes to show which way the war's swinging in terms of support, which is good to see. And obviously, both sides there is two sides to the coin with Ukraine and Russia. We're not saying Ukraine's absolutely perfect and Russia's all bad and horrible, but in terms of the how do I put it? In terms of the democratic world, Ukraine, we should be in Ukraine's corner because they are a fully democratic country. Their leader was voted in democratically, and who, by the way, was a comedian and an actor before he was their president. Yeah. And now he is one of the best war donnies I have seen. He's a proper trooper. I love him, mate. He's a very clever bloke as well. And that's why we are supporting Ukraine, not just like supporting their war or anything, but supporting the humanitarian side of it.
Absolutely.
Like just getting as much money as we can to their people. It won't completely change the war because we're just four blokes who like to ramble on about football. But we need to help anywhere we can, whether it's donating foods, supplies, anything like that, a little bit of money to the Red Cross, anything like that. Could help save someone's life. If we reach £500, that could probably save 2 people's lives in Ukraine, whether it's medically or getting them actually out of Ukraine and somewhere safe. Just doing our bit.
Yeah. Danny's doing all the promotions every hour from now on, because that'll better than mine.
Is that it? Matt's just gone, has he? So just leave us to it.
Creative designer time.
All right. So I've now got to come up with a topic, have I? Of stuff to discuss. Well, I ain't got one, mate. I haven't got one at all.
What's your favourite film of all time?
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
The best film ever in the history of films.
Better than Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, nice call. Good call. For me, I enjoyed it more, but that is another unbelievable film.
What's better, the new Blade Runners or the old? There's a new one, isn't it?
2049. 2049 is a bit of a difficult watch, but I suppose the first one was quite a difficult watch in its time. Best one ever.
What is like the best film trilogy? Or not the best film series of all time, do you know what I mean? Like Men in Black or James Bond or whatever.
James Bond, yeah.
James Bond. Better than Men in Black?
Yeah.
What about the Bournes? Apparently that would be decent.
I've not watched any of them, but the James Bond films are consistently good, aren't they? Every single one is consistently good. So anyway.
Neil Liversidge says he's going to be watching WrestleMania next week. Any of you thought interested in WrestleMania?
Yeah.
For the memes, yes, as a sport now.
It's not a sport. Oh, come on.
It's not sport. It's a show, isn't it? It's not.
Never, I was going to say it's not sport.
It's still impressive, though. It's still impressive.
Yeah.
Why? How is it impressive?
They're essentially actors.
Yeah. It's not in any way impressive.
The risks that they put their body through is impressive.
No, it's not.
Some of them jump from 20 feet in air and land on their stomachs and land on their backs.
20 feet. 20 feet and land on the back.
Okay,
feet,
let's get some Hell in a Cell highlights on here, and we'll show Mick these 20 feet in the air jumping onto an announcer's table. I can promise you right now. Honestly, if someone's lying there, and it's a risk. It's a dangerous thing to your body. It's impressive, I think.
There is an impressive part of it. I understand Mick's point.
Yeah, I understand why you don't like it, but it is impressive.
Speaking of dangerous to your body, quick update from Rotherham Titans. They are now 7-0 up against Tynedale. Just thought I'd chuck rugby in. Just thought I'd chuck rugby in. Cool. Apparently Hayes has converted his free kick. So yeah, Titans are 7-0 up now.
And if you're interested in Formula One, they're not under attack from any missiles at the moment, which is good.
Has FP3 started?
Yeah, that's it.
It has.
It has, yeah.
And what started too?
So just a quick update. I have had a message back from Trevor Berry, and he will be signing the program. So when that arrives, it'll arrive to my house. When that arrives, I'm going to keep it for myself. I'm going to frame it. No. We'll raffle off a 1996 Auto Windscreen Shield final program signed by one of the players, which I think is incredible. I think that's an amazing thing to give away. So thank you very, 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 very much to Trevor Berry for that.
Yeah, that's ace. That.
What a guy! Do you know something? I know this is completely off topic, and Donna's got a question. We will come to Donna in a minute. But do you know one of the things I've found from doing this podcast is that whenever you speak to footballers, they're just diamonds, aren't they? They're just great. They're almost appreciative of us willing to speak to them about their days playing football, if that sort of makes sense. You get the idea from footballers that they're all arrogant and they're all just me, and all in it for cash. And so far, not a single one of them we've spoken to has been like that. All of the
some of the ones we've spoken to have all been absolute, like you said, diamonds. Have been brilliant, willing to speak and willing to open up and just generally just have a chat and just I don't know. It's great. It's absolutely great, particularly the former players.
Yeah.
In particular, obviously the current players are more restricted on what they can and can't discuss for obvious reasons, despite the fact oh my God, whenever I possibly can to drop a minute. But yeah, no, it's great. And certainly Trevor Berry and Butch and Andy Roscoe from that Auto Windscreen Shields podcast that were just so easy to talk to. That could have gone on. That podcast could have gone on for 4 hours.
It could.
Without any question. In fact, it probably could have lasted longer than we're doing today for 12 hours because it was just like a pleasure to be sat there amongst three blokes. You know, it would have been better off sat in Boozer. You know, because so absolute top draw. Everybody we've spoken to so far, and it's a credit to our club ultimately, isn't it? You know, I'm going to put it that way. I'm putting it that way. It's a credit to our club. So,
yeah, I agree. Let's have one more film TV question for the moment, and then we're going to come on to a fun one. Danny, when have you got to leave?
I'm gonna probably leave at 3:30, just so I can nip to my granddad's, get my tripod, set everything up properly, and then roll out from there. Just want to say thanks to Donna again for saying she'll film, and also to remind us to watch your language. the occasional swear's okay, but just don't be. Effing and Jeff. What's the phrase where it's is it swearing like a fishwife? Is that the phrase, Mum? Swearing like a trooper. That's the one. Swearing like a trooper.
Yeah. We've had another donation, up to £185. This one's from somebody called Ben. And it says, love the podcast, but Mick is a bit annoying. I don't know who that's from.
Tight get, Ben.
Here we go. This is the story I want to hear. Chris Millward is listening from Sweden. He is just waiting for 3 women and 3 children to arrive from Ukraine. He will be housing them until they get long-term accommodation, thanks to his employers.
Top draw.
That's class, that.
Yeah, the stories of people like Chris that have come out. Again, we talked about it earlier, but the human spirit for perseverance in Ukraine and the spirit of everybody else around the world that has just shown so much kindness, literally showing the house to people who've got nothing.
Absolute class.
What a guy. Thank you very much for that, Chris. It's not, you know what I mean, but that's amazing. That is really amazing. Back on trivial stuff. Brendan Thick wants us to discuss what is our favourite sports film / football film. Now, there's a couple of really obvious ones.
Can I have a series instead of a film?
You can what, sorry?
Can I have a series instead of a film?
Yeah, that's fine.
Film Until I Die. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen on Netflix.
Film Until I Die, yeah. I love that.
Yeah. There's the really obvious ones of Damned United. Damned United's very good. I'm not sure Mick has seen that, but Damned United's very good.
That's that's one that got David Tennant in, isn't it?
No, other one that David Tennant does a lot of stuff with. Michael Sheen.
Michael Sheen.
I do get mixed up though, yeah.
What's the one that David Tennant did? That was something to do with Man United, wasn't it?
I don't know.
He played Matt Busby, and it was around the time of the Munich air disaster. I forget the name of the film.
Right.
But you've got all the players, and like it's also Bobby Charlton coming through as like the young prodigy, and David Tennant was a very good Matt Busby. And it goes through, yeah, and what do you call the famous forward who died in the air crash? With Dave Edwards.
Don't know.
They were like one who was egged to be one of the best England strikers ever. But obviously had his life cut tragically short in the air disaster. He's played by the guy who now plays Oswald Mosley in Peaky Blinders. Well, obviously a few years before.
It's on Netflix. So
I forget the name of the film, but it is really, really good.
Yeah. On a sports one, not listed. This is fiction. If you haven't watched Coach Carter, I mentioned this to Ben the other week. Coach Carter is an excellent film. Samuel Jackson being very cool, obviously, because it's Samuel Jackson. Basically, is a guy who used to be an amazing basketball player, but now runs a sports shop, and he goes back to his old school to coach the basketball team. And it's like in a really poor neighborhood. The school's very poor, and he takes this basketball team and makes them into a good team, and not only makes them a good team, tries to make them into better people and that type of thing. He does this bit in it where Samuel Jackson will say, because it's basketball and you do plays, and he names them. So he'll go, this plays, my Aunt Delilah, she were a real cowbag or something like that. She got in people's face and this like that. So when I shout Delilah, I want you to get at your opponent and things like that. Honestly, it's amazing. Because it's Samuel Jackson.
Imagine Paul Ward doing that with formations. That'd be hilarious.
You say that like it's a joke, but that's just normal culture for me.
Yeah, I know, but it's funnier. The film's funnier than I can do it because I'm not. I don't know if you've noticed this. Yeah. I'm not as cool as Samuel Jackson.
Really? All of us put together aren't as cool as Samuel L. Jackson.
Whoa, hang on a minute.
So, but I recommend
Damned United. I have seen, and I really enjoyed that. I'm a big fan of Brian Clough, as you know. I'm a massive fan of Brian Clough. Probably one of the best managers ever, in my view, of the old school. Anyway, so yeah, I really enjoyed that film. Ted Lasso. It's the modern one. I mean, it's just.
Well, that's just currently Leeds United, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I suppose. But I started watching that and I had to binge watch it all. I just absolutely loved it. So, white men can't jump. I enjoyed. That's an old film. Can't remember his name now. Really, really, really famous actor out of Cheers. His name escapes me. Woody Harrelson. But that's quite old. That basketball, isn't it? And obviously, Drive to Survive is an excellent series.
Senna?
Rush? What about that Rush?
I bet he's not seen Rush.
I've seen Rush.
I have seen it, I think.
Yes, I've seen Rush. I've seen
it. Yeah. Senna, I'm not a massive fan. I never were a big fan.
I thought Senna was really good.
Sorry, Senna were amazing. I meant the film.
Yeah, the film. I mean, they were both good. Well, I mean,
I can't argue with that. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah, they were good.
Yeah,
definitely.
Brennan Thicky, the Damn United is the one that shows Brian Clough days at Leeds United.
Yeah.
Have you read the book, The Damn United?
I've not read the book. I've read Brian Clough's autobiography, which obviously it's in there.
The book is very, very different to the film, because the film just tries to tell a true story, obviously, whereas the book is written from Brian Clough's point of view, but it makes Brian Clough, I know he was arrogant, but it makes him seem like a really arrogant or quite an unpleasant person.
Yeah.
I probably only got 3/4 of the way through it because it just made you not like Brian Clough.
But he was arrogant. You know,
but
he was arrogant and he was outspoken. But
the reason
right.
it works is because it shows the other side to him. The thing with stories like that is you've got to make your characters 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
And I think I thought that's what the film did. But anyway. Jenny Marie, Cool Runnings.
Yes. Oh yes.
Classic.
Just want to apologise that David Tennant doesn't play Matt Busby. He plays Jimmy Murphy, his assistant in that series.
It's called United. Neil Lithersage and Reece Kelly called it. It's called United.
That's the one.
Donald London, Remember the Titans. I haven't seen that. I've heard good things about it, but I think it's an American football one for you, that man. It's got people in it.
We've got Mark Wahlberg in it.
I don't think so.
No.
It might have Denzel Washington in it.
I don't know.
I'll have a look for you, Ben. I know it's got him from Scrubs in it. You haven't seen Scrubs, have you, Ben? No. Fanny, have you seen Scrubs?
No, I haven't, really.
It's great. It's got Denzel Washington in it, Ryan Gosling.
Never really tickled me fans.
No.
Famous people.
I ain't seen that.
Famous people. I'll tell you one sport film that's really good is Ford v Ferrari. That film is really good.
It's got Christian Bale in it again, isn't it?
Yeah. It's more about the development of the GT40 from Ford's perspective, and Christian Bale plays a really famous English race car driver who, again, names escape me. And apparently, from what the family said about his portrayal in the film, he absolutely nailed it. It will bang on perfect. His Brummie accent was a little bit shaky, but in terms of his mannerisms, he got it bang on because he's meant to be from Solihull. And obviously Christian Bale isn't from Solihull. But no, I thought they were. It is a really good film, and it actually shows how the race car driver actually died with the development of the later version of the GT40. No, really, really good film. They've managed to turn a rivalry between the Americans and the Italians into a really enjoyable 2-hour film.
Mark Gamble says The Mandalorian on Disney. Only recently got Disney Plus. I haven't seen Star Wars. Star Wars was one of the things that I appreciate from the outside without having seen it. That's not true. I've seen episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and I really struggled with that, unsurprisingly. But I understand that. I understand the love. It's one of those franchises that I understand the love. But I'm not with it yet.
You either adore it or you're a bit 50-50, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that comment, Mike Bassett, England manager.
Yeah. We've got Grundy with us. We've lost Scott. We've got Gav with us. It's always nice to have Grundy with us, and he's got the correct answer.
Right.
Mike Bassett, England manager. Classic. Absolute classic.
I tell you what, though, John Cliff with Escape to Victory.
I haven't seen that either.
You've not seen
It's got Pele, Bobby Moore in it, Sylvester Stallone, Michael Caine.
Bobby Charlton in it?
It might be.
I don't know.
But it's like if you combine the '66 World Cup final with the Great Escape, that is basically Escape to Victory, and it is really, really good. I mean, Bobby Moore, bless him, can't act for toffee, but it is still really good.
Yeah. Donna with another one Mean Machine. Vinnie Jones with his. I don't know if that was his first film, but it must be one of his first films. I do like Mean Machine. Have you seen the American version? Is it the Adam Sandler one? Whole 9 yards? Not Whole 9 yards. I'll find out. It's an American football version. It's exactly the same film, just American. Whole 9 yards might be the one with. Yeah, that's the one with Bruce Willis in from the 90s. Longest Yard. Thank you very much, Reece Kelly and Donna. The Longest Yard.
Reece Kelly with Green Street. What a film. What a film. Anyone who doesn't understand hooliganism culture, watch that film, because that is as close as they'll get it without getting done, effectively.
Yeah.
The bit where they hide in the van and then jump the... can't remember what fan base it is, but they jump out of the van and jump this fan base, and it's so funny.
We have had a jump in cash. We are now up to £218.
Wow.
Chris Nichols, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
That cash, not only was the interview from Australia, the Chris Nichols is from Australia, has donated as well. So thank you very much. Let's move on from films for a moment. Donna, London. Question, we'll get Ben's on this because Ben likes his food. So we've got a question. Death Row, this is a question we need to start asking footballers when we come on as well, just find out a bit more about them. If you were on death row or just your last meal, what would you pick? So you've got to pick a starter, a main, a dessert, and a drink. So let's, as a group, I've left me book in the other room, so I can't write it down. So Mick, final ever drink. So there's no rule on this, basically. There's no.
Before you give your answer, do you want to hear the context behind this question?
Go on.
No.
It was the Wimbledon bus. Obviously, when we played Wimbledon away, and some of the questions on that bus were absolutely brutal, and some of which can't be repeated in polite company. So, Donna, before you type any of them out, don't. But this is when it all sort of settled down when we got past Derby on the way home. We started answering the sensible questions. And this was one of the sensible questions. But I tell you what, I'm surprised if they let us back on supporters with some of those questions we asked. Oh, my God. You know when they say you're the bad guy and you're always the bad guy in at least one person's story? Yeah, that supporters bus. It's our group at the back.
So we're going to go drink to start with. Starter, main, dessert. So, Mick, your last drink.
A pint of proper Guinness.
Proper Guinness.
Not some sort of crappy town centre pub poured out of a can out of fridge Guinness. I mean some proper Guinness from a proper kept.
When you go see Trevor Berry in Ireland,
yeah.
Are they the ones with the little vibration machine that helps it settle as well?
I don't want it out of a can. I want it properly out of a barrel, out of a proper kept. Anyway.
Okay. I remember which pub it was. But they poured like half pint of Guinness, put it on this machine, and it shook it. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, "Oh, that's how we settle it, so we can pour it quicker." And I was fascinated by this little tray that had like a little cup holder in it, and it was just shaking this pint of Guinness. It was like, "Why is that then?"
So I will say in 20 minutes we will. So at 5 to 3, we're going to drop off here. And then 5 minutes later, we will be starting back on the other stream because of Facebook restrictions. We've got to stop. We've got to start a new stream. So at 5 to 3, this will stop, and then we'll start again at 3 o'clock. Might be like 2 minutes to 3. Actually, 5 minutes is too long a gap. A couple of minutes to 3, we'll close this one down. We'll go into the other stream, and we'll start again. I'll tweet everything out so everybody can join us, just so we can go the full 12 hours. we've got to change the stream. Just let everyone know we're not cheating. So I will. I don't know my drink. Danny, what would your last drink be? Drink might be a hard one for me.
I'm going to go really cliche and say a cup of tea with 2 sugars. Cup of tea, dash of milk, 2 sugars. I live my life on tea, to be fair, so that's probably why.
Ben's going to say a protein mix, even though it'll be completely pointless because he's about to die.
What's this? Is this the last meal?
Last meal. So start with what you drink. So we're going step by step. Don't jump ahead.
Drink by drink. I would go. I don't know.
No, I don't know. Drinks. I think drinks the hardest.
He was about to say protein shake and then change.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't drink protein shake. No, I wouldn't drink protein shake. Oh, I don't know. Probably is the beer.
You don't drink beer?
No, but I'd not know one because I'm 17. Never drank alcohol in my life, man. That'd be illegal.
We don't break the law.
No, but when I'm 18, I'm gonna have like a pint and that when I want a pint. So I'd go for a pint. It's just standard, innit? Like, why not?
I'm gonna go a lemonade filled with ice, but it has to be on a hot day. If it's a cold day, that won't work. A pint of lemonade, half ice, the rest of it lemonade. There's just something really refreshing about a lemonade.
It's not really a pint of lemonade, then, is it?
What?
A pint of lemonade, then, is it?
It's got to be ice cold. The point I'm making, it's got to be ice cold. An ice cold lemonade on a hot day, like a hottish day.
Could you drink? I can't drink ice cold drinks, me.
Oh mate, it's just yesterday.
I think you need your teeth looking that, Ben, if that's the case.
Yeah. We bought a bag of ice yesterday in preparation for summer, and I just had a Dr Pepper, poured it in a glass with loads of ice, and it was just so much better. It was just better. Donna's with me, maybe not the ice, but Donna says freezing cold can of Coke from the back of the fridge. Yeah, if you want a cold drink, put it very right at the back. Yeah. Lemonade. I've just got a notification on my watch that New York Talk's going to start streaming in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's what that is,
So, starters. Ben, you're the food boy.
Starters. Ooh. We're having sides as well.
No, but
No.
You can use your starter as a side, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to go garlic bread. It has to be, hasn't it? It's got to be garlic bread.
What garlic bread, though? The question is, what kind of garlic bread? You can't just go garlic bread.
Baguette. A baguette slightly undercooked with a lot of butter on it.
Yeah, I know what it means. The strange thing is I know exactly what it means.
Slightly. So is that so
Yeah.
your baguette's not too hard?
Yeah, I don't like soft.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I've still got a bone to pick with QPR over a baguette that were burnt too much. Like a hot dog, you shouldn't be able to lose a tooth biting into a hot dog bun. And at QPR, that nearly happened. I bit into it, and it's like biting into stone.
Yeah.
They're only the ends, so I just took ends off and just ate the rest of it.
There's not worse than a baguette that's too crispy.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Then you get all cuts around your teeth and all.
Yeah, it's like a pucker pie. If you overcook a pucker pie and the bottom is too hard, it then ruins it all. It's got to be a fairly soft, not too crispy bottom. Yeah. So Ben's gonna go garlic bread. Michael,
I'm going to be a true Yorkshireman. Bruschetta.
Brioche.
I don't know how to spell
It's
that.
tomato and onions and on like a toasted.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Do you remember earlier when everyone go at us talking about brioche buns and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's right, boy. That's what I go for. Love it.
I don't know how to spell it. I'm
Really
not
like
even going to Google that. What is it? Bruschetta. I'm going to spell it out. It says bruschetta. Danny.
Battered calamari with sweet chili sauce, but it needs to be calamari rings and not the thing that the Homestead did the other day. It really freaked me out because they were just battered whole little squids, and it really freaked me out. So they had all the tentacles and everything. I looked at it and went, no, down. so it has to be calamari rings.
Calamari rings with what sauce?
Sweet chili sauce.
Chili.
They can just like scoop it out and have it dripping off your calamari ring. Oh.
I'm going to just go onion rings. battered, not breaded. Can't have bread. I don't particularly like breaded onion rings. But there we go. Then we go to mains. Now this is again a fun one. Donna's with you though, Mick. Bruschetta. I'm good. I haven't spelt it right. If that's the way you spell it, so write it down to mine. What are you having to, Mick?
Next door neighbour.
Has he donated?
I don't know. He's a Wednesday fan. I don't engage in
Wednesday fans can still donate.
Yeah, I know, but I have to talk to him then, won't I?
That's true.
No, he's a lovely bloke actually.
He is,
despite being a Wednesday fan. So
yeah. I'm going to start with this one. I once went to Whitby. My grandma has some friends who are German. They came over from Germany, and they made a goulash. And it was the single nicest thing I've ever eaten in my life. It was amazing. Honestly, it was beautiful.
You know, it's Hungarian, don't you?
Yeah, well, he was German. He was called Hans the German. And he got really
That's
drunk.
a strange surname, the German. That's a strange.
Yeah. he got so drunk. He brought this little, like a liqueur, like an aniseed liqueur that you meant to drink with your meal. And he kept drinking it. And because I kept calling my grandma, it was just sat there in his German accent going, Grandma. It was hilarious. Goulash. But then I'm never going to have that again. That's a one-off meal. I'm never going to have that meal ever again. So if I could have one, that's the one I would have. Yeah. Mick?
I can't have mine again either because it doesn't exist anymore. I would have a full rack of Damon's ribs with barbecue chicken, 2 pieces of barbecue chicken and onion loaf.
You could have it again.
I can't have it again because it's shut, isn't it?
No. The one in...
There's one in Lincoln, isn't there?
Is there one in Lincoln? Yeah. No, I might have to go there then.
I thought there was one in Wigan.
If I'm, you know what, if I'm on death row, I might have to pop to Lincoln. But in the meantime, I'll not bother. But that's where I'd go for, yeah. And obviously chips, clearly, obviously. Because any meal without chips is not actually a meal, is it?
Mick can make the special request to be in Lincoln prison so he could have that rack of ribs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's open in Lincoln.
All right, lovely.
34.5 miles away.
That's not far, is it?
No.
Might be a bit cold when you get home, but you can warm it up.
Neil Liversidge with a food story. At a Miller's game at Millmore, I once dropped a pie. One Miller's fan saw this and bought me another one. Lovely story.
Hey.
We once went to a reserve game at Millmore, and I had a pie. It was really, really hot, so I was blowing it, and I clearly put it too close to me, so I went, and I swallowed whole a burning piece of steak. It burned all down my throat. I was only about 10 or something like that. Yeah. Benjamin, what food are you eating, brother?
Main. Like a main course?
Yes.
Curry. Korma. Easy. I like curry. Chicken curry.
You're having the blandest curry known to man as your last meal.
Yep, because I'm the whitest person ever, and I get the mildest sauce at Nando's and still sweat, which is not even hot sauce, barbecue. So I'm getting the mildest korma.
Have you ever had butter chicken?
Yeah,
which is a curry.
Yeah, but
or macaroni. It's also called macaroni.
No.
I recommend that. It's not spicy at all, but it's much, much, much tastier than a korma.
How is that possible? I think korma with a naan bread and make it into a sandwich is the best thing on the planet.
So you tell me korma curry sandwich.
Yeah, okay. Naan bread curry sandwich. Naan bread curry sandwich.
Okay. Ben, all I would say is next time, just have seriously have a try of the butter chicken. It's honestly, it's not spicy at all. It's still nice though.
I like how Ben selected the Scottish curry over any other curry in the world. He selected the Scottish curry. Oh, and by the way, you know how we all like the chicken balti that's in Pucker Pies? That is one of the few fully English curries.
Is it really?
Korma's the fully Scottish one, and chicken balti is the fully English one.
From Birmingham, isn't it?
I don't know that.
Originally, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's originally from Birmingham, Balti.
Donald London says homemade lasagna, chips and coleslaw.
Yeah, that's nice. You can't beat that without the
Do like
coleslaw.
a good homemade lasagna. Danny, what's your main?
Well, I'm going to use the holiday-inspired meal like you, Matt. When me and my mum went to Staithes, was it last summer? Yeah. They had this beautiful lobster plate that they had perfectly done lobster drizzled in garlic butter. But to that, I'd had a perfectly medium cooked steak for a surf and turf, and then served a bit of lobster on top. So you've got the garlic butter from the lobster also going onto your steak, and then chuck on some chips on it as well.
I have never had lobster.
It is really nice. The brown meat's weird, but the white meat's really nice.
It all seems a bit too much trouble, doesn't it? It all seems a bit too much like hard work, lobster, for me.
Well, yeah, if you're the one cooking it, yeah, but I'm not the one cooking it. I'm the one eating it, so I don't care.
You've got to dig it out. It's like you need a spade and a shovel to flipping get it out, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Why is it not just there? It's just have it. It's on my plate. I don't want to have to dig for it.
Well, if you just have lobster tail, then you don't have to.
Right,
you just have fried lobster tail, which is actually really nice too.
Ethan wants to know, where was that from, Danny?
Staithes. It's like between Whitby and Middlesbrough, but like more towards Whitby.
Cool. Can you hear the person lowing the lawn outside, Mike? Lowing the grass.
Lowing the lawn?
Mowing the lawn.
No.
Good. That's fine. I was working the other day.
Hear the bee behind me.
I was working the other day at this desk, and out there they came and started chopping a tree down and putting it into a wood chipper whilst I was trying to talk to people.
Would you just repeat that for me, please?
Yeah,
I had to move. Reese Kelly's gone full one. We like this. Anyone else wants to tell us as well? We're 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes, then we'll move over to the second street. Reese Kelly, last meal would be his drink would be a Copperberg mixed fruit. His starter would be garlic mushrooms. His main would be a mega mix grill steak, well done with peppercorn sauce. And his dessert will be a chocolate fudge cake with ice cream and extra chocolate sauce.
That is my dessert too, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, let me write that down. Chocolate fudge cake. Chocolate fudge cake with the extra sauce.
Yeah, but the extra sauce has to be on the fudge cake before the ice cream.
Yeah.
Because then the chocolate sauce gets nice and warm from the cake, then it melts the ice cream, and then it all just dribbles onto it.
Like style. I am going to go rhubarb crumble with a load of custard, a bucket load of custard. I love a good crumble.
My wife's growing rhubarb this year, Matthew. We might be able to supply you some to make some rhubarb crumble with.
I could. Yeah, I'm not. I'm better cooking at mains than desserts.
I'm not cooking it for you, but I'm sure she'll supply some to you.
My granddad still grows rhubarb as well, so we've got extra demand there. Extra demand covered.
Donna says lemon cheesecake for pudding. Mick, I know you're a lemon fan.
Donna. Oh, now what? I was gonna,
better than lemon drizzle cake.
Oh, you've thrown me a curveball there, because what I was going to say is, and I'll probably stick with my original thought was I can't have this one either, because I would have had a dinner plate sized egg custard tart. Which used to be it is basically what my grandma used to make me, and obviously that's not going to happen anymore.
No. I've had some of your grandma's baking.
Yeah, about the size of a dinner plate. So that sort of size.
Yeah,
about 2 or 3 inches deep. The full lot, all the lot of it. Absolutely unbelievable. But seeing as that's not going to happen anymore, I'll go with Donna. I'll go with Donna and lemon cheesecake, 100%, man.
Cheesecake. Okay. I don't know why I'm writing this down. I am though.
Are you asking questions on it later? Are you going to be part of that quiz?
Yeah, this is part of the quiz.
What did Donny say? His favourite starter was?
Yeah.
And you've only got 10 seconds to answer, so you don't have enough time to flip back and watch.
Will Daniels just thinks he's just put on 12 stone listening to this conversation. IRC Ethan, chocolate fudge cake with custard and hot chocolate sauce.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I would say brownie is a good option as well, but it's got to be a really dense brownie.
What you could do is just bin off the starter, bin off the main course, and have 3 desserts.
Sometimes you got to have that savoury, though, haven't you?
No, not really.
Okay.
That comment from IOFC said it's just reminded me of the dessert we used to get every Thursday at primary school. It was chocolate cake and chocolate custard, and we all used to go nuts for it.
Yeah.
And we used to have the system where they used to call you years, because our years were only about 30 odd kids at primary school. So they used to call you years, and you always used, and they alternated which one they called first and such every week. And you used to pray that your year got called first on a Thursday, because then you got first dibs on all chocolate cake, and then you could pick big slices out for yourself, and then ask for loads of custard. If you got called last, guaranteed you were stuck with the more off-putting dessert, because all chocolate cake had run out.
So I used to like going last because you got seconds.
Yeah.
I know. Custard. Got this last bit of custard. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if they had chocolate cake left, yes, but normally they'd all run out. The one benefit was that you got more time playing football. But if you were last out and you came back out and year 7s had nicked the little football piece, then you were in trouble. And I did get into trouble once at primary school for swearing, telling him to get off the pitch, called him a naughty word, and then got sent to the teacher's office, which was fun. Why are you here, Danny? I swore. Okay, back you go. Don't do it again. Okay, did it again. Anyway.
Benjamin, supper, dessert.
Well, you didn't ask me my dessert. Did you?
Just literally said what would you have for dessert.
Lemon. You have supper.
I did say supper, but supper's not a question. I misspoke.
Yes.
Not for the first time.
Lemon drizzle cake.
Lemon
with sugar on it.
Okay. I don't get the lemon stuff, I'm afraid.
Lemon drizzle cake is so nice.
It's like when Mick has lemon donuts from Morrison's. You know,
there's a joke to be made about liking lemons, but...
Donna, my oldest favourite school pudding for birthday was his birthday cake last year. I don't know what you call it. It's a sponge white icing covered in hundreds and thousands. I don't know what it's called either.
It's a. I know that if you put it on bread, the Australians call it fairy bread, so we'll call it fairy cake.
Yeah,
seems fair.
Yeah, I used to like the one with red jam with coconut sprinkles on top of a really nice sponge. That were nice. That were very, very nice. Guys, we've just done 5.5 hours. Whee! No, we've done nearly 6 hours.
Solid performance. Need to do it again in the second half.
I'm tired, but I really enjoyed this, to be honest with you.
Look at it this way, right? You three get to have a sit down for the next 6 hours as well and just chill out. I'm going to be blowing out my arse in about an hour's time.
You're a dog.
well, yeah, but anyway. You get to see me getting nutmegged by 12-year-olds, which I'm actually going to encourage to do, which would be quite funny.
Yeah, I like it. Right, so it's we're on 4:56. So when it gets to 57, we're going to end this stream. We're not going to put the outro on, Mick. We'll just leave. We'll just close it off, and then bang on the hour, we'll be back on. I'll reshare this out. I'll put it on Facebook, Twitter. If you're on YouTube, you'll just get the notification. And then we'll go again.
Seems fair.
If you haven't already done it,
I forgot. Do you know the question about the sports TV series? I forgot to say the Last Dance. I forgot to say the Last Dance.
Did we talk about that like an hour ago?
Yeah, it just popped in my head.
The thing is, we've got another 6 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close.
We've made it halfway. So we're going to drop off now. Go back if you go onto the YouTube video and wait, we'll be on bang on the hour. We're going to get a drink, nip to the toilet, get a snack. 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
Bye.
Are we leaving? You press the number.
End the stream.
You have to press end broadcast.